don't have a picture of it. I've got some bits of information that's been sent to me. Kind of have an outline of how we start.
Oh, good morning. Hear me?
Yeah.
Test. Okay, there we go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yeah, I appreciate everybody gathering today again to have this roundtable to discuss the non-resident waterfowl hunting pressure topic. I have kind of a pseudo outline that we can follow, and we'll just maybe start with that if okay with you, and then we'll just see where the conversation leads. I will quickly introduce the panel that we have here again this morning. We've got Tom Bedrowski. To my right is Andrew Page. He's at Perry Reservoir. I wanted to bring that federal reservoir perspective here today. We've got some ice sportsman data from that property for several years. And then Travis Ratliff from Neosho, Jacob Coulter from Meridazine, Matt Farmer from Jamestown, Jason Wagner from Cheyenne Bottoms. And on the end, we have Chris LeCure from Glen Elder Wildlife Area, which is also another federal property that we do have ice sportsman data on as well. Again, I appreciate the chance to have this open and honest dialogue about some of this issue that we've been discussing, kind of an ongoing discussion, and I've challenged staff to be comfortable with open and honest dialogue, because I feel that's the only way we're going to make some positive changes moving forward. So what I'd like to start off with is I've asked Dustin Mingarelli, our Region 2 Public Land Supervisor, to provide some non-resident specific ice sportsman data, not necessarily just per property that we've done in the past, but more of the statewide level, looking at the non-resident pressure versus resident pressure. So I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Dustin, if you're okay with that, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. This is just some general information about the ice sportsman system and the data that comes out of that. So basically, we started in September of 14 with the ice sportsman system. Currently, we have 29 public land properties, which have about 150 child areas or sub areas. And then the iWeHop system runs through ice sportsman as well with 97 tracks. To date, we have 183,656 check-ins, as well as 60,845 user accounts. And then we will be switching over to the new Brant system starting, it's supposed to go live May 1st. And then all of our information from iSportsman will be transferred to that new system, which will be hopefully a whole lot easier because it'll be one account. So when you buy your licenses or you check in or check out of a property, it should all be one login information. Go ahead, Jason. So the first part of this data has to do with season long. So starting September 1st through the end of February for non-residents and residents. Next slide. So this is the number of individual hunters over the years from 2016 through 2021. The caveat I'll give you is 17 Glen Elder started with its ice sportsman. Before that, it wasn't in the system. So some of these numbers might be boosted just a touch because of Glen Elder. Not a lot, but 2016 is the last year before we added Glen Elder. So, but in general, our number of hunters is slightly increasing. We have quite a few residents, and then our non-resident numbers, they're also increasing as well. Last year we had almost 3,000 non-residents and we had 4,700. The 2020 is interesting because of COVID. We did have an increase of both residents and non-residents. Next slide. So this is the number of check-ins. So every time somebody went to a property and checked in to go hunting. So again, last year we had 23,000 check-ins statewide. And then our non-residents, as you can see, it's increasing as well, but our resident numbers are also increasing on our number of check-ins. Next slide. So this is the percent number of hunters between resident and non-resident over the years. So if you go to 17 would probably be the best, because since Glen Elder came in, we're talking 77 to 23. And then this last year we were at 62 to 38 was the percentage. And this is the actual individual hunters, not how many days they went, but the number of individuals going hunting. Next slide. So this is again is the same, but it's percentage for the number of days that they went or the check-ins that they participated in. And the graph is almost the same. It's relatively identical to the one before, number of hunters and the number of check-ins. Slide. So this is the number of check-ins per individual hunter. So roughly how many days each individual went hunting. So as you can see, we are increasing. We were just under 4, and now in 2020, we were 4.36 number of days per hunter. So each person went on average 4.36, and our non-residents are relatively stable in the last 4 years, just above 3, between 3.3 and 3.5 was the highest in 2020. But our residents go hunting more days per individual than our non-residents do. Next. So this is the percent of hunters with more than 10 check-in days. So each individual in the system that hunted more than 10, so 11 or more days. And we have, it's interesting, in 2020, we had 10% of our residents were hunting more than, or hunted more than 10 days. Our non-residents are relatively stable the last 4 years and still in that 3 to 3.5 range. Is the percentage of how many of them are actually hunting more than 10 days. So it's actually a small amount. Next slide. So the next set of slides will be just for the teal opener. So September, second week in September every year when our teal season opens. Jason. So this is the number of residents, hunters, and non-resident hunters. So our resident hunters are relatively stable in their number. Other than 2020, we had a pretty significant peak. We almost doubled what our normal teal opener would have been. And then our non-residents are actually relatively stable also. They've come up a little bit the last 3 years, but they're still somewhat stable. Next. So the percent of residents to non-residents, we go from 90 down to 85, upper 80s for our residents, and then our non-residents are just the opposite. I mean, they're relatively stable, but they're just the other end of it. So we're still running 80 to 10 roughly, maybe 85-15 is our non-resident resident ratio for number of hunters for teal opener. Next.
And this is just plain out.
No,
This is statewide.
this is statewide. Everything that I am showing you is statewide. I don't have any specific properties. It's just across the board information.
With iSportsman.
With iSportsman, correct. So part of this, the one caveat is we do not have any iSportsman properties in the High Plains zone.
So when you have the total number of check-ins, that's if they shopped around and hunted 3 or 4 different areas, it's the total number of check-ins they had that you can account for.
Yeah, every time they went hunting is what a check-in would be. So, and this is just teal opener again. So our number of check-ins, we had a pretty big peak. But this is the number of times that people went hunting. But they're relatively, other than 2020, it's somewhat relatively stable. Next. Percent check-ins, it's again relatively stable. We run about 85-15 percentage wise on the number of check-ins. Next slide, Jason. So now we're looking at the next set will be the big duck openers. So every property has 2 openers. They'll have the beginning of the season and they'll have an opener with the split and all that. Those 6 days or those 4 days per property, 6 different on the zones will show up in here. So the number of, or the opening days, number of hunters. So the individual hunters that hunted on those days, If you take off 16 because of Glen Elder, we're slightly increasing in our number of hunters. You know, we had 1,300 here and our peak was almost 2,000. As well as the non-residents, they're slightly increasing as well. Next slide. So opening day percentage of hunters. So here we've gone 90-10. Our resident hunter numbers aren't going down, just the percentage. So we've had enough increase of our non-resident numbers that the percentage has shifted a little bit, but we're still, this last year, we were at 73-27. Next. Opening day number of check-ins. We're slightly increasing still on our openers, as well as our non-residents. Again, our 2020 was a big year. We had a lot of influx of hunters, so a number of check-ins that they went. Next slide. So if you take just the non-residents and you do the percentage of what state they're coming from, Missouri is our leading state. Missouri is our number one non-resident state. We've had, okay, it's up here. So South Carolina's kind of increased, slight increase, as well, where Texas is, and again, this is a percentage, not the actual number, but Texas is kind of decreasing slightly. But it's interesting that almost 30%, 25% of our non-residents are from Missouri, which would make sense, especially when you have Neosho or Merdazine, Hillsdale, some of those that are closer to that border. Do you classify them as a non-resident if they live closer than Johnson County to Merdazine? I don't know. It's kind of hard to pull those specific numbers, but, and Jacob could talk more about that, but Missouri is our number one. Next. So this is more of a statewide data, FYI. This is the top 10 waterfowl areas by average check-in. So Cheyenne Bottoms is our meat and potatoes. It's our largest contributor to the ice sportsman check-ins and numbers, followed by Merdazine, Neosho, Milford, McPherson, Perry, Glen Elder, all the way down to Tuttle Creek makes the top 10 at number 10. So this is the average check-ins per year from 2017 on. Next. And this would be the percent of check-ins by property. So 21% of our ice sportsman check-ins are coming from Cheyenne Bottoms for just waterfowl hunters again, followed by Merdazine. The numbers are almost identical percentage-wise as they are for check-ins average. Next. And then this would be the check-ins for each property individually. So this is Cheyenne Bottoms, Merdazine, Neosho, which slipped past Merdazine this last year. I think Neosho had some major renovations back in 17, 16. So that that's why those numbers were down a little bit. And then the rest are kind of put together. So I think that's my last slide. Any questions?
This is just ice sportsman data. What percent of the total hunters do you think you're capturing here versus all?
All hunters within the state itself. Maybe Tom might be able to have that because Tom, you have data about waterfowl permit sales and stuff.
In our last hunter survey, we asked how much of their percentage of their hunting was on public lands, and close to 80% of waterfowlers at some point during their season hunt on public lands. About half of their hunting is, the majority of it is done on public lands.
Okay, and would non-resident use of ice sportsman be a higher percent?
It a little bit zone specific on that. Southeast seems to be more private oriented than the early zone, which are attracted areas like McPherson, Jamestown, Cheyenne Bottoms.
Any thoughts on non-compliant? What percent don't sign?
Travis Ratliff at Neosho Wildlife Area. I'm speaking on behalf of Neosho. Neosho is a small area, essentially one way in, one way out. Since 1986, you have had to stop and get a paper card. This year, so it was a rather easy conversion to iSportsman. I talked to 450 thereabouts, give or take, plus or minus 10. I lost count some early mornings. Different individuals. That's not counting individual check-ins. That's different individuals. If Andrew's there, I know what he drives. I see he's checked in. I don't count him. I found 9 the entire season. 2 of them were signed in at the wrong areas. 4 or 5 of them had not hit confirmed check-in. And to my knowledge, I never ran into anybody that did not know about it or at least make an attempt. So compliance on the Neosho Wildlife Area, I have full confidence in saying 98% compliance. We'll never have it perfect, but I have confidence in our numbers. So.
Glen Elder's been a little bit of a learning curve for the users out there. We came on board a little later than other properties. And, we have a higher percentage of our users that are up there for upland pursuits. And those hunters are the ones that are the toughest to get on board. In general, waterfowlers, and again, it's only speaking for Glen Elder and my personal experience in public lands. Waterfowlers are by far the most compliant of all our genres of hunters. They tend to know that there's special restrictions coming or may be required of them. Speaking for the last, and when we came on board in 17, like I said, a learning curve over the first couple of years of having to educate users. Hey, this is a new system. We're requiring it of everyone. But waterfowlers were, I would say, right away, first year, were 80 to 90% compliance. And that has only gone up as we've moved forward. And on the non-resident side of the equation, I would say that's even higher, just because most folks, when they're making those bigger trips, they're at least doing a little bit of homework to see what's there. Still have some struggles with the deer hunters and upland hunters, but I would say we're over the 70% mark on compliance. If I had to say property wide, I would just a gut feel, I would say we're in that 75 to 80% compliance range.
At Cheyenne Bottoms this year on opening day of big duck season, we had a selective with a lot of law enforcement presence, a lot of public lands law enforcement there. Compliance ended up being 79% on opening day at Cheyenne Bottoms. And I think that really made a difference. I think as the season progressed, word got out pretty quick about that selective and iSportsman checks, and I think our compliance went up from there.
Jamestown, it's similar to Neosho. We've had a paper system started in 2008. So in 2014, transitioning into iSportsman was pretty simple for our users. We have a pretty big public land law enforcement presence on the area the first part of the seasons. The last 4 years, we've been carrying well over 95 to 98% plus compliance on the property.
Yeah, Jacob at Meridazine, I'd be right there with these guys. Meridazine's been a long time check-in, check-out system way back from the 60s and 70s. So the culture is always there to have a daily permit system. Pretty smooth when we transitioned to an electronic version of that, and we've maintained pretty high compliance all the way through.
Andrew Page at Perry. I think some of our data or our situation similar to Glen Elder. Being a reservoir property, we have a lot of other types of hunting going on as well, upland, turkey, deer. I would say our upland hunters and deer hunters are sometimes a bigger challenge to get on board. which we've improved on. We came in the spring of 15, and it's increased significantly. But again, to reiterate, the waterfowl hunters are conditioned a little bit, I think, and they travel a little more. So you get folks that are used to going to other properties that required ice sportsmen. So we didn't have anything at Perry except for dove cards previously. So it was a little bit of a transition for us as well. But compliance has improved greatly. And after the first couple of years, had pretty good confidence in our data.
So I'm going to put Dustin on the spot here a little bit. I know that was a lot of information on that presentation with a lot of different graphs and numbers and stuff. So Dustin, when I asked you to kind of look at these numbers specifically, in everything that you were able to capture through iSportsman and everything you presented here, what's the general takeaway that you got from all that?
The general takeaway would be that we do have a decent amount of non-resident hunters. It was interesting to see that most of them come for a very short period of time. On average, they hunt like 3.5 days. That's it. They're here, they hunt a few days and they're gone. Our non-residents it was interesting that I think our non-residents hunt 4.5 to 5 days per individual. So it's a little higher. It's interesting to see how, like a state like South Carolina was virtually off the chart. And now the word's gotten out that it's impressive that somebody wants to drive from South Carolina to go to Kansas to duck hunt. Through some conversations with the people in our office, I'm not a big duck hunter. I like duck hunting, don't get me wrong, but I can give away bags of crappie fillets, but I can't give away bags of duck breasts, I guess is what I would say. So if I hunt a whole lot of duck days, I'm eating them or trying to give them away. But some of the graphs are a little confusing because you're seeing the number of non-residents or the number of residents going down, especially in the percentages. They're not necessarily going down, they're actually going up, but we've had a larger amount of non-residents coming into the state that drives our resident percentages down, even though our non-residents look like they're going up, or they're both actually increasing. We're increasing the number of actual hunters and the number of days they're going. So that's the biggest takeaway, other than they don't hunt a whole lot of days. It's impressive how many days they just come and they hunt a few days and they're gone.
From my personal observation, non-resident hunters, I think small amount non-residents that put the pressure on.
And
I agree that the typical person hunts 3 to 5 days here. I guess that's.
One thing that I did find was an outlier. There's a non-resident who's from Shreveport, Louisiana, hunts 65 to 70 some days every year. So much that his address changed in 2020 to Barton County, Kansas. If you look at the top 10 residents and non-residents on number of hunter days over time or total 100 days, that one individual non-resident that is now a resident, I'm pretty sure, hunts, he had 400 hunter days since 14. And then the next closest was like 130 hunter days. And then it just falls on that for the non-residents. Now the residents, the top 5 are over 400 days. And then there's a lot of 300s, 200s, 100s where, like I said, that one non-resident individual is an outlier. It's impressive how much that guy actually hunts. He's 70 years old and now lives in Barton County. So he is a diehard duck hunter.
Were those non-resident states the top 5 or whatever you had up there? Huh. South Carolina was what, 4th, 3rd?
Jason, can you pull that slide back up? South Carolina was third or fourth, I think, and then now is number 2, potentially.
And my second question is, how does this relate to other states that have good waterfowl hunting as well? Have you talked to those states? Is this on par? Is this high, low?
Go back.
I'm
one,
just
Jason.
curious what others are seeing.
That one right there. So this orange line is South Carolina.
Mhm.
They were tied for third, I guess, and now they're second. And if potentially, if this continues out, South Carolina could potentially pass Missouri. I don't know. That's the
incredible.
unknown. So, but Missouri, South Carolina, Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas, which Tom could correct me, I guess, but Arkansas, Louisiana, South Carolina are probably some of your biggest waterfowl states.
Yeah.
Would that be accurate?
Okay.
There'll be more to come.
Sorry
on
to
that.
take your thunder away, Tom.
I don't think there's very many Kansas duck hunters going to South Carolina.
How does Missouri treat Kansas duck hunters that want to go, or even their own? Is that limited? I mean, the doors are fairly open to come this direction. What is the reciprocity, so to speak?
So for their larger duck parks, 50% of their draws are done pre-season in the spring, and those are for resident onlys. The other 50% are what they call the pour line, where they have the daily draws. And I'm not sure on the percentage. It may be half of them can be residents or maybe no non-residents at all, but correct. And I'll have some other state comparisons in next presentation.
And so it's fairly easy for a number of those. They don't get their draws, so they just hop over and join us.
Yeah, so like they have their preseason selection, so they know the days they can hunt. So in days they know they're not going to draw or don't want to be in the pour line, they can just come in and check in through High Sportsman for us.
So if they were four levers, sat around, there's a 4 o'clock in the morning. And they don't draw the spot that they want. They just Google.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Right. And that's one thing Dustin kind of alluded to earlier with our eastern properties that are in iSportsman. And I just wanted Jacob just to kind of touch on that a little bit, because if you look at Meredith, most of his locals are non-residents.
Yeah, so we've been running about like a 30% resident, 70% resident trips, 30% non-resident trips. They're about plus or minus since we've been into iSportsman. Half of the 30% is from Missouri. So Meredith's 4 or 5 miles from the Missouri state line. So those guys are day trippers. They work in the community. They're around the wildlife area all summer long. They're coming from 15 to 20 to 30 minutes away, coming from a lot closer than maybe somebody coming from Overland Park or the Metro or something like that. So on paper, the resident, non-resident split 70-30. In reality, at times, it's probably more like 85-15 because the half of my non-residents are coming from 20 minutes away. So does that answer the question?
That's still most of your.
Yes, sir. They're 69 or 70% this year. Yes, sir. So.
Oh, we have some limitation.
On public lands, I'd say, yeah, that's still probably occurring to some level. And as we've discussed before, that's an enforcement challenge and a bigger conversation that probably needs to be had one of these days too. I don't know, from the bottom's perspective, I think that's one of the main areas of concern. Jason, do you have a pretty good handle on that?
Yeah, obviously it's still happening, but I think it's pretty small scale of outfitters that are operating at the bottoms. What happens, I think, is more the local outfitters, they come and hunt with the local outfitters for 2 or 3 days, and then they bring their stuff and then they go hunt at the bottoms on their own time, you know, on either side of their trip that they have booked with the outfitter.
Something might help. The slide you had, Dustin, showed that total number. This gets to your point. What our long-term rental. But if we look at the numbers, we get a sense for. Decades ago, we had much higher numbers, less public land. I think it's important. We have a pretty heated conversation going on about, you know, QRQ, those are concerned.
This is the actual number of hunters, individual hunters on public lands
Okay.
in iSportsman.
Okay.
Correct. So this is, it's showing a slight increase of residents and a little more increase of non-residents, I guess.
Okay, that's a real helpful slide to keep in mind.
All the curves are starting to point together. I mean, they're all starting, residents are going down and non-residents are coming up. I mean, that's a big thing with this.
Right.
Coming together.
Well, when you're talking about percentages, when you're talking about actual individuals, the number of residents is increasing as well as the number of non-resident hunters. So our total number of hunters is continue to increase all the time. We're packing more and more people onto these public properties than we ever have in current time frame. When we go back to the 60s and 70s, these numbers aren't even on the chart compared to how packed our public lands used to be.
Do you have hunter trips?
Be the next one.
How many hunter trips total?
It's almost identical. Non-residents or residents is increasing, non-residents is also increasing. So the number of trips people are taking by both residents and non-residents is increasing. Correct.
It also seems that most of the areas where constituents are concerned, at least the data is
Correct, because when we first started the iSportsman system, they only went to the waterfowl properties or properties that already had a card system for area wide.
Quality of hunt is, each of us defines it a little bit different, but quality is important, not just how many ducks. In each of your properties have, and I know this varies, water, all kinds of things, drought, construction, all kinds of factors I know play into this. But do you have some idea of what your maximum capacity is for hunters? Well, you can still maintain satisfaction that I had a quality hunt today.
Again, that's all perspective. So I can give you, Jeffrey Energy Center is a prime example of this. We have a large influx of snow geese there sometimes. We will have individuals that will have part of that caveat would be, we actually collect data for Jeffrey through the plant on hunter satisfaction. Okay, so we have people that will select that they had an awesome hunt and killed 2 snow geese. And the same day we'll have people that will kill 100 snow geese and have a poor hunt. So it's all perspective is the general part of that. When we talk about actual, how many hunters can we fit on our public properties? The one graph that I didn't get is the number of hunters per acre of manageable water. If you go back to the very last slide where I'm talking about the number of check-ins or the number of hunters per property, Hillsdale probably has the highest use per acre than any property in the state, considering that it only has 200 acres of wetlands and it makes the top 10. It's like number 5 or 6 on the list. So potentially, I don't know the actual numbers, but that is extrapolated for me just based on what I kind of know. But one number that we would like to know, that I would like to know in the last 2 days I've wanted to pull was that number to see how many individuals per acre of actual manageable wetland on each property.
Yeah, I'm glad. I kind of want to go along with that, Mr. Chairman. I think it's beneficial to hear from staff here on what they feel like their maximum capacities are. And again, it's not necessarily a resident, non-resident subject. It's that maximum capacity.
I wanted to ask this before you get started on a new subject. I asked last year, and iSportsman does not have a line item for quality of hunt. Is that something that interests you guys?
Interesting thought.
To have a line item?
I'll answer that. I'll answer that. I'll answer that, Troy.
They have the cards.
It's
There was a little deal that rated your hunts.
when we're looking at the statistical data, hard numbers, it's hard to put a number to somebody's quality of a hunt.
Yeah.
Like he was saying,
Yeah.
how do you quantify that? And how do we put that into our data? So it's in our minds, when we're trying to make decisions off of the data, that's really a column that we delete, to be honest with you. So there's no need to really have it in my personal opinion.
So one thought is, we know, and these guys tell you better than anybody, that the example that was given at Jeffrey Energy Center, right? So subjective, right? As to what equates to a quality hunt. So if we want to reinforce that idea that I can shoot 2 birds and be ecstatic, and you can shoot a limit and say, it took me all day and I wasn't happy with it, right? So we want to reinforce that idea that it's hugely variable and not that much maybe dependent on actual harvest. We can do that. So my question, to extend Commissioner Sporers, is, will that be valuable data? Is that something we can use, right? If we have more data about that?
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, and I think part of this conversation needs to be too, that, when you're looking at the maximum amount of hunters in the marsh, is at what point do the staff here feel like it's a negative impact to the resource is what the focus is here. So I'm going to, whoever wants to start off.
Commissioner Still, I thought it was a great question, because that's really what it all boils down to. What's somebody's experience when they come to a public wildlife area, and that varies. It's as diverse as waterfowl hunters are. So when I'm talking to somebody that's new on a wildlife area, I'll ask, hey, what are you looking for? And then I'm going to try to figure out how I can help set them up for success. If they're willing to tolerate other hunters in the unit, and they really just want to sit on the X, well then, man, this is where you need to be. But if you want to take your boy and you want to go over here and have some elbow room, then we've got that opportunity for you too. So somebody that says that, hey, I showed up to the wildlife area and there was no place to hunt. More often what that means is I showed up to this one spot and somebody was already hunting there. Not I tried to go to plan B or plan C and found an opportunity there, because I'll be able to provide that opportunity. And you may not be on the X for that day, but we can provide that opportunity. So this year we took a deep dive on what our stab at carrying capacity for maridazine. So if I were to ask some hunters, hey, just subjectively, how many hunters do you think is too many for maridazine? And they would throw out numbers like 60, 70, 80, 100, right? Something like that. So I had some guys that worked for me to put together a pivot table. And for a 74-day season for the maridazine, we had 35 days with less than 50 hunters. When you have less than 50 hunters on maridazine, you got plenty of elbow room. There'll be some place for you to go. So when I saw that, there's almost half the season with less than 50 hunters. I thought that was a pretty impressive number to let guys know, hey guys, y'all have a good plan B or plan C in place, we'll be able to provide that opportunity for you. So, but that varies, are those 40 or 50 hunters going to camp out all day and then there's really no elbow room? Or like on the second opener, we had 150 or 60 hunters on that day. And by the end of the day, the parking lots were empty because everybody cycled through, everybody shot the birds. We shot 700 some odd birds that day, and nobody felt the pressure because those hunters were cycling. So it's a tough number to really make sense of, but there's more opportunity out there if people are flexible with what they're looking for.
If those 50 hunters were there all at daybreak, is that still enough room?
Yeah, that'd be, I would say likely if you had enough backup options, you could still go find some place. I know the wildlife area as good as anybody. And there's some days when I go to plan B and plan C and plan D and I go back to the house. But I guess I'm okay with that because I have some expectation that there's going to be some days when things are good that I won't be able to have my spot and then I just go kind of find something else to do that day. But in general, if I'm willing to go find a backup plan, there'll be an opportunity.
So though, these hunters cycle through the quality of the hunt. Their statement. Did they get a cycle through the 9 days of the season and everybody shoot ducks every day?
When I say cycle through, it's on a daily scale. So at Merdazine, we kind of have a culture of mid-morning or early afternoon hunting as well. So if the morning crowd is leaving and the late morning crowd showing up or the early afternoon shows up, that's what I mean by cycling through, that there's, hey, somebody left that spot and then somebody else can slide in.
But my point is that was opening day of the second split.
Yes, sir.
What the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth? Did they still shoot 700 ducks every day?
No, sir.
Might also add in that I get your point and I agree with it to an extent, but I was following a 12-day split. What day did we ice up after the opener? Monday. So we went 700, 400, which 400 ducks on a public wildlife area on the eastern part of the state is knocking it out of the park. And then can't even get a boat in due to ice. So you see a drastic drop. But as soon as we open back up, harvest goes through the roof. Obviously, none of our, speaking on Neosho and Merdazine, we can't tolerate 150 hunters for 2 weeks straight. Ducks can't. Well, people are harder to please than ducks, so. It was touched on earlier, that was an opening day. We had 150, 160 hunters. And everybody says it's more crowded than it's ever been. If you look at our hunter numbers, early 2000s, we had more hunters. And in 1969 on the Neosho Wildlife Area on 1,000 acres, we had 566 hunters. Don't know if that's a gee whiz number, but it all boils down to expectations. And I'm going to steal Jacob's line. What is your expectations for public land? Are you looking for a place to go have 300 acres all to yourself, kill 5 greenheads in 20 minutes? It's not realistic on public ground. If you're looking for a place to go find a spot to hunt, see some birds, have some room, can't control if Andrew's blowing his duck call obnoxious or Jacob shooting them at him a long ways. But the opportunity to go hunting, we provide a lot of. And I don't feel like Neosho is overcrowded.
Part of my question in capacity and quality goes to the effect of technology and changes. Changes in those early years, we didn't have motors. We had canoes with push poles and we had small spreads. There were 2 hunters, you had 2 bags of decoys and that was all you could slog through with. And so the changes in technology people can go farther, faster, cover more ground, carry more gear. And so one hunter's footprint is much larger than what it used to be. And so that affects capacity. But I'm curious on this quality and expectations that if there are hunters that are, I'm going to go to Jason in the bottoms where you've got areas, as I understand, they're non-motorized areas. And the hunters that frequent that area, where they're not dealing with as much of that technology, large volume of equipment, is their expectation, their satisfaction higher than where we have a lot of the technology where they've got access with boats, more is better. And can we accommodate both groups by changing some areas? I don't have a vast knowledge of our waterfowl areas across the state. I know a couple of little areas. But if we go to looking at providing different opportunities for different expectations, can we improve our overall satisfaction? So I don't know, Jason, where you've got those different areas, do you see a difference?
So what happens in like pool 3A where it's closed to motorized boats, their expectations are higher, and it's usually our most crowded pool because their expectations are higher, because they think because there's no motorized boats that the pressure is going to be lighter, they're going to have better success. And usually pool 3A is one of our lower pools as far as birds per hunter average throughout the season because of the overpressure that it sees. Because their expectations are higher, because they're not going to have boats messing with them, they're going to be able to escape that. And there's more people that hunt pool 3A than a lot of the other pools as far as density of hunters goes in that pool.
Oh, you didn't help me out much.
Sorry.
So with that, does that tell you that you need to enlarge the number of non-motorized areas
So
or not?
we kind of did last year with pool 4A being closed to non-motorized boats at 1 p.m. Unfortunately, we were not able to test that because Whooping Cranes graced us with their presence for a month and a half. And prior to that, we weren't able to flood the pool adequate. It only had about a week of water depth suitable for a boat. And then the cranes came in, and then the cranes left when we froze up. So we weren't able to test if that helped or not. So
do you generally feel that the bottoms is able to hold the current level of hunters?
depends on the week. There are certain times of the year, late October, or the first couple of weeks in November, where I feel that we've exceeded our capacity to hold the number of hunters that we generally get.
What about Glen Elder?
Well, I would say Glen Elder kind of illustrates this point that we're talking here. You'll see it in possibly Tom's PowerPoint or one of the ones coming. We had a major spike in non-residents when 2020 COVID hit. Canada was closed, people were looking for a place to come, and and I'm flooded with South Carolina hunters. They get out there to Glen Elder. Holy cow, we've got the place all to ourselves. I mean, I'll still have 10 groups out there every weekday of the season, but in such a large area, they spread out and they're not anywhere near getting on top of each other. When you have poor habitat conditions like we had this year, there's only a couple of X's on the property, and yeah, everybody wants to be on those, but there's ample opportunity for them to go to other setups. So I think they come with the expectation of, boy, we're gonna murder greenheads, but even though they didn't shoot ducks in the numbers they came expecting, boy, we had this all to ourselves, and it was just a really pleasurable hunt. But as far as impact on the resource, I mean, I think all the managers up here will tell you it doesn't take a whole lot of pressure on your duck population. They're going to go to your refuges. They're going to go nocturnal. And the reason we hold ducks is because we have that strong refuge system. And And that's just a matter of fact of life with duck hunting, I think, when it doesn't take a whole lot of pressure to get to that where you're starting to impact, where the number of hunters are starting to impact the harvest.
Is that more a function of when people choose to hunt as opposed to how many hunters we have?
That's what I was gonna say, Commissioner Feller, was at Jamestown, kind of the opposite of Jason at the bottoms is we have almost equal areas of where motorized boats are allowed. Then we have an area where it's electric motors or paddle in only, and then we have about the equal amount of area where it's only walk in or drag your canoe in. And the resource really drives the pressure on these areas. I mean, if the birds are in the non-motorized area, we'll have boats that'll park on the side of the road and they'll walk in. These guys really scout and put in the time, and then we have the people that can't, and they hunt out of the boat. So like what Chris said, the waterfowl really determine the pressure, and also I see the same thing with non-residents. I'll think it's a pretty busy day. I'd have 40, 50 hunters on the property, and I'll have non-residents that comment that you guys don't know what crowd it is. And then we'll have other non-residents that say there's a lot of people here. So, trying to appease and please everybody is really difficult, but it's just like what Jacob says is, I'll make the comment, well, there's not a lot of hunters over here. I don't know if there's a lot of birds there. There might be. And the birds tend to find those areas where they get pressured out of. They're really sensitive to that. So
Do you have too many hunters in total?
I don't think so. I think we could hold some more hunters, honestly. We don't.
Sounds like what I'm hearing is that the greatest area of pressure is at the bottom.
And I see that at Jamestown, and I'm not going to speak for JB. He may see that too, but Jamestown, especially like 2012, when the bottoms was dry, Jamestown, we were blessed with some water and we had a big influx. Even then we were really busy, but I still didn't feel at the time, especially during teal season, that we were way over pressure. And that could have been due to the fact that we had water and the resources were there. But I will get guys that will filter up from the bottoms. They'll hunt the bottoms a couple of days and then they'll come up. So there's that variable too. If we take pressure off one area, we're just going to maybe put it someplace else.
Are there any other questions from the commission? Because I'm going to suggest we go on to some more presentations and then come back to a general discussion. Lauren, did that answer your questions? Sorta.
Yeah, sort of. I can always find more to ask, but yeah, I'm good.
And Mr. Chair, I might just piggyback on Commissioner Sill's point. It's intriguing to me. You can hear the drive in these folks' voices, the desire to help people have a quality hunt, one they'll really enjoy. I think there may be an opportunity. I've made a note to follow up on this about our efforts to communicate with and coach the public, to give them tips on how to maybe better enjoy your hunting experience or get opportunities that you don't realize right now. The idea of getting away from just the opening day, midweek stuff, like you've heard from these folks. So I think there might be an opportunity for us to share, expert opinions on how best, most effectively to use our public areas. So I think we can do something there. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and our viewing public. So are the marshes more crowded? Posed this question at the last March Commission meeting on presentation on hunter activity and trends. The question is still valid as to try to find the exact issues and ways to resolve it. So are the marshes more crowded? It is a measure of time span as well as the area of the state or habitat type. Two measures to look at long-term hunter activity on a statewide basis is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Mail Survey Questionnaire, which was conducted from 1961 to 1999, and it was replaced by Harvest Information Program, or HIP, in 1999. Compared to the peak in 1971, we have about 74 less active duck hunters in the state of Kansas. Much of this decline was in the 1980s and 1990s, when the drop of the waterfowl populations and limited season lengths between 39 to 60 days. Since 1997, we've had a stable season length of 64 days in the low plains, which is the most since the 1930s. Similar patterns exist on our KDWP managed areas where hunter use is much greater at places like Cheyenne Bottoms and Neosho. Hunting pressure is a longstanding issue. In a few slides later, I'll address why it's reemerging at such an intensity, even though we have fewer hunters. One pattern that suggests by this slide is that we lost our casual hunters in the 80s and 90s, and those that are remaining are very ardent and passionate about their pastime.
I got a question. Are those numbers total or are they state land? Or
Those are
public land?
statewide numbers. Those are measures of active duck hunters, so that they hunted one or more day during the season.
I don't want to get ahead of you, but the peak period, that's back when I was duck hunting as a kid and we were pond hopping, there were tons of public land available. Does that trend have a relationship with the amount of public or private land available for hunting?
Portion of that is in, I think it's just the loss of casual hunters that we're seeing, that hunters are picking their one activity and doing it very intensely.
Mhm.
Kansas waterfowl stamp sales began in 1987. Funds generated by the sales are to enhance waterfowl habitat across the state. Only sales in 1990 or 1988 were higher than in the recent past 2 years. The 2021 sales are 39% over the long-term average. With electronic licensing in 2005, we're more readily able to track resident sales or residencies. Resident sales have remained stable with a slight increase over the past decade. In the last decade, there has been an annual increase in the non-resident sales, which are now comprised 42% of all state waterfowl stamp sales. Before discontinued in 2016, we've seen similar patterns of increase of non-resident sales that was noted in the 48-hour waterfowl permit. Other indices also demonstrate increasing percentages of non-residents, which include on top there, non-resident stamp sales, the e-check-ins, and the small game survey. The small game survey probably captures a little bit more private land interested hunters. A little busy graph, but the kind of one of the main point here is that in the listed 15 states are in the top 10 waterfowl stamp sales or iSportsman use. Of those 14 states listed besides Kansas, 9 states have rank higher in national duck harvest and 3 rank higher in national goose harvest than Kansas. And those are outlined in bold. So states like Louisiana is #1 in duck harvest. Arkansas is #3. Kansas, sits at 19th for duck harvest and 11th for goose harvest. And you can also see that our hunter populations are smaller than a lot of those states that are visiting us. So why are they coming here? There are a variety of factors that make Kansas a waterfowl destination. In general, we are a more mobile society. It's not too arduous to travel across the country as it was 50 or 25 years ago. In recent time, we've faced many challenges, but with those challenges of opportunities, it's allowed many to take advantage of outdoor pursuits. Kansas Wildlife and Parks has seen an increase not only in hunting and fishing sales, but park attendance and other outdoor pastimes. Canada is a very popular waterfowl hunting destination with an estimated 20,000 U.S. hunters that annually go to the Canadian prairies. Due to COVID restrictions, the borders have been closed for the last 3 years. This has allowed many U.S. hunters that had to alter their hunting plans. And other states also have implemented non-resident opportunities. There have been considerable season restrictions in the Atlantic Flyway, including going down to a 2 mallard daily bag limit, and portions of their seasons only have a 30-day 1 Canada goose limit. In Southeast U.S., there was multiple hurricanes on the Gulf Coast that greatly affected habitats, but also infrastructure that is essential to both public and private waterfowling on those grounds. Even in the Dakotas, there's past few seasons there have not been productive due to dry conditions and greater hunting pressure. So the combination above, the quality of waterfowl hunting opportunity, the ease of access makes Kansas the current favorable waterfowl destination. So I'll refer back to the individual that Dustin had talked that had checked in over 60 days. That was from Louisiana. That now is our new Barton County resident. I speak to him regularly when I see him on the bottoms and asked him, why are you driving up from Louisiana here every couple of weeks? And his things is, it's access that he more cheaply can drive up from southern or Louisiana to come up to hunt and rent a house for the season in Bushton, then he can join a duck lease in Louisiana. So will this trend continue? In the opening slide mentioned that we have fewer hunters than historically. So why is it we have fewer hunters that we have such an issue at such an intensity? Most of the same factors is in longstanding debate, but in short, somewhat is not only we have a new landscape, but we also have a new hunter. As waterfowl has a diverse array of migratory species that occupy a variety of habitats at different times, it's not surprising that we have those who hunt that are just as mobile in their pursuits of these birds. Traveling to hunting is nothing new. We have all seen the historic photos of those traveling by wagons or train or Model T to hunt waterfowl in some great destination. While traveling great distance is not as great a feat as it was 100 or 50 or even 25 years ago, most waterfowl hunters still have a wish list of species locations that they would like to experience in their hunting career. Cottage industries can be economic booms, providing lodging, fooding, equipment for traveling hunters. Where there is a recreation, there's likely an economy that will follow to serve it. Access to information is one of the modern amazements. Once limited to dated stories and printed magazines or tales from returning hunters, now online maps that report weather and conditions, land ownership, waterfowl reports, hunting photos and videos are just a few clicks on one's phones or computer. If a duck can be shot there, there's likely a video of hunting there in some type of media platform. While greater life demands, there's less time to hunt and less places to hunt. More emphasis is to have quality experiences on those limited trips out. This may lead to hunting at a higher intensity or to take trips to make up for that lost time. As generations are farther removed from the farm, a large portion of Kansas hunters, particularly those in other states, are urbanites. Many don't have a personal connection to rural communities that they had a generation ago. As farms became more consolidated and need to improve their business portfolios, alternate revenues like leasing properties for hunting is becoming more common. Commercial guiding has undergone a boom largely as it's less time to hunt. A pay-to-play philosophy has gained traction, and commercial services are also ensures access, but also listen to the equipment demands. So basically, in short, the waterfowl landscape has changed, but so has the waterfowl hunter with it. Think of the equipment. You know, we mentioned that boats in the last decade have greatly increased from just a small weed eater type motor now to having twin drives that can drive through most vegetation. You think of going equipment where you're out 50 years ago in your rubber waders versus now you have an $800 pair of waders that are Gore-Tex and a $600 Sitka jacket. It makes for a more comfortable day in the marsh that likely our grandfathers had. Waterfowlers are very impassioned, and for many, it's a lifestyle. It's how they identify themselves. Study after study has demonstrated that for many, it is one of the most important, if not the most important activity that they do, including things of outside of hunting. And this includes sports activities or other recreation. A few examples I have listed here is the 2015 and 2015 National Hunter Survey. I just don't see our current waterfowl hunters changing their passion habitat. Increase or changes in hunter activity can have direct and indirect effect on waterfowl populations by two means. So biologically, changes in hunter patterns can directly result in changes in harvest distribution. Indirectly, hunter pressure can affect waterfowl ability to meet their life history needs. Waterfowl need access to high quality forage and areas to rest. Increase in hunting pressure can alter those behaviors. Changes in their habitats can use them to migrate without their necessary energy replenishments. Waterfowl harvest is heavily regulated with harvest and population objectives set at the population level and managed by the Fish and Wildlife Service, Canadian Wildlife Services with input from the flyway councils. There are several safeguards to ensure that harvest remains at a sustainable level and populations remain robust. Season length and bag limits are the primary adjustments to regulate harvest. With such safeguards in general, overharvest by Kansas waterfowl hunters is not as concerning as the increase of hunting pressure, particularly on state public areas. Addressing the societal impacts and changing hunting dynamics can be difficult. Like season date preferences, tolerances are not universal across hunters, areas, seasons. It's not only an increase in hunters numbers, but also how they hunt can play a role in their hunting behavior, resulting in hunting pressure. There are both short and long-term impacts or patterns in rising. Kansas may have limited public lands compared to the state. It does have many opportunities that provide quality hunting experience. Waterfowl conservation will rely mainly on duck hunters, and duck needs duck hunters, particularly for the local management support. So waterfowl are a migratory bird species and a shared resource that belong to all hunters across the continent. So it doesn't matter to a duck where the truck in the parking lot is from. Our stamp sales are just state stamp sales. Revenue is revenue. But in Kansas to maintain our waterfowl hunting heritage, it's important to maintain its resident hunters, and particularly on parochial issues such as water rights and habitat conservation. A few examples for water rights is, many of you have been experiencing the shortage of water at Quivira, and maybe in the past, the Iguca that was in the late 80s, early 90s for Cheyenne Bottoms. Again, maintaining that local support is necessary for those type of conservation issues. While there are a variety of ways to address the issue, great caution is needed on any of its approaches. Listed are some general pathways. So some would require legislation action and may have considerable political opposition too. Most would have substantial economic and social impacts. Many would unforeseen consequences such as shifting of hunting pressure, loss of revenue, and etc. This will lead to perennial actions to correct at all levels, including legislature, all the way down to the KDWP commission to local area restrictions. There's great caution that we first need to define the objectives to get at the crux of the problem. Simply having fewer non-residents will not drastically improve Kansas waterfowling. So listed up there are some of the considerations, I think, what our objectives should be, and some of those other things to follow in those considerations. And I'll give a couple examples. Given the same habitat, weather, and duck hunting at Neosho Wildlife Area, it's generally acceptable that hunter satisfaction when there are roughly about 50 waterfowl hunters on the area, and they're averaging about 2 to 2.5 birds per hunter. So I would say it equals about 100 duck harvest. So this is kind of hunter satisfaction will reduce when those hunters start getting around 100 hunters, but usually in the total harvest will remain about the same. And this is kind of a common scenario we see kind of compared to maybe a weekday or maybe one of those openers, and then as the next couple of days progress. So what is the preferred scenario? You may sacrifice hunt quality when providing a greater opportunity. The number one issue in all surveys regarding waterfowl hunters is a place to hunt, as well as a time to hunt. Well, we can't do much about their time to hunt, but we can provide the place. So when reducing opportunity, you may even be greater reducing hunter satisfaction by not giving them a place to hunt. Kind of another unforeseen circumstance, if restrict non-residents at a certain wildlife area, say Cheyenne Bottoms, will those hunters that are already public land dependent redistribute to other areas? And again, if you restrict non-residents at all KDWP wildlife areas, will that increase our level of leasing and guiding and further reduce public land access for all? Kansas is not the only state experiencing these impacts. Many states have taken regulatory steps to put limitations on non-residents. More densely populated states, particularly on the East Coast, have blind laws that limit where and when one can hunt. Many other states also limit public access either through lottery systems or limited times when one can access those properties. Some states like the Dakotas limit hunters through permit sales. Kansas open access is appealing for those hunters that must abide by such limitations in their home state. After about a decade of living and working in the Atlantic and Mississippi flyway, I could say a lot of portions of Southeast hunting, you do not hunt unless you belong to a club or put in for a preseason draw. So listed there are kind of some trends for some of the states, some of the actions they've taken, and what do they see for some of the other trends for as far as guiding and guiding restrictions. So just a few last considerations, so what are our expectations? First, are they real? Are they achievable? Are they being pushed by a minority? Is this a kind of thing of the squeaky wheel gets the oil, or is this a larger thing among our hunting community? And also where we're at currently, is it best to address this before it gets even a larger and contentious issue? Number one, we must ask how the resource is impacting. Duck and goose numbers are increasing in Kansas compared to other states. Duck activity and hunter activity and harvest still remains high in the state. And our resident numbers are also remaining steady. Has hunt quality gone down? I guess this is kind of a area and time specific question. But more importantly, lastly, if we're going to perpetuate Kansas waterfowl heritage, we must maintain or increase all lever conservation holders, particularly on those parochial local issues. So with that, I'll take any questions and kind of leave what our KDWP mission is. Thank you.
Do you think, Tom and the committee, the group here, that there is, and you kind of touched about this earlier, but there's a change in the culture of the type of hunter, you know, whereas maybe in the past there was a, you know, I don't know, there's more of a gentleman's hunt or something like that. It seems like some of the complaints that I get is that somebody will be set up on a property and then somebody comes in right behind them, you know, 50 yards, 75 yards away. And then they get somebody else that comes over here. I mean, you might have only 50 hunters on a property, but all of those 50 hunters are balled up, I guess. So rather than spread out across the property, are we seeing that, number one? And are we seeing residents feel like non-residents see where the residents are and then group up?
So I'm nearly 50 years old and I'm predominantly a public land hunter my whole life. And public land's always been a combat and a young man's sport. The one trend we see in waterfowl hunters is it's a young man. So our largest cohort, so those between the ages of 20 and 29 make up about 25% of our waterfowl hunters. The average age is around 42. So, you know, I said a large cohort of those hunting are young, but I don't think it's a generational thing, because I think I see that, you know, those kind of behaviors across the spectrum. No, the media posts, the younger crowd is part of that, but I still see a number of hunters that are in their 60s and 70s that participate highly on forums and post hunting photos on their Facebook page. So you know, their younger ones may have some different attitudes. One thing that I think has changed in some of the surveys is, you know, what I would call waterfowl wealth. You know, what took me, you know, 30 years of duck hunting to have a collection of decoys and more than one boat. You know, it seems like people once they start the sport, they quickly want to be at the export at it. So like within 5 years, they have, you know, what took a lifetime to accumulate. One question with the non-residents is, you know, does it matter whose truck's in the parking lot? Well, are there some behavioral differences between them? There may be some slight ones of, you know, particularly where they're from, on what's acceptable at local, but, you know, I would not brace the whole community as that. There's always bad apples or bad actors. But I would agree that the waterfowlers have greatly changed within the last 10, 15 years, and how passionate, how they find themselves. My question is, you know, particularly if bird numbers don't remain relatively high, can they maintain that passion at that high intensity?
One of my questions, and this applies to hunting across the board, not just waterfowl, but as other states do make some changes to protect their resident opportunities, and as pressure increases in other places, when we remain open with extremely limited restrictions, do we become the go-to, and at what point do we get forced into making changes versus being proactive in anticipating that? Because when doors are wide open, I don't see a change to this based on what's happening in other states. Drought's going to make it worse. Is that an issue? One of your unforeseen consequences, if we restrict them from public areas, does it make private? Well, my question on a larger scale is, how are other states' restrictions impacting us? And do we need to have some foresight or anticipation without overreacting.
Maybe I'll kind of put it as my personal experience of why I returned to the Plains to live was the ability to hunt and we not have such live at densities that where hunting is difficult. And I said, and it's not only waterfowl hunting, deer hunting, turkey hunting. On the southeast, you do not, for the most part, besides the national forest, you belong to a club. I think you're starting to see that changes with the number of leasing, for deer hunting, even upland hunting, the number of guide services that's showing that pattern is just moving in. So you take a state like North Dakota, where they're about 50-50. As far as like number of opportunities up there, I speak with their waterfowling staff there. They feel like there's plenty of opportunities. If you can come up there and water hunt all you want. But if you want to come up there with field hunting and field hunt, which is kind of the, if you're going to go to Arkansas, you want to hunt in the Tubbers rice fields. You go to Dakotas, you want to hunt dry land, just for that experience if you're coming from another state. They said for every dry land hunting experience, for every one place, there's about 2 hunters that are looking for that same opportunity. And they call them cinema fields sometimes because you're the one hunting it and those other ones are driving around watching you, trying to wait for when you're going to get off. So, and we're starting to see that in the goose hunting here in the state on the private lands that in the last 5 years, the access for private land goose hunting has become very difficult. People tell me I have onX, I don't mind knocking on doors. And I said, well, that door's been knocked on 20 times already before you get here.
Tom, before, as I recall, I think you talked about Missouri, when they started having draws and limiting the amount of hunts and amount of hunters on public areas, that affected both non-residents and residents, giving residents a little advantage perhaps, but it was not strictly targeted at the non-residents. Is that correct?
So when I talked to the Waterfall staff at Missouri about this issue about non-residents, and his complaint was about all the Kansas non-residents the states gets flooded with on their public lands. So we were exerting pressures on other parts of the state as well, or other states as well. For my time in Virginia, I would spend close to $100, $150 just in application fees for one chance to get selected for 1 day for most of their premier waterfall areas. You'd get drawn once out of 3 years to get drawn. So I think the idea, big portion when you have a preseason draw, is that you have a known defined date to go hunting on that you can plan your vacation around. And they kind of have the remeth kind of as for their locals or for their ones that hunt that more once a date. So it's kind of not only due to non-residents, restrict non-residents, but to provide a quality hunt, what they think would be managed a quality hunt or numbers where they have assigned places to go. And where you have for sure one. A lot of the people that stand in the pour line, as was mentioned earlier, they go see if they get their preferred draw number where they can get a good spot. Otherwise, they'll just go over to Meridazine, or a lot of them will go hunt their private land. There's a large pattern of wetland development, that kind of even extends over to Meridazine in the Osho Valley, that you go to their river systems around their wildlife areas. They look similar to ours, where there's just a huge number of private duck hunting clubs.
I would hate to see Kansas have to have a draw statewide.
So historically, the bottoms had a draw from 56 to 87, 89, where, you went and got a draw, got a key to go sit out in a concrete fill box, dropped your driver's license off, checked in and out.
Having made that statement, then the bottoms might be an exception.
Yeah. Meridazine was something and particularly when I first came here a decade ago, that they've really considered for their opening days and opening splits to have some type of limitation.
I think that's one of the main questions I have is managing to capacity, I think is a good way to look at it, a good question, but that you're all saying that you don't think your capacity when you look at the season, but when you day to day, week to week, you have those points where you are at capacity or over. So how do you manage those times? Are they predictable? I'm sure the opener is probably one where there's extra people there. And then when the ducks are there, the people want to be there. So can you manage area to area, day to day, the number of people you have through some sort of a predictable way of doing it, or?
There's kind of a couple hunter patterns you see. So you always have a high peak. I mean, majority of people hunt on opening day, and some of them might be more casual hunters. So I'll go out at Cheyenne Bottoms on opening day to see the spectacle. I'll go out there early and bring a little bit of breakfast. And I know that day is just to see, that's people watching day in my books. I know that it'll be a difficult day as far as being crowded and frustrations. The highest complaints we get are the days when we have some of the lowest hunter densities, that they expect that 300 acre cell to be all by themselves because they came on a Wednesday. A little bit more in the southeast where some of the duck hunting is like hunting a tide, where you're waiting for those ice conditions to start melting. The ducks come in. It could be at 10 o'clock or 1 o'clock. We mentioned about our afternoon hunters. They're chasing more the ducks feeding patterns or coming marsh patterns. So you kind of have a shifting target throughout the state or throughout the season to do that.
Yeah. Well, if the total number of hunters has gone up, say the last 5 years, and if you've been hunting public lands for 5 years, well, then you are seeing additional pressure to what you were seeing 5 years ago. That's the reality. But a lot of the feedback we're getting is also perception. It's being blamed on non-residents, where people anecdotally will go to the park and see, 4 tags out of state to 1 tag in state. And that may be true day to, on a given day or that day they were there. But so we've got a little bit of reality we're dealing with. We've got more people hunting the public lands, but we've got a lot of perception that I don't know how to deal with. And I think seems to me from the data we're seeing that the whole resident, non-resident issue has a lot. We've got to manage the perception about as much and the day-to-day conditions on the ground as best we can.
Relative to Cheyenne Bottoms, if we instituted some type of a draw system, do you have an opinion on that?
If that was going to be required, I'd ask that it were well in advance. There's 3 of us covering 20,000 acres. We don't have the manpower to do a daily draw system at all. And I wouldn't probably be much in favor of a draw unless, like I said, unless it was instituted well in advance. And I don't know if we want, would it be resident, non-resident only, or both, or? Like I said,
I think it'd probably have to be both. And that comes back and brings what Warren was saying. It's the perception. And if we had to draw, because you're reaching capacity, the Commerce Clause, to which I'm not a lawyer, but trying to read, there's been a lot of wildlife related litigation around that. And the opinions in the courts have varied. Basically, you can discriminate against non-residents in every state, but don't go too far. And the too far is you don't know exactly where it is, because if you go too far, then you reach problems with Uncle Sam saying, well, you're violating the Commerce Clause and we're going to have a special audit before we give out your Dingle Johnson money or your Pittman Robinson money. And so it's okay to try to limit non-residents to a point, but with a migratory resource, we can't keep them out. We shouldn't keep them out.
The other thing, conditions change. We're so variable on water. So it'd be hard to set say 1 year, maybe on a draw system, our quota is, I don't know, 2,000. And then the next year, because we have water, it may be 5,000. Then the next year it may be 0 because we have lack of water. So the variability on a draw system would be tough to manage, especially if we're doing it in advance, because sometimes we don't have water, and then all of a sudden, boom, we get the rain in the right spot, and then we have plenty. So it is highly variable with the draw system. And like I said, I would not support a draw system at the bottoms. I think there's other ways that we can maybe curb that.
Some of the emails make suggestions as to eliminate non-residents for the first 2 weeks or the first 2 days or something like that. Do you have an opinion on that?
For opening weekend, that is our lowest time frame for the number of non-resident check-ins. The pressure.
You say it's your
lowest, yes. The complaints that I get and receive on a year-to-year basis always starting up about the end of November. And that's when we start seeing our peak in non-resident pressure, is the end of October, and running through November until we freeze up. So our pressure on opening weekend, for example, this past year on opening weekend, we had 596 check-ins on opening weekend. 170 of those were non-residents. So that leaves 436 resident check-ins. And still that's given the conditions that we had this year. And it's like this every year. On opening weekend, it's a mess. We're overcrowded, we're overpressured, regardless of where the tags come from. What the complaints that I am getting are the season-long overpressure of the waterfowl resource. And like I said, they usually start about October when we start getting into that 60 to 70% non-resident use. Our peak week of non-resident use is always the week before pheasant opener. So like I said, that's when we start getting overutilized, overpressured, the constant, and there's no dip off. There's no midweek lull or anything like that. It is constant. There's people there all the time. And what happens when we start getting lower pressure is on those days late in the season where we freeze one day or a couple of days, and then the ice melts. And so that some of the locals can actually come out and hunt when there's that freeze thaw cycle. But usually the first couple of weeks in November, it's nonstop. It's pretty high pressure.
Well, there's a percentage of our constituency that's expecting this commission to do something. We have a problem. We've identified it for you. In general, we want you to do something. I don't know what to do.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I'll just say, it's hard for us to manage perception just as well as you guys are trying to put your thumb on this too. I keep going back to our public lands goals, and our mission is, number one, is to provide public access to everybody, who provide an opportunity, and as well as marketing public lands and supporting recruitment and retention. So falling back on that, we do the best we can. We can manage the habitat and we can manage the infrastructure for the people, but we can't manage perception. So, you guys have a tough road to hoe with giving some direction on what you'd like to have done.
I'm sorry. There's another whole issue here that, at least anecdotally, the few people I've talked to and had a conversation with about the issue. The longer you talk about the issue, resident, non-resident, overpressure and everything, the more you get to where the beef really is I don't have private land to hunt anymore. The outfitters are taking the private land, so they're being forced to public land. And I think that's where the real anger is.
That's one of my biggest concerns. Is I think we're seeing this on private land as well, is public lands are getting pressured because we have the means and we have the data. And we're not seeing as much data. I mean, we get some license and stamp data, but like you said, when you're younger, you could go jump ponds. Well, now I can't go jump this pond because it's being leased out. And so I have to go hunt public. So there's just so many variables there, but I think it's across the board.
Yeah.
What Warren's saying is particularly the case with deer.
Mhm.
It's the same with waterfowl around the ponds. It's probably worse with waterfowl around the ponds.
Well, that's why you get so much pressure, because that, Russell County, Barton County, Osborne County, even when the ducks are coming through, when the private lands were available, everybody had plenty of place to hunt. And, but there's a lot of leased up ground now, a lot of outfitters taking that land.
You guys are all, it's a good story. And Tom, your presentation was right on. And I don't think anybody said anything that we don't already know. That the agency has spent their entire life trying to get people to come to Kansas and come enjoy the great outdoors. And now all of a sudden we've got them and we're not quite sure whether we've had enough or not. When did birds start getting nocturnal? I've hunted my whole life. And I just now, all of a sudden, it's just, they're tough to hunt when they get pressured. So it decreases our quality of hunt. And nobody here is arguing that that's not the case. But what you guys do, I don't think the commission here is willing to come up with a plan. We don't know. We're just getting pressured by everybody else to make something happen, And personally, on a personal note, as far as being a lifetime waterfowler, I didn't know the word competitive was part of my daily waterfowl hunt. And the one word that I will say is what's happened to waterfowling is it's gotten competitive. And I don't like competitive. I don't want to take my neighbor out and his two sons and have to fight for a spot to hunt. That's not the experience that I want to bring to them. So you know what I do? I don't invite them. I don't take them hunting. I only take my tough guys, the guys that are willing to fight and see a spectacle. So what happens? We just quit hunting. We just stop hunting. I hunted 4 times this year on Cedar Bluff, 4 times. I used to hunt 50 days. What's happened? It's just the birds aren't there. They're nocturnal. I can't find a place to hunt. And yeah, if I don't get on the X, I can go to 4 or 5 other spots. But what happens when the other 4 or 5 spots are full? I witnessed a deal in the last split. There were out-of-state hunters at the boat ramp waiting for these people to finish their hunt so they could go hunt, hoping they'd get finished up by 3 o'clock and cycle into the X. What? Nobody wants that. I don't want that. I hate to see that. But that's what we've got. And I certainly don't know the answer. I don't know the answer, but doing something is better than nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of things I might throw out just for everybody to chew on. We've got all the right people in the room. So a couple thoughts. One, I just heard Jason talk about how on opening day of big ducks at the bottoms, there really isn't a huge number of non-residents there. But perception is important. You all have discussed that. And one idea we kicked around, and you brought it up, Chairman Lauber, the idea of maybe setting aside a couple of days like that opening weekend and saying just residents can come that time. That would be, it may not have a big numerical impact, but the message that it sends to residents that in some ways feel like they're being kind of overwhelmed by non-residents coming in might be an important message to send, might be a nice benefit to give our residents. So something to think about. A second thing I might mention, we have a state duck stamp. And while we have to go to the legislature for this, we'd be more than willing to do it if it's the considered opinion of everyone that we ought to increase the resident fee some amount, increase the non-resident fee. Those folks are spending a lot of money to come here. and stay here while they're hunting, increase it quite a bit more, but then focus all that money on access, another issue that you all have brought up, access to land adjacent to our existing land. You all know we have real difficulty getting approved to buy additional land, but to lease either for, 10 years or maybe a long-term conservation lease on land adjacent, to allow access, those things might provide real benefits. And so those two ideas, I might ask for input among you all. Opening days restricted on the bottoms for residents, and then also the idea of increasing those fees and putting it toward public access.
What do you think the legislature, how far out do you think we are on getting, can we raise fees next year without going to the legislature?
Not without going to the legislature, but what I'd
Are we
propose.
maxed out on non-resident?
So we'd have to go to them, but what I'd propose is we do it as part of a package. We need to talk to them about regular fee caps on our licenses. And I'd propose a talk about a number of those elements that are necessary. I just had a legislature in the Capitol yesterday mentioned to me about, we've got to figure out a way to provide more hunting access, right? So there's a sense, we've been preaching that for years. They know, like we do, how difficult it is to get land purchases through them. But access in general, they understand. And when that access involves us putting money in Kansas landowner pockets, right, for access, they like that idea. So I think that's something that might be met favorably.
I think you guys are rock stars. I really do. And it's obvious that each of you has different challenges at your locations. And so I guess one of the things that I'm wondering is, looking at that idea of capacity with the resources, obviously first in mind, hunter opportunity and experience satisfaction is another factor, but is it possible to set, not a draw, but to set limits through in advance somehow, that this is our capacity, and on these days it's this. Another thing with that non-resident, rather than having 2 days at the beginning of the season that's resident only, can you set it? I mean, and this sounds crazy, but 1 day a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, every weekend or something.
There's states that don't allow deer hunting on Sunday, which I can't believe that. But, if they can do that, why can't we say, resident only hunting on Sundays or Mondays and it could rotate, but is there not a way to set some things up that have some flexibility that you have control over versus us setting regulations, but you being able to manage it that way? By setting limits, by setting a day aside, does that require a regulation to do something, or is that within the realm of the area managers to do something like that?
Well, I imagine we'd have to vote on that and see where it is. I've not, with the exception of maybe Cheyenne Bottoms, that has indicated that he has a capacity problem, nor does he have the staff to handle a draw. I'd like to have these rock stars come up with an idea, because none of them have said to this group, we have a real problem with non-residents and we need to limit their number. Their job is to provide the habitat and to take care of the waterfowl when they come through. And I think it's our constituents that have the problem, and they're expecting us to do something. And I don't want to overdo it, but I like the raising the prices, but we can't do it. And the last time we tried to raise pricing, we had bad press and inaccurate press and caused people to react poorly. And I think we need to do something about that. I'd kind of like to see these managers come up with an idea that they think would make sense, or say we don't need to do anything.
Nobody here likes the draw. The draw's old school. It draws the employees in Missouri down. It's just a tough, it's just the sense that nobody likes that. But I got to thinking about the bottoms. And let's just say you let 500 hunters in, 500 hunters, and they had to come through one central gate, and somebody had to count them. The first 500 that got in that day, what time would they start parking and get in line to be on the?
2 days before.
2 days
On opening day, they start actually walking under the rules about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but.
The day before.
Day before.
Okay,
But typically, you'd have to probably be there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
okay. So let's just say this. What percentage of the 500 first hunters are going to be out of state?
This year we had 54%.
Be in line first.
Oh.
Be in line first.
Be in line first, probably. I don't know. That's hard. I couldn't predict that.
Yeah.
If I may, my idea, so if we're going to take a couple days off of non-resident, no non-resident days or so, I guess pie in the sky would be, let's put it in a more meaningful time of the year for our constituents, and that would be somewhere the first week of November timeframe. If we're going to take a couple days off, or really, and I don't feel that 2 days would be a significant enough off to really reduce pressure, or probably it probably wouldn't be enough to reduce the constituent complaints as well. But I would stick it in that early November timeframe. Anything later than that, and then we're going to be frozen. There's a pretty good chance we're going to be froze up, so it wouldn't matter anyway. And like I said, on the openers, there's just it's such a madhouse anyway. I don't feel that it would really reduce any of it wouldn't reduce pressure.
But you said you had 170
Yes.
this past year.
Yes.
Well, that'd be 170 less that you had.
But there's still 436 resident hunters, and that's at our capacity. That would have been about
25%.
that would be about one resident hunter per acre of flooded habitat that we had this year. So one resident hunter per 10 acres of flooded habitat that we had this year, which I feel would be pretty crowded considering some of the cattail cover stuff that we had in one of the pools.
I think Cheyenne Bottoms is so unique and managing day to day. You got to figure something out there.
Yeah, and the thing that I worry about the most is if we do something at Cheyenne Bottoms, how is it going to affect McPherson, Jamestown, our lakes and reservoirs? If they're limited there at Cheyenne Bottoms, if there's additional restrictions there, I fear that it's just going to push the problem someplace else.
Yeah. Are your guys during that week, during your highest week there before pheasant opener, are they double dipping? Are they coming in to waterfowl before?
I would imagine at least some of them
pheasants?
are, yes.
So if you change that, they might flip it to the backside after their pheasant.
Yeah, I would imagine that the pressure prior to that week and after that week would increase. And who knows, the resident pressure that week, if they're perceived no non-residents, let's all go hunt the bottoms that week. And that it may not limit the pressure at all, but because of the number of residents that would fill in behind the latter non-residents.
There is a difference between being outnumbered and overcrowded. And part of the problem that we're dealing with is the feeling outnumbered. And the only thing I can think of is residents must pack more people in a truck. Because every time I went out, except one day quail hunting on Fort Riley, every day I went out, bird watching, watching snowy owls up there at the bottoms, or just driving around looking at hunters. And during deer season, every place I went, there were more non-residents. Now, were we overcrowded? No, the second day of deer season where I was, there was 5 of us hunting, 4 non-residents and me on 6,000 acres. We were not overcrowded. Don't let anybody know that. But I was way outnumbered, you know, and so those are 2 different perceptions. And I think that dealing with that perception and the outnumbered thing, I don't know how we deal with it, but the overcrowded is one thing. But even that, even if they're overcrowded, if they're overcrowded by their friends and neighbors, it might not feel quite as bad to them.
Mr. Chair, something that we haven't touched on so much, if you recall, we did take some actions a year ago. And I've been trying to visit with folks about how effective or ineffective those were. That's something we haven't talked too much about today. Stuart, it might be worth going through your folks.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. That's one of the things that I did want to hopefully have some time today for. You guys implemented and approved those changes at Neosho last year for the 5 a.m. access restriction, and then as well as some boating restrictions at Cheyenne Bottoms. And I'd like Travis and Jason to touch on how that's impacted those 2 properties.
So at Neosho, not allowing boats or allowing anyone to enter the water at 5 a.m. To my surprise, along with everybody else's surprise, there were absolutely, to my knowledge, no issues. Everybody played by the rules. There were no fist fights. It did not turn into the Octagon of Doom. Either hunting or actually getting there early, sneaking in the back way. I would say I was there before 5 a.m., 25 to 30 days, Tuesdays, Thursdays, random days of the week, Saturdays, Sundays, and you pull in and everybody's sitting there looking at each other. At 5 a.m., I will say that it seemed to make launching boats go quicker than I've ever seen it. Opening morning, there's 14 boat trailers there, and at 5:13, everybody's launched and gone. From the and we received lots of questions about it. And I'll be honest, I told the hunters, I don't give a darn what you think about the rule. This rule is put in effect for the resource. And from that aspect of things, it seemed to be accepted. Now, to the resource, I will say the amount of birds that were being kicked up, they were in the marsh longer than they had been the previous year. They weren't waiting until an hour and a half after shooting hours to come back to the marsh. I don't know how you would quantify duck use days, but it appears like the rule did exactly what we wanted it to. Last commission meeting, there were some questions about how is somebody walking down a levee any different than a boat motor? Was one guy with his cart and 18 decoys on his back as noisy as somebody driving a 40-horse HDR with voodoo exhaust through the marsh? I don't think so. And that was also we receive a lot of criticism that we are catering to the boat hunters. Well, we don't feel like we are whatsoever. Now, if everybody had to stay in the parking lot till 5 a.m., I would say that the walk-in hunter would be at a disadvantage. Neosho is small enough that I firmly believe there's not a place on there that if the boat driver follows the boating regulations and leaves at 5 and idles through the no wake zones, a walk-in hunter will beat them every time. So, but from the resource standpoint, the birds benefited. Even in, that was the whole point, was to allow the birds to rest, and it worked phenomenally.
At Cheyenne Bottoms, we did the no wake zone, or the no wake throughout the whole wildlife area. And I think that was probably the biggest or the most significant thing we did to reduce overall pressure on the bottoms itself. It's all very little of the pleasure boating that had been a problem the last several years. There's only a couple instances where I actually saw people exceeding the weight limitations. A lot of them were flirting with the line, but there was a few people that were grossly over and they weren't aware of that restriction, apparently, or they said they weren't. But that was probably the thing that we did the most to reduce it. But we also had lower water levels, so the amount of boatable water was diminished this last year. So I did see a lot of boats sitting on the dikes that never got launched to begin with. But even the boats that were in there and capable of going, they pretty much held to that no wake zone or no wake restriction. Like I said, the other restriction, the 1 p.m. closure of one of the pools to motorized boats, we couldn't really test out because of whooping cranes that were present. And we had met locally, my supervisor, Manuel Torres, the local law enforcement, Brian Hanslick, Tom Brzezowski, and myself. And we discussed a similar deal to Neosho was doing a launch time, and we didn't feel that it would have the same effect at Cheyenne Bottoms as it did down there. Cheyenne Bottoms pools are obviously a lot bigger. The ducks are still utilizing the pools until 30 minutes before legal shooting light. You know, they can escape that traffic, and right now there's still more of that trickle effect. If we had an all at once launch time, we have 13 boat ramps and miles of dikes and road access. We were worried that if every boat ramp, if boats all got launched from every boat ramp all at once and everybody came off the roads and stuff, that may actually push ducks out earlier in the morning than what we currently have. We also have some other activities that are really popular that would further complicate that regulation of the launch time. A lot of people hunt and snipe rails, bullfrogging in that earlier, specifically the teal season. That would restrict could restrict some of those activities. So we didn't feel like we really wanted to enforce that or create or have that regulation at Cheyenne Bottoms at this time, even though it was successful at Neosho. We don't feel that the ducks leaving the pools early in the morning was an issue there overall.
Well, I guess a couple things. The numbers are increasing, so we do have additional pressure. So I think to the point we get to capacity, and on those days where we are at capacity, we got to figure out some way to manage that. Or in the case of the overall season anticipated, it doesn't look like we're close there yet. But on a day-to-day basis, that can be a real problem in some of these waterfowl areas. So managing that, if it's more than 1 or 2 or 3 days a year, it's probably going to get noticeable. So, and I guess that's you guys' job, and we need to kind of understand what your plans are there. The resident, non-resident issue, the percentage of residents to non-residents is decreasing, or vice versa. The percentage of non-residents is increasing as a percent. So that's going to be a little bit noticeable, and maybe the perception is slightly real, but there is a perception there that we definitely have to deal with. And I like the idea of a resident only day or days. The opener, I kind of like that idea until you don't tell what you said. And if it's the opener, you may not have the ducks. So maybe 1 day a week for 4 weeks, and where they get in a kind of the prime time, whether it's every park or park by park. But I think that would send a message to resident hunters. I mean, they may have to work at it, and a lot of it, they got to plan that day, and they may find more resident hunters there than they would other days. But I'd like to hear more about that and see what people think about that. And then the other issue that we really haven't gotten into very deep, that I think we really need a better understanding of, is the outfitter issue. And do out-of-state outfitters, do we really have that many come in? How many in-state outfitters do we have? Are they licensed? Can they be regulated? I mean, I don't understand the issue well enough to know, other than a lot of people have a problem with them.
Of all the South Carolina hunters, probably lurking in the bushes is an outfitter. Whether he, gets a consulting fee or says, I can't really guide, I might go with you. It's hard to tell. But, they're not our constituents' favorite group. And we get lots of complaints about that. I have almost the end of 2 hours, Stuart. What do we do now?
Well, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I just, this was brought up earlier and to facilitate and further this conversation, if something were to be recommended, that would follow along the public lands reference document protocol through the process here, where looking at the current reference document, if it's a specific recommendation for a specific property, we'd probably have to create a new section within the reference document. But then that would go through the same workshop voting process we do with everything else. I will be discussing workshopping public lands reference document this evening. So if there was a proposal, we could, or a recommendation, we could discuss that as early as this evening.
I would like to have a recommendation come from this group. And I do not expect it to satisfy the complainants that have been emailing us. But I think it'll be based on scientific knowledge and some reasonable judgment. Go ahead, if the idea of a no non-resident Monday or a no non-resident Friday or something like that is appealing, I don't think that'll do much good, but it might make those that are expecting us to do something see that we did something, but I don't think it's going to have any real effect.
I guess I'm gonna quit, and I've tried real hard, and I'm gonna try to keep it this way, that I'm gonna quit picking on the non-residents. I think our issue is just flat pressure of waterfowl and the lack of quality of hunt. I had the opportunity to go to Las Muchas, Mexico, and hunt on a private 25,000 acre marsh. The guy has an airboat, takes a group of hunters out, shoot teal, shovelers, maybe an occasional pintail. He hunts that marsh 3 days a week. And he says that's what that marsh will give him, is 3 good days of hunts a week. And he self-regulates it. He knows it. He has control of the marsh. Nobody else gets to hunt it. We can't do that. And what would you guys say if I said statewide, we ought to quit hunting waterfowl on public lands after lunch, noon? How would that change the quality of our hunting? You're complaining about the boats and, chasing the birds. I'm complaining about people staying out too long. I just hunt till 10:30 and I go in. I never hunt in the afternoon, never have my whole life. Don't intend to. What would that do for the problems that we have? They do it in Alberta. You can't shoot geese after lunch in Alberta. Alberta or Saskatchewan, one of them. I don't hunt in the afternoons anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. But what would that do to the conversation we're having and quality of hunt and the ability to hold people and I know Matt wants to go out and hunt after he gets off work, and I understand that, and there's a lot of it. But this is a way big picture. And I understand that there's afternoon hunts and there's things that people do well at, but I'm just looking at to solve the problem.
What were your afternoon hunters do then? You guys that one?
That's what I was gonna touch on.
It's gonna push them to that 10 a.m. time.
I think you have the same amount of hunters in half the time.
Right.
So you doubled your pressure.
Yeah, but we get the birds to go back into their area. Maybe they go off and You know, walk in or do some up.
So-
I'm just trying to figure out how to have a quality hunt.
We used to have a 1 o'clock closure at the south unit. And at 1:30, here they came. Whether it was 5, if it's shooting hours in the evening, they're 30 minutes after. We have not seen, I swear by statistics, so I would have to go back and look at it. But it is looking at data. Harvest is not improved at the south unit. Actually, we took off the 1 o'clock closure, and I would say we probably kill more ducks now than we did prior. That's something I need to look at is bird per hunter. Are we basing satisfaction on bird per hunter or success on bird per hunter? Our bird per hunter hasn't dropped. Something I've been going to say all day, and Chairman Lauber, you've mentioned the emails that all of you receive. I get lots of phone calls and I hear them. Tom, how many resident waterfowl hunters are in the state? Individuals. 15,000? Now, how many different individuals are emailing you? Are we trying to please the few that are never going to be pleased when we've got a silent majority out there? Now, if 80% of our 15,000 or resident hunters walk in here and say, we have a problem, I'll be more than happy to listen. But if it's just 100 of 15,000 that you could give them $1 million and they'll be mad that it's not $2 million, I don't want to.
I think the risk you're taking is the people that complained last year that still have the same problem this year that they had last year, they just quit hunting and they quit complaining. That's what we're up against. That's basically what we're up against. We're losing our resident hunters because we're getting overpressured on public lands. They had a bad experience and they don't want to have two. So what do? They just quit. And we're going to keep seeing non-residents going up and residents going down.
But the residents are stable.
Right.
And they're actually increasing.
There's a common denominator here and it's been brought up. We're running out of place to put these people. I mean, we're seeing more people and we don't have enough public lands to put them. And that's going to involve legislature and just like Secretary Lovelace stated. And my eye, that's what it's going to boil down to.
Is there a way to quantify projections and potentially go to the legislature in the next year or two and ask them to reconsider the limitations that have been put in? Maybe I'm just naive, but I mean, I think things need to be relooked at periodically. And to say, look, you're helping landowners maybe, but you're also limiting some opportunities with the barriers that you put on us for acquisition.
Yeah, what I would say, based on all the conversations I've had, are we have some legislators that just don't like the idea of us having public lands. They just don't. And so I think what may be most beneficial to us in terms of addressing this issue of access is you don't hear about it because it's behind the scenes, but we are working all the time to buy new pieces of land that are under that quarter section limit. Excuse me, but we're also being creative and trying to figure out new ways to develop conservation easements and other kinds of mechanisms. I think that's where we really have a potential for increase, is if we can get creative, not working around the legislature, but understand their intent is to keep that land in private lands, but create access on that land. So I think that's where we have an opportunity.
I will also agree with you that we're listening to maybe 100 emailers, and do they represent the opinions of the duck cutters in general. I don't know. Probably they've got some buddies that say, yeah. And so there's probably a little bit more, but listing and dealing with the squeaky wheel doesn't always solve the problem. And so that's the reason it may be down to you guys say, you know, we don't recommend that we do anything today, but raise the pricing as soon as it becomes available. It may be a solution in search of a problem. And I think the problem is there, but I don't know how much of it is just crowding in general. And I don't know how to fix that. There are people, if you said, would you rather be prohibited from hunting or be rationed in some way? A lot of people would just as soon face the crowds as have some mandatory rationing of the use of the marsh. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents worth that I'd like to have you guys think about how we want to start changing the reference document and try to come up with something if you think it makes sense.
What was the directive after our session last year on stopping waterfowl counts? What was the direction?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What was the direction to these guys last year after we talked about stopping the counts? Was that ever discussed or?
Yeah, so appreciate you bringing that up. We did discuss it at the time. And the consensus I remember, and Stuart, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as we felt like it was more valuable to provide accurate information so people could make informed decisions as opposed to being more opaque about our numbers around the state. But I'll throw it back to Stuart and see if that's what he recalls, or Tom.
Yes, so each of the waterfall reports on our webpage are managed by the wildlife area manager, so they control what they decide. Some of them have decided to put average or below average. We're also considering making a more standardized format across them with maybe some type of medium metrics. But we do live in the information age. If they can't readily get it from the waterfall reports, I think that's the 14th most viewed page on our webpage. You think of a small constituency that we do have. But if you remove them from the reports, you're upping the phone calls. I mean, the phone nearly rings 20 or, most of the office days at Cheyenne Bottoms, places like McPherson. So they're either going to have to require putting that number either by answering the phone calls or through tape messages that most of them do have on their office phones.
Well, I guess that's just one effort to help the local guy. And I particularly watched every waterfowl count every week from every one of you guys' areas. I can tell you who's sandbagging and who's not. I can tell. I mean, just watching the reports and seeing how they give good condition reports, but they don't actually give that number. But then you have that one guy that never got the memo, and he puts 30,000 mallards on his website, the last week of the season. And that's when I think we just need to get together as an agency and I really strongly suggest that we go to a conditions report and stay away from the numbers. Where are you going to go, Wilson, if there's 800? Or you're going to go to Cedar Bluff and there's 30,000? Where are you going to go? Or vice versa,
Commissioner Spore, I appreciate those comments too. And like Tom said, to get to a more standardized format is a smart thing to do. And from my staff standpoint, and I'm not going to, I guess I am kind of speaking for them. I think, those numbers can change like we've discussed internally before. You can put 30,000 mallards down within an hour. It could be 2,000 mallards. So but we do listen to our public too, and a lot of them do like those numbers. But to have a goal to get more standardized across the state, and how we report those is a positive thing. In the essence of time, I don't know how much longer you want to go, Mr. Chairman, but we've taken everything that you've requested of us into consideration. We'll get with Secretary Lovelace and Assistant Secretary Miller, and we'll discuss this more and see what we can come up with. Like the overall underlying thing is the perception has changed. If you look at Tom's numbers, we don't have as many duck hunters in the marsh as we did back in the 70s. In fact, we have more huntable acres now than we did back in the 70s. So what has changed is the perception. And one thing that has come up too, that I don't know if we've mentioned much, and maybe it's not that big a number, but when people see non-resident tags in a parking lot, could those be active military in the state? But again, that relates back to the perception. So this is a unique challenge, and we'll do our best to continue the conversation. And I appreciate your stance, Mr. Chairman. If we don't have any recommendations, if that's okay too. So I appreciate everybody's time. If there's anybody else that has anything, go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I just had one request. These two presentations were excellent, both of them, by the way. This information, this facts, data, statistics, I would like to be able to point people who call or email me. Will these be on the website?
They would be available through the recording of this website or of this discussion.
Okay.
And if we want to make them available, we can absolutely make them available.
Because I think it'd be real handy for people to understand the data and statistics and the facts around this issue first before we start moving into making policy decisions.
Well, just like the PowerPoint that I had Sheila send you all with this per property data, I would think we could share the same PowerPoints with you all, at least to have when you do get questions, and you have that information readily available.
That'd be very helpful.
Or we can provide you with a link that you could send people to.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have one last question. We haven't talked about it. And a year ago, it was an issue. Was the youth veteran weekend. 2020 maybe was an exception. I know I went to the bottoms that weekend, Jason. Put up with me for a few hours driving around. Was that an issue this year? Is it something that needs to be considered? I haven't heard anything about it, but I just wanted to just toss out a quick ask if it was an issue this year.
So a number of the wildlife areas started to have designated youth only hunt areas on there for that weekend. And I think that cleared a lot of it up. I think for the most part, as a statewide issue, the coupling of the days do work well. And we'll go over that a little bit more this evening.
And I will say too that a change in protocol on how our officers are checking in the field was increased too. And that alleviated a lot of issues too, having to show specific military ID and a certain protocol that every officer was knowledgeable on helped as well. But yeah, when we started designating, and many of these properties had youth only areas already, it's just maybe promoting those areas and publicizing those more. But I think all in all, it sure was a great improvement over the issues we had in 2020.
Thank you.
Stuart, you sent out an email to the commissioners like the second or third or fourth week of the season, and you had your staff go to pretty much every reservoir and every wetland in the state and give us a report on the tags they saw. And you only did that one time. I was really interested in that report. Did you do it more than just that one weekend, or what was your thinking there?
Actually, that was a compilation of, we do weekly staff schedules and reports. And so what I did was I compiled all what staff has to report for that weekend or the coming weekend. And I did that for the first half of season. So my goal is to still finish that out and compile all those weekly reports for the second half of season and share it with you all.
And I found that very interesting. Knowing people that were hunting the areas, Webster, the western reservoirs. And I found that very interesting. That report was a very interesting report, and it was way different than the graphs and things that we saw here. He basically just had the area managers drive around and, they just did a drive around and just reported who they saw. Everybody says, well, there's these graph says there's 20% non-residents. The other guy said, well, it was 80%, but I found that very interesting and helpful to me to really see what was really happening. And I don't think you have to do it every weekend, but I think, opening weekend and, Thanksgiving weekend or something like that. And then of course, the opener of the second split or something like that would be, it's very useful, I guess, in my opinion.
And I agree. And that's kind of why I sent it to you because I wanted you to get that perspective. And we do require it weekly just so we know what everybody's doing throughout the week. And most of my staff are law enforcement certified. So it's during their patrol activities that they're collecting this data as well. And it was said earlier, we don't have any properties in the High Plains zone that are in iSportsman, but this evening, part of the public lands reference document discussion will be implementing iSportsman e-check-in statewide. Because we've shown just how invaluable this data is for conversations specific like what we're discussing today. So, and I want to agree with Commissioner Sill, these guys are all rock stars too, 100%. So
That's happening in the state. That's why we got the problems we got.
Amen.
Yep.
Amen. And Mr. Chair, I didn't want to leave. There was a comment about guides and outfitters. I didn't want to leave that comment hanging out there. We've talked to you in the past about our meetings with Kansas Guides and Outfitters. They told us late winter, early, or spring is the best time to come. So we'll contact them about either participating in the April meeting or the June meeting to come and talk to you folks about ways we can make progress in terms of regulating hunters. So we'll look forward to that.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes. If there isn't anybody else on the commission that has something to add, I think we'll conclude this meeting and be back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I want to call the meeting to order, and we will start by the introduction of commissioners and staff, starting on my right.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City. Warren Gefeller, Russell.
And I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Aaron Ryder, Columbus.
Lauren Quayle Sill, Hutchison.
Troy Spore, Oakley.
Commission support.
Commission support.
Brad Lovelace, Secretary.
Dan Riley, Chief Counsel.
Mike Miller, Assistant Secretary.
All right, Sheila, are there additions or deletions to the agenda items?
There are some changes. There is a revised agenda in the briefing book that we took out duplicate license presentation and general discussion. And then from the agenda that is in there, Terry Bruce is going to do the legislative update instead of Dan Riley. And we're going to move the cabins at Perry State Park workshop item number 5 to the evening public hearing session after the Dear Secretary's orders.
To the public hearing?
Yes. It's new cabins coming online, so.
All right. I'd like approval of the January 13th minutes. Do I have a motion for approval, or are there any additions or deletions? Additions, corrections?
I move to approve.
Can I have a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next item, which I know we have some, is the general public comment on non-agenda items. We welcome and encourage people who have items that aren't covered in the agenda to come and speak before us. I know there are at least, I think, 3, maybe more. One person who has contacted Sheila earlier is a Mr. Hayes. Are you here? I am. Okay, would you like to come speak to the commission? You could either come there or go to this. Okay.
Is this on? Is this on? Okay.
Definitely.
And state your name.
Yeah. My name is Richard Hayes, longtime resident of Kansas, hunter. I'd like to thank the commissioners and the Wildlife Parks Department for allowing me to address the group here. The topic I'd like to discuss is the decline of wildlife in the state of Kansas. Now, I say that based upon my assessment from having hunted here since early 60s and on. So I've been hunting a long time, both ducks, geese, pheasants, quail. And over the past several years, I've noticed a significant decline in the number of pheasants. And I've hunted up around Phillipsburg, Kerwin Reservoir, Glen Elder, in that area, Smith Center, hunted in some fairly, I say, decent pheasant country. And this past year, a friend of mine and I were asked to join a group of hunters that were local. And it was a farmer who had a tremendous amount of land that he farmed. And there was around 20 people in this group. And he asked us if we wanted to join him, and we did. We hunted that afternoon, or opening Saturday afternoon. And the net for that entire group was 1 cock pheasant. And we walked a lot of land, Milo, stubble, everything. And it was very disappointing. And I got to say, the locals were very disappointed as well. following this past season, I decided to do a little bit of research. And when I say that, I mean, I don't have a lot of resources other than probably what y'all have, and that is the internet. So I proceeded to go out and do a little searching, and I came across the following items, which I thought were maybe pointed out possible problem. Number one, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service estimates that 67 million birds die from pesticide poisoning each year, and more than 600 million are exposed. Number two, the nation's most widely used insecticide called neonics, and that's an abbreviation. I don't know that I could even pronounce the real word. Neonics are lethal to birds and to the insects that birds consume. So it not only kills the birds, but it's killing obviously the insects that the birds are feeding on. The pheasants in South Dakota attract 120,000 residents and non-resident hunters, bringing in about $210 million in revenue each season. Now I'll interject something right here. South Dakota undertook a study with South Dakota State University to find out exactly what was affecting the population of birds there and to see if in fact pesticides were a problem. And they did determine that yes, pesticides are in fact a problem, and they're affecting their population. Number four, in addition to spray on pesticides, farmers are widely using chemicals that coat seeds, which deter insects and seeds sprout and grow. Researchers found that bird species in the Midwest and the Great Plains where farmers have expanded cropland and increased use of pesticide-coated seeds were hit the hardest. Pesticides will continue to kill birds, reduce their food resource, and disrupt their normal behaviors as long as they are used. Studies have linked pesticides to decreases in important pollinators like bees and butterflies, which prompted the European Union to ban nearly all neonics. Pardon me. Number 8, these pesticides can harm bird development, and over time, they decrease a bird's ability to reproduce. Now, I've talked primarily about birds, but these pesticides are affecting all wildlife, including deer. South Dakota has just undertaken a study to try to determine if, in fact, these pesticides are causing birth defects in their white-tailed deer. So what I would like to hope is that the commission would have the wildlife scientists and ecologists conduct an extensive study in Kansas to determine the effect of pesticides on all Kansas wildlife. I would further hope that if the results of that study meant legislation was necessary to control, restrict, or prevent the use of particular pesticides, that would be done promptly. Thank you. I would answer any questions, although I'm not necessarily a scientist or everything about pesticides, but if someone had a question, I'd attempt to try to answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have a point, but we live in an agricultural state, and we don't have the ability to pass legislation on our own. And that may be an uphill battle. But I think you have a good point. Also, there was a gentleman who wanted to talk about something about ducks, but it was not a season limit. Yes, over there. I didn't get your name. I'm sorry. Why don't you come up to this mic here and state your name?
Mike Castelli. All right, thanks for letting me speak. This is my first time. This microphone's way too short for me, but I know we have a workshop and Tom's going to talk about dates, but my speech really isn't about dates. I want to address outfitters. I want to address the elephant in the room, which is non-residents, YouTubers that are making money off our public lands and special hunts. So I'll start with special hunts. This is straight off the website. The definition for a quality hunt, you want to adjust this, is offering a quality hunt, right? A quality hunt. So let's just break down the special hunts for the turkey season. 30 hunts were available, 93 permits were available. 366 applicants from 15 different states. So what's wrong with that? Why does Kansas care about someone from Texas or Missouri having a quality hunt? Because the Missouri Department of Conservation does not care if somebody from Kansas has a quality hunt on their land. Here's the point. Preseason waterfowl draw in Missouri, resident only, drawing in September. Their in-season draw for their weekly hunts is a drawing for residents only. They have an elk population now that's can sustain hunting. It's a drawing, residents only. They have a black bear population that can sustain hunting now. This is new. It's a drawing, residents only. Meanwhile, Missouri residents are flocking here because we have all-day hunting. They don't have to go to a draw. They don't have to pull a pill. They can come over here not once, not twice, but 3 times and hunt our Veterans Active Military Weekend. How many times can a Kansas veteran or active military go to Missouri to hunt? 0, because they don't even offer it. So I do a special hunt. I put in for Benedictine bottoms. I don't get it. My cousin gets it. He gets it. He's from Missouri. There's something wrong with that. You have to put the residents first. Special hunts should be for residents only. End of story. On to YouTubers. These channels that are monetized, they're going on public lands. We got 3 of them in this state that are full-time. That's all they do is duck hunting on public lands here. They're getting money for ad revenue. They're getting money for telling you to hit the like button, to subscribe, to buy their merchandise. There is no different than a YouTuber making money than an outfitter going to Cheyenne Bottoms and bringing clients on or saying, I'm giving you a boat ride or a drop off, because that's outlawed, right? You guys all voted for that. But these YouTubers are making big money off of hunting public lands 4 or 5 days a week. And they're monetized. They're making money. They live in big houses. They drive brand new trucks. They have all kinds of gear. We're not talking about $100 here. We're talking, this is all they do. It needs to be addressed. It's no different than an outfitter. All right, I'll address the elephant in the room, non-residents. So just one day, go to a boat ramp, 12 trucks, 9 are from out of state. That's a problem. We need balance. We're being overrun here. And I'm going to ask the commission to look at South Dakota instead of Arkansas, because Arkansas addressed this problem. And they do 6 5-day permits. It didn't solve the problem. Even though the season's 60 days and they can only hunt 30, it still doesn't solve the problem. We need to go to a non-resident drawing, offer a hunt your own land. So these people that have duck clubs or have their own wetland that are from out of state that they can still hunt. But we need to go to like a 6,000 non-resident lottery in July. And Tom, I'm kind of talking to you because you put up what do we have? About 12 to 13,000 non-resident waterfowl stamps last year. So 2011, there's like 6,000. No one was complaining then. That's where I'm coming up with my number. Go to a 6,000 non-resident drawing, hunt your own land. That solves all the complaining about, I have a duck club in Meredithing or Neosho. I want to be able to hunt it off from hunt your own land. This is a win-win situation. It controls the outfitters, which you guys have no control over. You know that. It's going to cut half their base down. It also gives better quality hunting to the residents. It's a win-win situation. I also like to address outfitters. I was a guide in Alaska for 10 summers. In order for me to guide in Alaska, I had to have a guide license. I had to have a Coast Guard 6-pack license. I had to have a TWIC card, even that gets you into ports. I was nowhere near a port. Still had to have it. Had to have a physical, hearing test, vision test. I had to be drug tested. Had to be random drug tested. 3 times in one summer, I was flown into a village to do a random drug testing for the Coast Guard. I had to have first aid. I had to have CPR. I had to carry a booklet. On that booklet, I had to fill out what river I was on, how many clients I had, how many fish I caught, how many trout I caught, how many salmon I caught, grayling, Dolly Varden, northern pike, how many I released, how many I killed. I had to claim my tips. Okay, the state is missing out on all this valuable information. If I ask Tom, how many ducks did CKO kill? How many ducks did Duck Wild kill? How many ducks did Wing Chasers kill? You know what his answer is going to be? I don't know. They need to register. They need to fill out. You guys are all high on iSportsman. You're missing out on a lot of valuable information because I got 3 in my own little town. And they're on Facebook and social media claiming, we killed 3,500 birds this year. The other one's claiming they killed 2,900 birds this year. That's valuable information that we're missing out on. Get them to register. Are they paying their taxes? Are they sending 1099s to these farmers? Because I can't get on any land anymore because it's all leased. They're paying thousands of dollars. And they're bragging that they guide 100 days a year, $350 a day, 6 to 10 clients. Do the math. They're making $250,000. You would think the state of Kansas wants some part of that. So that's my rant. Thank you for the opportunity.
I have a question. Where do you hunt mostly?
Flint Hills and Cheyenne Bottoms.
I might add anecdotally that we have no control over guides by the legislature. We had some control over guides, and there was a feeling that we were being too restrictive or might become too restrictive, and it was pulled away from us. And we've not really asked to get it back. And it would probably come back with a lot of restrictions because we run counter with some of the large ag organizations that feel like guides are good for their constituency, and they have a lot of clout in the legislature. So that doesn't solve the problem you had, which we discussed quite a bit this morning. And the results of what we talked about this morning will be kind of summarized and put out for public consumption, and there will come some ideas probably out of that. So
this is Commissioner Spohr. I guess I just want to clarify, and I've heard it multiple times, that the commission implemented a guide license years ago for some period of time, and it was more or less structured towards the controlled shooting guides in the state of Kansas that, I guess in my opinion, is 2 totally different subjects. commercial waterfowling, guiding for commercial waterfowling has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. And it is a totally different subject from controlled shooting in Kansas. It is two separate ideas, and we need to talk about, the commercial waterfowl hunting versus controlled shooting. It's two totally different things. Thank you.
When we were disinvited to supervise guides, waterfowl was not even on the picture then. It was primarily with deer, and that was the big issue where we were trying. We had a guide fee, and then, well, can we have an associate guide fee? And then you had one guide, and half the county had associate fees, and they were complaining that we were wanting to make too much money off the process. And the legislature, without much reluctance, just yanked it away from us. And so it's kind of their problem, and basically it's in a wide open area that we have no control over. And where you need to be focusing is two things that would help. We try to get more public land. There is a feeling among many legislators that the state shouldn't own real estate. So every time we find a piece of good habitat that we could develop and do something with, we have to jump through an unreasonable number of hoops to get it. So while I appreciate you putting the focus towards us to try to get some of these things done, talk to your local legislator and explain about what you consider to be rampant, unregulated guides, and see if you could get it done through the legislative process, because we're not going to be able to do that very easily. That's enough with that. I've also received word that the houndsmen have somebody to come and they want to make a presentation. So I encourage you to come up and state your name. Now you may have to pull that down. There you go.
I think I'll be okay.
All right.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Ken Hickman. I live in Oskaloosa. I'm accompanied today by our president, vice president, and our secretary treasurer for the Federation of Houndsmen. It's always our goal to do what we can to preserve our sport and make it better. We're here today to talk to you about increasing the take of raccoons by permitting us to take them in some fashion during the running season. Maybe year-round take, maybe a take from April through August, such as Missouri is said to be considering. And maybe a one per night take per hunter, as Oklahoma has done recently. Not only will an increased take be good for an out-of-control population, but will serve as a means to diminish the number of game birds that have their nests destroyed, as well as diminish the number of raccoons that may be carrying disease such as rabies, distemper, or parvo. Another benefit is it would be easier to get our youth involved. Many times in the winter, they are not able to go due to weather or school. Most kill seasons are hampered by weather, which makes it more difficult to bring the younger ones along. On the average, we hunt more during the non-kill season than the kill season. Hounds across the whole United States, working with hounds happens 365 days a year. It just kind of depends on the weather and the legality of the season. So it would be a good tool, we believe, to use by letting us increase the number of coons taken. Many farmers and landowners, even now some of the deer hunting properties, are continually asking us to kill every coon we treat, no matter what time of year it is. They just want to kill. Two neighbors of mine, they live 500 yards apart. They both took over 30 coons and over 20 possums last year. I'm sure they're live trapping. Some people use a lot of dog-proof traps anymore. And so that's kind of testimony to what kind of problem it has became. The whole countryside basically is at war with coons right now. I mean, everybody you talk to, every time you turn around, everybody's complaining about the coons. I hold an animal damage control permit, and I'm also a beaver trapper. And I used to trap more beavers than anything during the non-season, but now it's coons. And probably more of what I do is when people talk to me, I tell them, well, for one thing, quit leaving your cat food out all night, stuff like that. That draws them in. But these people are getting their own live traps, and you have no idea how many coon that people are trapping, and most of them are relocated. They're not killing them, they're just taking them somewhere else to be a problem somewhere else. Anyhow, I kind of got off of my notes there, but anyhow, coon hounds are a great tool, specifically in choosing which coon to take. We can treat a sow with the litter. We're not going to take the sow, we may take one of the kittens. We don't want to take the sow. A lot of times we can tell whether we have a boar treated or not. That's a good individual to take out of the population. So that's a very instrumental way of targeting. So that's kind of what I got to say here today. I appreciate Matt working with. I've been working with Matt for several years on some of these things, and appreciate your time listening. And that's my purpose being here today.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I come from this. My father was a coon hunter. And of course, when I was a kid, raccoon season was year round. And for good reasons, it was changed. We have a raccoon population that could certainly stand more harvest. And I'm going to encourage the department, and it takes a while to be able to do that because we're an appointed group, not an elected group. But I'm going to encourage Matt and his associates to look and see if we can't expand that a little bit, because I do think we have an awful lot of raccoons.
For your considerations are greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, yep. Mr. Chair, we'll put that on our list.
Okay, I appreciate that. Are there any other individuals who want to come up and speak on non-agenda items? Well, hearing none, we'll go on to the department report, secretary's remarks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Brad Lovelace, Secretary. And before I start into my remarks, I'd like to make an introduction. As you all are aware, Chris Tymason retired from the agency. And so we were lucky to get Dan Riley to replace him as our Chief Legal Counsel. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to give him the mic for a minute, just to give us a little bit of background on him.
Sure.
Thank you, Brad. It's nice to meet you all. And I'm a native Kansan, lifelong Kansan, resident of Waubonsee County and a farm family there. And actually have some coon hunting in my history also, Mr. Chair. Very excited for the opportunity here. And I told Brad in the interview committee when I was interviewing, one of the things that excited me the most was the subject matter and the issues that I would be able to get involved with. And one of the things that I've learned in the 3 weeks that I've been here is that I'm just as excited about the people that I'm going to get to work with, because that's something that's really struck me immediately with the agency in terms of the quality of the people in the programs and in the administration. So again, it's nice to meet y'all, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan. So, Mr. Chair, again, Brad Lovelace, Secretary, Agency and Fiscal Status. I'll give you a quick report. Our fiscal year 2023 budget, The governor's budget recommendations included an agency budget of approximately $96 million. In addition, we requested 5 budget enhancements. These include aquatic nuisance species in the state water plan at about $224,000. As you recall, we still have not been able to make all the repairs to the 2019 flood. And so we requested between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23, about $3.5 million for that. Fisheries equipment, upgrading our shocker boats and a work barge. Shocker boats, we can't get equipment from some of for a lot of the electronics that we have historically used. They just don't make them anymore. So we need to upgrade those. And there's all sorts of safety and functional benefits too with that. So for those fisheries equipment, about $470,000 in public affairs, Spanish language publications, and then also media services that have been very important for them to use and figure out the effect of our publications and our communications. And the last thing, smart RMS and body cameras. The smart RMS is a data management system. It's really broad. The Highway Patrol uses it. Well, first off, to start, the system we've been using is also going away, right? If we won't have it available anymore. We piggybacked in the past on State Highway Patrol. That's going away. State Highway Patrol has started with a new system called Smart Cop. We think it's a great system, great improvements for us. And so we're going to piggyback on them again, which will mean cost savings for us, but much greater functionality for us and our law enforcement folks. So that's smart RMS. Body cameras are upgrading those. Currently, if you're an officer, just one of the shortcomings, you're an officer, you get home after your shift, you have to take that body camera off and pull out the card and download that. That can result in problems and mistakes, loss of data. The new system will automatically download every time you come home. So a lot more foolproof and a host of other benefits from that. So all told, the smart RMS and body camera equipment for the law enforcement is just under $800,000. So it was good news. We had to run those through the legislature. They were well received. So the governor put them in the budget. Legislature so far is smiling on that. So we appreciate that. So that all looks really good. Specifics, park fee fund. Current fiscal year to date revenue for park fee fund is about $8.3 million, about a 2.4% increase over this time last year. Park receipts continue to be higher than the long-term average. Cash balance in the park fee fund at the end of February 2022 was $8.13 million. Cabin revenue, year to date, 7.7% less than the same time last year. Year-to-date revenue, however, is well above the long-term average. So we've had a couple exceptional years in 20 and 21. So we're still optimistic this is going to be a very good year. May not be quite as high as in the past, but Linda can tell you our park staff was incredibly busy the last 2 years. And so if that drops off a little bit, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We still expect to be full in all these warm months. The Wildlife Fee Fund, year-to-date receipts are similar to the fiscal year 21 year-to-date totals. Through February, our receipts are just over $13 million. And the balance in the Wildlife Fee Fund at the end of February was just shy of $23 million. So very healthy there. This department has received the final apportionments for wildlife and sport fish restoration grant program. So that's Pittman Robertson and Dingle Johnson. For the wildlife restoration receipts, the final apportionment was just over $20 million. This is higher. This is important. That number, which to be precise was $20,443,045, is higher than we've ever received, right? So that's really significant. It's an $8 million increase over last year. So not only higher, but a lot higher. So we're really pleased with that. That's all well and good. That's potential that we can use, right? We have to use our state license fees, right, to leverage that, right? So unless we continue to be aggressive and increase our revenues, we won't be able to leverage those federal monies that are available to us. So that's our challenge. But it's nice to have that money there. That amount includes approximately $3.3 million of funds designated for hunter education related efforts. So that's an important portion of that. Under Sportfish or Dingle Johnson, the final DJ apportionment for Kansas was $5.4 million. That's down a little bit by about 400,000 from the previous year, but we're still above the 10-year average. If you remember, we've discussed this with you. Apparently due to supplies, there was just a restriction in how much could be sold, even though the shelves were pretty bare. They were bare because there was a demand, but also supplies were down. And that caused a little less in terms of our DJ monies for last year. Then lastly, boat fee fund. This is what we use to provide boating safety, education, access infrastructure for all the public boating we do in Kansas. Our year-to-date receipts on the boat fee fund are just shy of $740,000. And that's very similar to last year at the same time. And both fiscal year 21 and 22 year-to-date totals are well above the long-term average. So all in all, a very positive fiscal outlook, and that's thanks to the folks in the department that are good at managing that and careful with their money. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Brad?
Yes, Secretary, were we eligible for any of the recovery funds?
We're working on that, and that's been a kind of a moving target. But let me pass the mic over to Assistant Secretary Miller.
We specifically applied for the American Rescue Plan funds, ARPA, through the Department of Administration. They have a program called Sparks now where they were working with various state agencies. Most of the projects that we felt fit into the guidelines provided by the Treasury were through our parks. And it was a different situation where they were looking to recover economies hurt by the pandemic. A lot of the smaller economies associated with our parks were doing better during the pandemic, but because of the high amount of traffic, our park staff, there's a lot of maintenance that was deferred. It was hard on the infrastructure of our parks. So we have about 4 or 5, thanks to Linda, we have 4 or 5 really big asks, and it looks like most of them are going to be allowable. It's been a long process. We're still waiting to find out, but it runs the gamut from visitor centers to CXT toilets to road repairs and things like that. But we do have those applications in for that ARPA money.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Brad? Well, hearing none, we'll move on to the legislative update, and Terry is on the screen.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You're muted, Terry.
You need to unmute yourself.
Well, I don't think. Jason, are you censoring me?
Still muted.
It's not me.
Go ahead and talk to Terry now. See if you got it.
Can you hear me?
Terry, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can barely hear him, Jason.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I can barely hear him, Jason.
All right, they can hear me online if that matters.
We can hear you now.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. I'll be brief, kind of. Hear me online if that matters. Okay. All right, well, thank you. I'll be brief, kind of.
Are you on the YouTube too, Terry?
I'm sorry, Jason.
Are you on the YouTube too? Do we have somebody on the YouTube?
No, I'm on Zoom.
Okay. There it is.
I'm sorry, Jason. No, I'm on Zoom. Do you just want me to push through despite the echo?
Yeah, we're in there.
Okay, I'll try to summarize the legislative agenda for this year. As the secretary stated, the 2023 budget is looking really good for the department. Currently, the conferees for the House and Senate have agreed to all of the department's budget, including the 5 enhancements the secretary discussed. Part of that is also a pay increase, 5% pay increase for employees. And we could probably expect that it'd be eligible to be voted on by the end of the week. They may, because there's some expenditures still left in this legislation for the 2022 fiscal year, it makes more sense to push that through before their first.
Gary, let's stop for a second and see if we can figure out what that echo is.
Okay.
He's an attorney who gets paid by the words. Hold on, Terry, we'll try to sort this out on this end.
So.
Okay, Terry, sorry.
Yeah, Terry, go ahead. Talk some more, would you?
Sure will. That was it for the 2023 budget recap.
Yeah, Terry, it sounds real good. Why don't you go back to the beginning? Yeah, it sounds good now, Terry.
Does it? Okay. I apologize for the confusion. Basically, the 2023 budget might be voted on this week before the legislature adjourns. All 5 of the secretary's enhancements are included in it, and there's also a 5% pay increase for employees. It's looking really good for the department. There's about, I'd say 5 Senate bills and 3 House bills right now that are really on our radar that I'd bring to your attention. One is Senate Bill 34. It requires a 5-year review process for state agencies to look at and basically give a recommendation whether their rules and regulations should still be enacted, should be removed, or be amended. We would be in that. We would have to be, as an agency, have some sort of review process set up and make that recommendation to the legislature. That was something that may end up inevitably impacting the commission. Senate Bill 101, it is in conference. Well, it's actually out of conference committee. There's a conference committee report that was issued that has already been adopted by the Senate. It's waiting to be passed by the House, and that conference committee report deals with electronic or electric or motorized bicycles. We've just been keeping an eye to make sure that it doesn't negatively impact the department's functions. And so far, we would have the ability to post where necessary what type of electric bikes, if any, we would allow on our trails. Senate Bill 395. This was a little bit of defense. It came to us early in the year that would have prohibited our law enforcement officers from being present on private land. There were some exceptions to that, such as urgent circumstances or consent or a search warrant. We worked with individual senators in the House to get that amended on the floor, well, in committee, and kept it on the floor so that it basically it modified or codified in statute what our policy is, that our department does not put video cameras on private property without consent or a search warrant. It appears that it has made its way into a conference committee. It is, that provision has been wrapped up into House Bill 2295 now and agreed to by the conferees. So it does not impact the department's function, but we are getting singled out on this particular issue. Good news, Senate Bill 455. It has passed both chambers and is on its way to the governor, and that is the changes to the 1/16 blood quantum requirement for a Native American combo hunting and fishing license. So we got that passed. And what that does is previously in statute, we had to verify that the individual applying was a member of a tribe, as well as that they met the 1/16 requirement. And our position on that was it should really be up to the tribe itself who was on their rolls. And most of the time they would just have to present duplicative information to us and the tribe to become a member. So we have streamlined that process, and it got, I believe it may have passed unanimously in both chambers. So that should be becoming law soon. Senate Bill 569. It is yet to be scheduled for a hearing, and that's what we call a trailer bill. It's about a 200-page bill that would follow up on the governor's executive reorganization order from last year that took tourism and put it into the Department of Commerce. There are some reasons to get that passed this year. It doesn't, I don't think it really has a direct impact on us, but it may actually slow down some of the Department of Commerce's functions when it comes to overseeing the tourism division. And then the last three are all House bills. 2456. That came up early in the session. That would provide, it was intended to provide a child's lifetime hunting and fishing combo license for children between the ages of 1 and 5 at a price of $200. Through some compromise with the House sponsors of that bill, that amount for 1 through 5 was increased to $400. And then after 5 years, the commission would be allowed to raise it up to $400. I think I got that right. It's a $300 fee up front. And then for 5 years afterwards, we could raise it to another $400. When it came over to the Senate, Senator Virgil Peck, he put an amendment on it for ages 6 through 12 that would make a $400 license for them. Conference committee met, and I believe they narrowed Senator Peck's floor amendment to only apply to 6 and 7-year-olds. And then we would then be able, after 5 years, to go to the commission and raise that amount, I believe, from $400 to $500. That's a really it's a really complicated financial impact on the agency. We don't know exactly how that impacts us because it's a 59-year liability on the books. The idea behind the legislation is to get more children involved in hunting and fishing. It's well intended, but financially, especially when we're looking at the pull down of federal dollars, there is a certain amount of risk involved. So we did ask for an amendment to the bill, which was accepted, that would sunset the entire program after 10 years. House Bill 2476, it just passed the legislature yesterday, late yesterday or early today. It is the new license plate bill that creates the 4 distinctive license plates for the agency. We've talked about that in the past, and it would allow the individual who has the license plate a park pass each year, and the rest of the money would if you had a parks license plate, the remainder of the money would go to the park fee fund. If you had non-game or game tags or the fisheries license plate, it would go to wildlife fee fund. So there are going to be some reporting requirements with that, but that's good news, something that we've definitely worked very hard to get, and took a lot of effort from the division heads to have that come to fruition. Lastly is 2713. It is the KPNF bill that did not get a hearing. We've been trying for a number of years to get our law enforcement rolled over from a regular capers to Kansas Police and Fire retirement. And there wasn't any traction amongst legislators, even despite numerous meetings with from Secretary Lovelace and Steve Adams with chairmans to try to get some movement. It did not happen. So with that, I'd stand for any questions should the commission have one.
Terry, the bill to which we were the intended victim regarding going on private land with our law enforcement people, you say that has been modified to the extent that we are no longer affected in our normal way of doing things?
That is correct. It will maintain the status quo. Our law enforcement have a policy that they do not install video equipment or recording devices on private land without at least consent or going to the prosecutor of that jurisdiction for a search warrant. So at first it was very broad, very punitive, and would have restricted a lot of law enforcement activity and endangered the public. It got amended to a point where we believe that we could remain neutral on the bill.
Are there any other questions for Terry? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I think next commission meeting, the new and improved Chris Tymason, that being Dan Riley, will probably be taking the helm of the legislative update. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Starting in the general discussion, Kent Fricke's going to talk to us about prairie chickens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on two fronts, one on lesser prairie chickens and the second on our expanded prairie chicken season that we expanded last year. And so starting with lesser prairie chickens, the last time I updated you on lesser prairie chickens was June of last year, of 2021, when the Fish and Wildlife Service had proposed the lesser prairie chicken for listing under the Endangered Species Act. And so a very brief additional summary too. Since that time, We've gotten additional aerial survey results of population estimates from our range-wide aerial surveys, which show a relatively stable population range-wide across the 5 states. And then when we break that down by ecoregion, and these are the 2 of the primary ecoregions in Kansas, the shortgrass CRP mosaic ecoregion in northwest Kansas is really holding the average up for the entire species. And then the mixed grass in the lower hashed line there has seen some slow declines, but not nearly as severely as some of our southern populations, primarily in the sand sagebrush, which is very southwestern Kansas into southeastern Colorado, and then the Shinnery Oak ecoregion, which is kind of western Texas and eastern New Mexico. And so we continue to collect these data and examine them, and have a number of publications that come out and inform science in terms of what lesser prairie chicken populations are doing. And back to the Endangered Species Act, and very briefly, I showed this slide last June where give kind of a timeline of federal regulations as related to the lesser prairie chicken. Starting in 1995, when the Fish and Wildlife Service was originally petitioned to list the species under the Endangered Species Act. But then not a lot happened. And then in 2010, the priority level for the species was increased. That spurred a lot of state discussion about creation of a range-wide conservation plan, which was put into effect in 2013. And then in early 2014, the species was listed briefly as threatened range-wide under the Endangered Species Act. In 2015, a federal court repealed that decision, and in June of 2016, the lesser prairie chicken was removed from the Endangered Species Act. And that was in June, and in September of 2016, it was repetitioned to go back on, and then that all culminated in May of last year when the Fish and Wildlife Service proposed the species for listing again under the Endangered Species Act. And so when they proposed it last May, they released a species status assessment, which summarized their assessment of the species needs, and most importantly, the current species condition across the range of the species, and then tried to project those estimates going forward over the next 25 to 30 years to see what habitat conditions would look like into the future. And then, of course, the proposed rule. What's somewhat unique about the current proposed rule from the Fish and Wildlife Service is that they identified 2 distinct population segments and proposed listing them differently under the Endangered Species Act. And so, as you can see, Kansas in the northeastern corner of the map on the right is composed primarily of the northern distinct population segment, which was proposed as threatened. And then the Shinnery Oak, which is eastern New Mexico, western Texas, was proposed as endangered. So that, as I mentioned in June, when I gave you the last update, we were beginning the process to develop our comments on the proposed listing, which we provided. They also proposed a 4D rule, which allows certain activities to still move forward, but then prohibits other activities. And so some important exceptions that were at least initially proposed there were routine agricultural practices associated with cultivated lands, and then prescribed fire, which is an important tool for reducing woody encroachment in Kansas. And since that time, Fish and Wildlife Service has been working extensively with Farm Service Agency on protections for folks enrolled in Conservation Reserve Program, so CRP practices and the related CRP grasslands, in addition to NRCS's Working Lands for Wildlife programs. As I mentioned, we did compile and submit an agency response, a comment letter to the Fish and Wildlife Service in early September, where we opposed the listing and emphasized that states remain the best management authority for the species. We have the most relevant and extensive data concerning the species and have been leading the efforts in terms of coordination among partners and among states to try and conserve the species. already. In western Kansas, we had suspended the hunting season for prairie chickens in that southwestern prairie chicken unit. We've identified for a number of conservation programs, important conservation priority areas, increased our population monitoring, not only in the aerial survey, but also our ground survey efforts, and have done extensive research across the range and certainly a lot here in Kansas. Since that time as well, 2 different habitat conservation plans, which are mitigation plans for various energy developments, have been released for consideration. And we've also submitted public comments on those 2 documents. So with that, I'll pause maybe briefly here to see if there's any questions on lesser prairie chickens and the current status of the species. I did forget to mention, importantly, that as I mentioned, it was proposed at the end of May last year. It's a 12-month period, and so we're expecting a final decision from the service around June 1st, or the first week of June, on what will happen with that.
What are the restrictions on oil and gas development? Can you summarize, or is it extremely complicated?
In terms of what restrictions could happen?
Yes.
There's often project by project analysis where a company for an individual project would have to consult with the Fish and Wildlife Service. Alternatively, they could utilize an existing or potential future mitigation program. For example, one of the mitigation programs that's been proposed would allow a company to enroll after a potential listing. So there's that potential program, and then there's also the existing mitigation program that WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Service Agencies, with state support, have been administering for the last several years.
All of which could create a snarl of red tape.
For those companies, certainly, but there's also been documented impacts from the infrastructure associated with those. And so we feel that if the bird is listed, that certainly mitigation of those and other projects is likely warranted.
So the bird has not been listed yet. It has been petitioned to be threatened.
Correct.
In the state of Kansas.
Yeah, and throughout the 5-state range.
Now, what is the time frame from when the proposal for threatened becomes actually formally threatened?
The decision will likely be released the first week of June. And so if there's a positive finding, so they go forward with some form of a listing, it'll be then enacted 30 days later. And so if it's listed in early June, it would be early July that we would see the active period begin for listing under the Endangered Species Act.
And our time frame for entering an opinion has been concluded.
Correct. Those were submitted in early September.
Mr. Chair, I might make a clarifying comment. This is Brad Lovell, Secretary. Well, Kent didn't mention this explicitly. The reason for the regulation and the listing and everything is to take care of the birds. So what this does is creates a push to, if you want to develop for oil and gas or for energy or anything else, stay out of the areas that are prime chicken habitat. So that's what it's trying to affect.
Yeah. And certainly with mitigation, you do have then conservation associated with it. So you're basically paying for the impact that's put on the landscape to put conservation in somewhere else.
Have you found a correlation between, there's a lot of windmills down in that part of the state. Is there a correlation between that and effect on the lesser prairie chicken?
We know that lesser prairie chickens avoid vertical structures, whether it's a 6-foot tall cedar tree or a transmission line or something bigger like a wind turbine. And so certainly we've seen and been monitoring the situation with increasing wind in western Kansas. And you know, I will say the service takes a very conservative approach to if the bird would be listed, and even if it's not, the service's recommendations for how to mitigate and offset those impacts is extremely conservative, and it is very much on the side of putting more conservation on the ground for individual impacts like that.
What about, they're not huge solar projects down there, but is there any impact on that type of renewable?
We know less about solar, I will say, because we just haven't seen as much development of solar, but as you mentioned, that is an increasing energy infrastructure in western Kansas. But even if the facility itself doesn't have much of an impact, we see increased transmission lines, the other vertical structures that we're still concerned about.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a magic height to a vertical structure, like it can be up to 10 feet or 15 feet?
We don't know for sure. We just know that in general, I would say something, and I think it's also landscape context dependent, but certainly anything 6 feet and above, potentially even shorter.
Well, you and your people have done all you can do, and we now leave it up to Uncle Sam to make that decision. Is there any other questions?
Were the responses from the other states affected similar in their comments and?
In general, yes. Just pulling some examples, New Mexico did not oppose the listing. Colorado was very supportive of the service's efforts on taking a more proactive approach on wind development in eastern Colorado. Oklahoma and Texas were opposed to the listing. So,
are we formally opposed?
Yes.
I'm not sure how it works, but and I don't know if Lesser Prairie Chicken expand their territory, but if you're a county adjacent to one of the counties where the bird is threatened, or considered threatened, and then they begin to expand their range, does that county in the future become subject to all the mitigation and so forth?
Yeah, so if the bird is listed, the Endangered Species Act is enacted wherever the bird happens to be. So if there happened to be a lesser prairie chicken in Hawaii, it would be covered by the Endangered Species Act. And so, but to that end, we, for a long time, and even as recent as yesterday, work with the service to have the most recent data that we collaborate with and know what's going out there, so that we can work with agencies, whether it's FSA and CRP, for example, or any other agency that we have the most up-to-date information out there to know what to expect, both on the biological aspects of where the bird is, but also to provide some kind of certainty to companies and landowners on what we know of where the bird is and is likely to be versus where we don't think the bird is.
If you think birds are coming your way, put up a windmill.
You said that, not I.
Any other questions?
Are you aware the helicopters are back at Oakley? Are they doing another survey?
Yep. So we just started the aerial survey again for this year. Oakley is where they base out of to do their training as well. So the week of March 20th, they were up there doing training flights, and then they then dispersed across the range. They've got 3 helicopter crews going.
Who's paying for that?
The states and Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which
All
have
the
been,
states.
Yep. And this year, the service also paid into that.
The results of the survey, is it going to be impacted on their decision, or what if they?
No, for the most part, the species status assessment, which is meant to be the biological analysis by which the service, bases at least the biological components of their decision. was primarily based on habitat and the availability of habitat currently and potentially in the future, based on, trends of conservation programs, but also of switching from grassland to cropland and all that. And so the bulk of the species status assessment was focused on the habitat conditions for the bird versus the population trends.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, you want to go on to season dates?
Yep. So I just wanted to mention briefly, we just wrapped up the prairie chicken hunter activity survey, which we conduct each year. I think we've done it since 2014. And 2012, and wanted to provide an update. As you'll recall, the discussion we had last year with the commission, the staff recommended making an expansion to the prairie chicken season in Kansas. So from 1989 through the 2020 season, we had both an early season and a regular season for prairie chickens. And as you see from the map, we also had that Southwest unit that was closed to prairie chicken hunting. And then last year, we created a continuous season where we ran from September 15th all the way through January 31st. And as we mentioned, the justification for the season expansion was kind of fourfold. One, harvest was not likely to be additive. Two, relatively low hunter access to places where prairie chickens are throughout the state. Relatively low hunter participation in the eastern portion of the range where we do have some declining populations. And then where we do have declining populations, we feel that those are declining because of habitat loss and alteration, not due to harvest. And so I just wanted to briefly touch on very preliminary results of the survey thus far. I apologize for the size here. But what you see here is the estimated harvest, which is the estimated annual harvest, which is the bars, the yellow bars, and then the estimated number of active hunters. It is interesting with our prairie chicken permit, $2.50 required prairie chicken permit that you have to buy. We sell 5,000 or 6,000 stamps each year, but relatively few of them actually indicate that they're actively going out and hunting prairie chickens. And so you'll see that in terms of number of active hunters, we saw some increase from 2020 to 2021, which is the active hunter line on top. And we saw some increase in the estimated harvest, around 1,200 birds. But this was not a substantially or significantly higher number. And as you can see from even just 5 years ago, we were still harvesting more birds at that time. And then when you plot out the estimated days that were hunted, so of course we added about 30 days to the season. And so the estimated number of days hunted is in the blue bars. And you see it was about the same as it was in 2020. And again, the estimated harvest compared to that did not increase significantly as we were kind of expecting. And so overall, we don't feel that this had a major impact, but of course we will be monitoring this again through time. And just to touch on one of the key pieces that we felt that harvest was not likely to be additive, what's shown in the graph here is the greater prairie chicken population estimates that we get from the helicopter surveys, the aerial surveys that we do every third year across the range in greater prairie chicken range. And so you see 2015, 2018, and 2021, what the population estimates were there. And then the percent harvest is those annual harvest estimates compared to that. And so the general rule of thumb is that, or what we have from research is that we know that a 3% harvest rate is not having a negative impact, and that was from lesser prairie chicken research. And so you can see that we're in that low ones to 1 to 2.5% range for that. And so this is something that we'll obviously be keeping an eye on, but we also have the data to very quickly inform those decisions as well. And so overall, again, we'll be keeping an eye on all 4 of those factors that we felt were important in terms of our justification for the season expansion. We've got the prairie chicken hunter activity survey. We have the small game harvest survey. We have aerial survey data. We have annual ground lek surveys that are being done. I feel that we're really strong in terms of the data that we're using to analyze decisions associated with this hunting season. And I feel like we're in a good place because of that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Did you get any feedback from the hunters on the season extension?
There were various comments, and again, the prairie chicken season survey is always interesting because there's a number of hunters that feel like they're purchasing the permit just to do something good for conservation versus a lot of non-residents. We actually have a lot more non-residents that purchase the permit, which of course, if you're coming to Kansas for $2.50, if you have the opportunity, there's always that kind of interaction, I guess. And so overall, as you would expect from primarily hunters that you're surveying, the indication was positive that they enjoyed that. We do have some additional questions in there that I haven't gotten a chance to analyze yet in terms of and that we unfortunately have not asked in the past, but we asked, did you hunt more this year than past? And we also broke it down rather than early season versus regular season, the month that most of the hunting occurred for that individual. And so we'll be able to look a little bit at more finer detail on when birds are harvested, when hunter effort was going on the landscape, to try and tease more of that out. So we'll have more information to come.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Well, then we'll move on to rabbits.
Mr. Chair, while they're getting organized, as Brad Love's secretary, Jeff, as you all are aware, is also our pheasant biologist, and given the question earlier about potential impact of pesticides on our pheasant population, Jeff may be able to give his assessment for where that fits into the overall factors that add to or subtract from the pheasant population. So Jeff, you might not have been here, but we had earlier comment about pesticide impacts.
Well, adding poison to the landscape is definitely not making more pheasants. Neonicotinoids have been identified within our small game committee as a topic of interest for research. We're looking into that. There's a lot of information that's been done on it. One of the struggles with it is, what do we do with the information that we get? I can already recommend not to use neonicotinoid seeds because that's not going to be a positive. But as Commissioner Lauber expressed, when you're working against the ag, recommendation towards that ag chemical company, it's probably limited in the amount of impact we can have there. But if you look historically, herbicides probably just as much or more so than the insecticides, because the weedy wheat stubble in the 80s and 70s and 80s was when we had pheasants everywhere, and it's as much as the cover as the weeds draw in those insects as well. You mentioned the South Dakota research. The biologist up there, they actually force-fed pheasants treated seed. There was zero mortality during that increased mortality from the birds that were actually fed the seeds, the treated seeds, which was somewhat surprising. But they didn't look for any secondary impacts, which is something that we've also speculated that it could reduce reproductive success. And then the reduction in food resources and stuff could also have a major impact. So yeah, in general, we don't expect it. It's good. We don't have as much direct information on the topic. It's something we're kind of grappling with. How do we address, and what can we actually do with the information if we get it? So it is on our radar, I guess, would be the main thing.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. It turned out he didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I understand. But he does know a lot about rabbits.
He does.
Yeah. So if you remember correctly, last year, whenever we went through the small game regulation review, we identified the possession limit of rabbits as something to increase our consistency across our small game regulations. So we changed that from 3 times a daily bag to 4 times a daily bag, so it'd be consistent with pheasants, quail. That raised some question among a few constituents on why we were trying to increase harvest when they felt like there wasn't, we were already maybe too liberal in our harvest regulations. While that wasn't the intent of the regulation, it was more for consistency. We didn't expect it to actually impact our harvest. And so, but at the time I told you that I'd bring back some information. So that's kind of what we're doing today here. So I'll start with some basic biology. When we talk about Kansas and rabbits, what we're really talking about is my green. Nope. That one.
I'll try it.
Okay. So rabbits refers to cottontails. We have rabbits and hares. Hares would be our jackrabbits. Rabbits refers to members of the genus Sylvagus, which actually makes up 17 species in North America. We have 3 of those cottontail species, which is the eastern cottontail, the swamp rabbit, and the desert cottontail. You might also hear reference to a bluetail at some times, which is actually a marsh rabbit, which doesn't occur here, but sometimes we do get the comments of people about bluetails in Kansas. The eastern cottontail is by far the most common, and this is going to be the most common species across the country. This one's found statewide. This is probably one that you've seen in your yard. The swamp rabbit would be the least common one. This only occurs in the far southeast corner of the state, where we have some of that swampy land down around the mine pit or the strip pits and stuff. This species is much darker and much larger. It's about 1.5 times the size of a eastern cottontail. And we're actually expect that the species is likely extirpated from the state. There's been no documentation on this one in several decades. So the third species, the desert cottontail, occurs kind of within the western third of the state. It's more of a desert southwest species, so it's a little smaller, a little lighter pelage, and has longer ears, similar to like the jackrabbits, to help with the dispersion of heat. A lot of the information we're going to have on cottontails is going to be on the eastern cottontail. So most of my presentation is going to be when I reference data and statistics, it's going to be likely information that came from eastern cottontails, just because it's the most common across the country and we have the most information on it. So annual survival on rabbits is actually relatively low. It's a 20% annual survival rate, which what that means is 80% of the rabbits that are alive in a year are going to die. They're a very important prey species. As you can see, about everything eats rabbits, and some species such as bobcats in some places up to 60% of their diet can be cottontail rabbits. It's not just predators that kill rabbits. They're also very susceptible to certain environmental weather events like snowstorms, blizzards, drought, just like a lot of our other small game species, and disease. Particularly tularemia is one that's actually transmissible to human that is of concern for rabbits. Recently, there's been a very virulent, very contagious disease for rabbits that's very deadly to them, called rabbit hemorrhagic disease. It's not native to this country. It's from Europe, but it got introduced in the domestic populations from some of the domestic breeders, got into the wild rabbits in the Southwest, and did a number on a few of those populations down there. It hasn't spread like we were originally concerned of, but all those things kind of add up, and rabbits are pretty good at dying is what it all amounts to. It's part of their life history, though, and the reason that they can tolerate such high levels of mortality is because they're also very good at breeding. So they compensate for those high levels of mortality by high levels of reproduction. All the jokes are true. They are very prolific. They have a 28-day gestation period, and they are a postpartum breeder, which means as soon as mom has a litter, while she's lactating and feeding and caring for that litter, she can breed almost immediately and start gestating the next litter. There's a lot of latitudinal variation in how long the breeding season is. And it can be as short as 3 months and as long as year round. Around Kansas, we're in that kind of middle part of the country. We're generally about 7 months long breeding season. So, and that generally starts in late February and goes through September. Where you have shorter breeding seasons, typically they have larger litters. And so that, and when there's longer breeding seasons, they have smaller litters, and it amounts to about the same number of young for a female through the year. They reach sexual maturity within 80 days, which means that mom's first litters of the year are actually producing young at the end of the year. So, and an individual female can produce up to 35 to 40 rabbits. Around here, your average litters are going to be six to 8 litters a year with 4 to 6 young per litter. So by the time mom's kicking out 35 or 40, half of those in the early stages are already kicking out young. You can see where the productivity can be very high. We don't do a lot. Oh, sorry. There's 3 main habitat components that rabbits are going to need. It's going to be very similar to quail habitat. You're going to need nesting cover, which is primarily made up of fallow type weedy fields and native grasslands. Protective cover, which is basically your protection from predators, briars, brush piles, cedar windrows, brushy fence lines, and food. In the summertime, that's going to be green browse, like your fresh grass, clovers. In the wintertime, you're looking more at like barks off the bottom of shrubs and trees. They can have a very small habitat, home range size, and they will do much better whenever all these habitat components are in a fairly small home range. So 2 to 4 acres is really good for them. They can travel bigger, 10 to 12 to 15 acres if they have to, but their survival is not going to be as well in those areas as it is whenever all that's contained in a relatively small area. So we don't do a lot of active surveys for rabbits, but they have been maintained on our rural mail carrier since we've started that survey in the 60s. What we've seen is this general slight declining population through time in the state. That's primarily due to this eastern portion of the state, where the eastern portion of the state would have had historically more rabbits than the western prairies, where you didn't have as much of that protective cover. And you had smaller farms, a lot of intermixed habitats in the eastern portion of the state, where you can see as we move to the central, we've kind of been stable through that same period in the central part of the state, and even out in the southwest where it's slightly increasing, which is likely due to some of that expansion of that woody protective cover, shrubs and tree establishment in the west through homesteads, and the establishment of CRP, adding that native grassland into the landscape. It's not surprising that we're seeing these declines in the eastern portions of the state. Again, like I said earlier, they have a very similar habitat requirement as bobwhite quail, which have been declining across the country and in our state, particularly in this eastern third part of the state. And as you see, that central and southwest part of the state, where we've been kind of stable to increasing, is one of the only places in the country where quail are actually increasing. It's not just bobwhite and quail. Other species that rely on similar native grass habitats are seeing that same kind of general habitat trend. A lot of it amounts to landscape changes and changes in how we use the land. So this is a picture from 1983, and I got 3 boxes drawn on here. You could drop this same imagery on basically any farm in the southeast. This is in southeast Kansas, where we had historically very large populations of rabbits and quail, and we've seen those declines. As you see on the left there, I've got about 11 fields outlined on the box on the left. The top one has 4 different types of fields, and the bottom right is another 11. And if we go to the current landscape, we've cut the 11 in the far left box to 3 fields. The top box went from 4 different field types to 1, and the bottom right went from 11 to 5. Those fields, the field size is all expanded. We've talked about agrochemical use, which is going to remove a lot of the weeds and green browse that we were discussing. Something that it's harder to point out on here, but if you look at the woodland areas between the then and now, there's been the canopies tend to close in on those, which removes a lot of the undergrowth that the quail and other small game early successional species can utilize at the forest floor. So those habitats become less productive. And you see this kind of repeated over through time. It's just been a change in that general landscape. So the habitat, it's a habitat association where harvest has much less to do with what our populations are than what we do to the land has. So in Kansas, we've had pretty stable regulations through time for rabbits. It's very liberal, 10 daily bag with now 4 times the possession limit with the 365-day no close season. This is pretty similar to what you see across the western part of the state. So this is just a daily bag regulations where states in red are 10 or greater, and several of these states have no daily bag limit. And as Kansas tends to be on kind of the eastern portion of that line, where a lot of the states to our east tend to be a little bit more conservative. You kind of get that first level states is kind of that 6 to 9 range. And then as you go further east, and particularly northeast, where population densities are higher, rabbit hunting is more popular. They get to be a little bit more protective of their rabbits, and the daily bag limits tend to be even less than 5. If you look at season dates, it's pretty similar to the western states have a lot more liberal season lengths than what the eastern states do. One thing that was brought up, again, just like with many species, whenever we have a problem, we like to point a finger at non-residents. So I just wanted to put up this is a 5-year average from our small game harvest survey showing what percentage of our rabbit hunters are actually are non-residents in the orange. So the bottom 10% or so there is on average about 10% of our hunters are non-residents, and on average they harvest about 10% of our rabbits. If you're looking here at the total number of hunters on the top line, if you add our residents and non-residents, we're looking at about 15,000 hunters on average. When you consider that we have 80 to 90,000 pheasant hunters, and pheasants seem to be a much harder or much more scarce resource on the landscape, we typically think of rabbits as something that is an underutilized resource for us as state as a whole. Now, there's certain areas in the state where that's may or may not be true, where there's again the southeast, northeast, where there's not as much habitat on the landscape for them, and they're not as quite as and there's a little bit more popular, but typically we think of them as an underutilized resource. So if you look at where our current regulations are, and you start to think about changing the regulations, right now, on average, our residents are hunting about 5 days a year, a little over 5 days a year, and our non-residents are hunting about 4 days a year. So even if we cut our season in half from 365 to 180 days, we're unlikely to have any impact on that the total number of days that are hunted. You could cut that to 30 days, and you're still not likely to have a measurable impact on the number of days that are hunted. Typically, we think that we have to, if we're going to make a measurable impact on the number of days hunted, we would be wanting to cut to or below the actual number of days that we're hunting on average right now, which I don't think that many of our hunters would tolerate a rabbit season of 3 days long. So similarly with harvest, our season bag, our daily bags are on average about 1 rabbit per day, with our season bags being about 4 to 5 rabbits a day. So if you cut our limit in half to 5, right now, on average, our rabbit hunters are shooting less than 5 rabbits in an entire season. So cutting the average day, the daily bag down to 5 is unlikely to have a measurable impact on the total rabbits harvested in the state either. One thing you will see is if you look at the days hunted, our non-residents tend to hunt a little bit less and harvest a little bit more on a daily average, which kind of makes sense if you think about it. Somebody's coming in for a trip for a weekend, maybe a long weekend, 3 days, and while they're here to hunt, and they're gonna hunt. You know, a resident may have more opportunities. Oh, I'll go today, I'll go tomorrow, I might go next month. But I'm only going to go hunt 2 or 3 hours until it's hot, and then I'm going to shut it down. But normally when we see non-residents come in, they're here to hunt. They're going to do it a little bit. They're going to do it a little more intensively and longer, and so we'll see those average daily bags increase a little bit on us. But still, just over 1.2 a day. So not like it's having a dramatic impact on the resource. if we were to be concerned about, if I was to be concerned about additive harvest, I would be probably more concerned with the timing of harvest. So this is a graph from Bob White Quail in Oklahoma. And what this is the probability of surviving to April 1. And where we're looking at spring being our breeding season, the closer you get to spring, the more likely those females are going to make it to breed in that first. So if you shoot a rabbit March 31st, or if for rabbits, say February 28th, the chance of them being alive on March 1st and kicking off breeding season and getting a clutch off is much higher than if they were alive in October. So the closer you get to those dates, whenever they start breeding, the more impact, more potential for impact they would have on the population. Right now, I don't have data that suggests that it is a problem. It just shows that the potential could be there on the timing of harvest. There's not a lot of species we harvest during the production season. Even squirrels we shut down from February till June. Rabbits is one of those that we have maintained open currently. But when you turn around and look at, like, research from Missouri has shown that if you can harvest up to 65% of the population sustainably, and I don't think that we're currently anywhere close to that level. That's not to say that nobody ever shoots limits. And there are those that are very limit-driven hunters. And if they get into an area where there is a lot of rabbits and they just continue to hunt. But it's unlikely that we're having long-term implications on the population. You're probably having short-term impacts where somebody who likes to just run their dog and wants to have a lot of rabbit jumps and get a lot of rabbit action, that they may not shoot as, like a local might not shoot as many, and they're going to come back several times. Somebody comes in here and shoots a lot of them. It's going to be harder for those individuals to find those rabbits, get those jumps, get those rabbits started. And so they may have lower quality of hunt in the short term, but the populations with the high productive levels, those rabbits should fill in and replace themselves. So when you start to look at making these regulation changes for small game species like rabbits and quail, a lot of times we're looking more at social considerations. What do the hunters want? What's going to make the most people happy? And that's generally how we make those decisions, because harvest has so little to do with it. One of the reasons that the Western states have typically had a higher daily bag limit is to take advantage of those population cycles. So when you have those we tend to be very boom and bust, because in the East, they get more reliable rainfall. The rainfall in the West, just like on our pheasants and quail, can impact our rabbit production. So you get these boom and bust cycles with rabbits. So when we have a lot of rabbits around, we like to give people the opportunity to take advantage of that. While that may not be as important now as what it was historically, that's one thing to take into consideration. When you start to look at the daily bag, you may have a few individuals that go out and shoot one or two versus these guys that go out and shoot limits. And by decreasing the daily bag, whenever you're looking at, like, for instance, public land hunting, there is the potential to distribute that harvest among more hunters. So if it becomes a concern where, if that is a concern, that's something that you can look at. And then there's a lot of things that end up doing with the individual user preference. So for instance, a guy with a dog versus a guy without a dog. Guys with dogs, like I say, or hunting versus trialers. A lot of times people who trial dogs aren't nearly as interested in harvesting the animals as they are as just having lots of them there to be able to run dogs on. Or guys that hunt without a dog, they just want to go out and fill up their game bag as quick as they can. They're not as much in it for the chase and the race. And so they may have a tendency to want more higher limits. Or it could be even just season timing. Like, for instance, me and my dog, I tend to wait till after bird season before I switch over and really focus on rabbit hunting. So February is the time frame that I really like to target rabbits versus an October or November type season. So all those things are things to take into consideration whenever you start to look at timing of seasons or any sort of adjustments on limits and stuff when it comes to small game. I currently don't have any. I don't have any recommendations for any changes. I don't have the data, I think, right now to support making a recommendation with what we currently have, but I just wanted to give a little bit more information on the background of rabbit biology and what our current harvest strategies are and where our harvest is at. So I guess with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Commissioner Ryder, so So you're talking about average daily bag, and that's statewide. But you probably know that I've got a few people down in my neck of the woods that, when with mine lands, several thousand acres of mine lands, et cetera, that is a huge draw for non-residents because they look at all of the acres, the public access that they can get to. And so the rabbit guys in my area say, okay, well, we're only killing 4 statewide, but in my area, non-residents or, just maybe residents congregate in that area because of access. They're coming in and decimating the areas. How would you respond to that? And you probably have responded to them.
So we have we break we do a statewide total, but then we do a small game regional. So we manage based on 7 small game regions across the state, and the Osage Westis is the southeast region. Across those 7 regions, there isn't a big dramatic difference in the average daily bag or the season bag for that has been discerned. As you start to break those down, rabbit hunters already aren't a big group. So as you break those down into smaller and smaller pieces, you end up with bigger confidence intervals. So we're not quite as comfortable with those point estimates, but there isn't a large variation between the different units.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And what else what do you think is kind of driving what do you think are the big indicators that are dropping rabbit populations?
Changes in land use.
Agricultural use.
Yeah, where you're looking at, again, like if a rabbit's home can get everything it needs in 2 to 4 acres, that's great, right? Well, you used to have a lot of 20-acre farms, 40-acre farms, 80-acre farms down there, where now you're getting more quarters and half sections, where you took 320 acres that used to have maybe 5-6 fields on it with brushy fence lines, and that would support rabbits, where now those are clean tilled farm or clean sprayed farms and big fields where basically you're removing any habitat out of the middle of those fields.
Is there a downside to reducing the rabbit limit?
The only thing that I could see as being a downside would be if it were to discourage participation. I don't know if that would be the case currently. That would be something that I would want to do some more follow-up on before we went that direction. Personally, 10 is more than I want to shoot in a day. 6 is about the most I've ever done, and that's a lot of work when you're done, when it's all said and done, and that seems like more than enough. But again, some people, there's different motivations for hunting, and some people may be motivated to come here for that 10.
Like fish, a lot of times reducing the limit isn't going to make any difference on the resource as a whole. And I see nothing that screams out at me that we need to do anything other than just continue to monitor. So that's kind of my 2 cents worth. Any other questions for Jeff? Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm going to start out talking about the fur bearer regulations today. And these are permanent regulations that we don't bring in front of the commission every year, but just intermittently whenever there are changes we would like to make. So last time we were up here was about 2 years ago. The first regulation is KAR 11551, fur bearers and coyotes, legal equipment, taking methods and general provisions. The one change we have here is that fur bearers treed by dogs can currently be taken by handheld battery powered flashlight, hat lamp, or handheld lantern. We would like to allow laser sights to be used as well. This is something that the Houndsman Association has been asking for a while. This is not a tool that could be used to spot wildlife. Some people have, I think the projection of light might concern some people that it would be like spotlighting or something, but of course it's just shooting a single beam. And if it really the main purpose of our supporting this is if it helps them shoot more accurately, then it's probably a good thing when they're shooting up into the air with the .22 rifle typically. And so we're recommending that be included. Do you want me to go ahead and cover all these, Mr. Chairman, and then stop for discussion? Or I have 3 changes in the next, the last regulations on the second page there.
Let's go ahead and discuss the changes that you're recommending.
Okay. So I'll turn this over to you for discussion. Oh, you said, maybe I misunderstood. You.
Okay, I don't know if you need to go over all the permanent regulations.
I got you. Okay, so I'll skip ahead to 115.25.11, fur bearer open season and bag limits. We have 2 changes to recommend here. The general fur bearer season currently run, and when I say general, that's not a technical term, but that's all the fur bearers that there's a legal harvest season except for beaver and otter. But that season runs from the Wednesday after the upland game opener until February 15th. And we're proposing to extend the closure of that season through February 28th. This is a change that's been supported for quite some time by a lot of fur harvesters. It is the primary reason they wanted that extra time is for bobcat, badger, muskrat, and possibly skunk. These are the species that are still prime and or have pelt value at that time, with the exception of beaver and otter, which, like I said, their season runs through March 31. But in the case of bobcat, that's typically been our most valuable fur bearer, and it's at its best in mid-February when the current season closes. But it's also a species that has been under pretty high pressure in years past, and so that's probably the main reason we've resisted this change is due to concern about that harvest pressure. But in recent years, over the past 7 years, we've only harvested about 2,000 to 3,000 bobcats a year. When things were good, in 10 out of 12 years, we harvested basically 5,000 to 6,000 or more. So the state we're at right now is a very sustainable level of bobcat harvest. We do monitor their populations, and while it would probably put a pretty big target on us if the demand came up and harvest came way up again, we would probably then have to address their season length at a time when their pelts were valuable, but we would cross that bridge when the time comes. Regarding muskrat, trappers have intermittently asked for a spring muskrat season, which is something that occurs in a lot of other states. In the spring, muskrats naturally move and they disperse at that time and find their way to new bodies of water. And they're also breeding, and so it's a good time to trap them. But we don't have a whole lot of muskrats in Kansas, and there's always been concern about allowing muskrat harvest at a time when they would really be focused on. So when many of the other, if we close season on everything else, but allowed the muskrat season, it would really put a target on them. But this is much more palatable with the other species like bobcat being open as well. It wouldn't put the focus or the emphasis just on muskrat. I mentioned skunks as well. You probably see all the road kills in mid to late February every year. This is the time when they come out of their winter dens and they're in the middle of breeding season. They're traveling all around. There are a lot of damage complaints at that time when they come out and they're fighting and they had denned up under somebody's house. Somebody suddenly realizes they had 5 or 6 skunks under their house all winter. And so that's a time for damage. Their pelts may be a little bit late at that time, but a lot of trappers target skunks now for the value of the skunk essence that they're able to sell. And so there is a demand to keep harvesting them during that time of year. A lot of other species, most notably raccoon and coyote, are past prime during this late season time period, but their demand is high. As was mentioned earlier, demand for harvesting them, I should say, is high from a damage perspective or from a nuisance perspective. And so I think a lot of people would support that. Although coyote isn't technically a fur bearer, I wanted to mention them because their pelt is past due at that time. So there's a lot of overlap, obviously, between, say, coyote trapping and the harvest of fur bearers when trappers catch multiple species in a set. But the last thing I want to say about this is our traditional season dates were set due to the primeness period of raccoon. Raccoon was our most important fur bearer, and they accounted for 50 to 75% of the total value of fur bearers of the fur trade in Kansas. And so they were significantly important. In recent years, with the price dropped off, 2 of the last 3 years, they have accounted for less than 5% of the total value of furs taken in Kansas. And so, and it's to the point, it has been to the point for a couple of years here where it's kind of even hard to sell a lot of them. So, so the concern that was once expressed by the fur harvesters themselves about taking what was perceived as the most valuable fur bearer resource at a time when it didn't have value has kind of has passed for the time being anyway. And so that's a big component in this recommendation. And so anyway, that's what I have to say about the extended season length. And then the other change we're recommending is an increase in the otter season bag limit and also some unit bags. And I provided each of you with a handout, and there was a few of these in the back as well, if any of the audience were looking for them, but I provided you with a map of the otter units. So the season bag is the total number of otters that a trapper can take within the year. And then the unit bag is the number of otters that can be taken within each unit. And so as indicated on this figure I gave you, trappers can take up to 5 otters total currently, but they could take 1 otter in each of 5 units, or they could go down to Southeast Kansas in one of those 2 units that has a more liberal take, and they could have taken all 5 out of those units. So what we're proposing is that the season bag be increased to 10 otters, and that the unit bags be increased in the Meridazine and Lower Neosho from 5 to 10, and they be increased in the Verdigris and the Missouri from 2 to 5. And so those are the units where most of our otters are coming from. We do have otters in approximately half of the state right now, which is pretty much where we kind of run out of water for them. So there's not a whole lot of room for expansion. They probably will increase in density in some of those more western areas they're in right now. And I would say that they're increasing pretty rapidly now in kind of some of the central parts of their current range, like around Emporia and some of those areas. They're getting to be a lot more abundant in some of the rivers. We're starting to get some damage complaints. They can be, one of the issues here is that they can be pretty detrimental to people who are managing fish in small ponds. In bigger ponds, you probably don't notice them. And sometimes they can get into small ponds and they might not do anything either, but other times they can do some legitimate damage in ponds, especially people who are like feeding catfish and stuff like that. That's easy for them to take more than their share out of there. So anyway, I guess that's all I'll say about the otters. Coming at the next commission meeting, I will give a PowerPoint presentation and provide a lot more detail on the status of otters and where they're currently being harvested and stuff like that. But I wanted to just mention this change today and go from there, take any initial comments. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn this back over to you.
Okay, if we were to expand raccoon season, would it fall under this regulation?
Yes.
Would it be conceivable that that expansion could be included in this as it goes through the process?
What do you mean by, I mean, if it was to go forward, that's where it would be. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Is it too late to do it this year? I guess I'm asking.
no, it's not.
And just point of clarification, Secretary Lovelace, Commissioner, are you talking about the comments that were made earlier versus, so Matt, can you reconcile what you're proposing here in terms of expansion with, did you hear the comments
Yes.
earlier? Okay, do those match or?
No, they don't.
Okay, so you might clarify. for us.
Okay, so it could be included in here. That's obviously not what we're recommending. We're recommending a 2-week extension to the end of the fur bearer
I
season.
understand that.
And so if we wanted to consider the extension of the raccoon season going forward, this is where it would, I mean, it could be in this. We have talked about that in the fur bearer committee, and there's a lot to consider there. I guess among the big thing is, do we change the status of raccoon from fur bearer to pest with a season in which they could be taken at a time when you have pregnant females and or young in the dens. I know this come from the houndsman's group, but from a fair allocation of the resource, it probably is not something we would recommend that just houndsmen would be able to participate in. If it did go forward, it would be other user groups as well. If it's from a damage, if the perspective is damage here, as it was portrayed, people can already take raccoons for damage under state law. They don't need us to have a season if it's legitimately damage. Ken mentioned he has the animal damage control permit. So if houndsmen or trappers are getting these complaints, they have that option to address them. So there are other, I mean, I think there's a lot of things to consider before. And if you're suggesting that that be included going forward, I would certainly put my thoughts together in a more organized manner. But what I want to say is, before we take raccoon, which like I said, has always been perceived as a very valuable resource, and turn it into armadillo, which is year-round shoot on sight, stuff like that. So.
And I understand. I just think that, I tend to think that we have almost a detrimental increase in the number of raccoons. And I have a warm feeling towards expanding the raccoon season. You're right, it does take into a lot of other things to consider. And I just like for your fur bearer committee to review that and see if there's a way that that could be accomplished without a lot of other issues that would pop up. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
So, Mr. Chair, Brad Lovelace, Secretary, we'll put that on our list of things for maybe the April meeting to broaden that discussion and take into account population levels and implications and impacts of expanding that season even further, if that's all right.
That'd be fine. Yes.
Can I comment on this?
Yes, come on.
The 2 weeks at the end of February is a good start, Matt, much appreciated. But the thing you have to look at as far as the houndsman helping with the management of the coon population, sometimes we could be froze out that whole last 2 weeks. That's what you deal with during the wintertime. That's why, I'd say on the average for a houndsman, we get good nights to hunt out of those, 3.5 months? In a good year would be 2/3 of that time. The rest of it we're froze out, the ground's covered with snow and it's cold. And you're not very treating a lot of den trees. You don't have a chance to harvest the raccoons. So as in a management standpoint, that 2 weeks for what we're proposing that we would like to aid in the management with them. That 2 weeks won't get us where letting us take them during the rest of the year or part of the rest of the year will get us. And like I said earlier, there are ways to tell, experienced houndsmen can tell a lot of the times whether they have a sow treat, a boar treat, or a sow and kittens. And we choose what we take and what we don't take. So I just wanted to add that, and thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, if we review it at the next meeting and see where we are, it would be fine. Any other questions for Matt? I have one. I think you may only trap otters. You may not shoot otters.
Yes, same as beaver.
Any other questions for Matt? Okay, thank you.
Afraid I'm up next again. as well.
You are indeed.
Okay, I've presented this antelope regulation several times, and so I'll just be real, I'll hit the highlights here, but it's a brief regulation anyway. We're not recommending any changes to the season structure or to the permit types. As we typically do, we have unlimited archery permits to both residents and non-residents. The firearm and muzzleloader permits are restricted to resident only, with half of them assigned to landowner tenants and the other half going to general residents. The proposed permit allocations for the firearm and muzzleloader permits are provided there in the briefing book. In Unit 2, which is where the unit with the most pronghorn, we're proposing 88 firearm and 24 muzzleloader permits. In Unit 17, 32 firearm permits and 8 muzzleloader permits. And in Unit 18, down to 4 firearm permits and 4 muzzleloader permits. The season dates are provided here, but I won't take the time to read them because they're standard. But and the same as they have been for several years now. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on antelope for Matt?
Archery is going to stay unlimited.
Yes.
What's your limit on archery tags? When are you going to decide? We talked about this.
Yeah. So the change we're making this year, which Levi will present, is making it so that archery hunters cannot either apply for a firearm permit or buy a firearm or muzzleloader. They can't apply for a limited draw permit or buy a preference point for a limited draw hunt and archery hunt now. And so that affects about 35% of last year's archery pronghorn hunters. And that should knock demand down to some degree. And I think the next step after that, if needed, I mean, we're watching the pronghorn population here as much as we are archery hunter numbers. I mentioned this last meeting, but part of the problem is that we have more archery hunters now, but they're also a lot less pronghorn in Unit 18, where Cimarron National Grasslands used to take a lot of the pressure off the other parts of the state. And so with the numbers being down in Unit 18, not only do we have more archery hunters, but they're more focused on the northern part of the range. So we're not there yet on limiting archery permits, but we might get there. We're watching all the different data that we collect, including archery success rates, which seem to have been impacted a little bit by crossbows more recently. So
you said the preference point portion of this is in a later discussion.
Right. Levi will discuss that later.
Okay.
Any other questions for Matt? Well, then why don't you go on to elk, and after elk, we'll take a brief break.
Okay. Again, there's nothing new to present here from the last meeting, and so that we're not proposing any changes to the elk season or permit types or anything. We're proposing that 12 either species limited quota permits be allocated, and those are the permits that are good. They're good everywhere that elk hunting is open, but the thing about them is they're good on Fort Riley also. They're good in Unit 2. And so those are really the high demand permits for the general public. And then we're proposing 18 antlerless elk limited quota permits. And those are used, 1/3 of those are valid during each month on Fort Riley, which 6 in October, November, and December each month there. And so those are the permits, like I said, that when the general public is applying for elk permits, those limited draw permits, they're wanting to hunt Fort Riley. Otherwise, in Unit 3, general residents and landowner tenants can buy either sex or antlerless only permits over the counter. And then in Unit 2 itself, outside of Fort Riley's 2A, in Unit 2, only hunt on land permits are available to landowners. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, are there any questions for Matt on elk? Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to propose we take about a 10-minute break. Come back at 3:15. Let's migratory bird regulations. Take it away, Rich.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Lauber and Commissioners. My name is Rich Schultes, Emporia Office, Kansas Wildlife and Parks. I'm here today to talk about webless migratory game bird regulations for the 2022-23 season. And as I'm sure all of you are well aware, those species have to adhere to federal frameworks similar to what we do for waterfowl. But unlike waterfowl, stability in our season dates and regulations allow us to include them in permanent regulations, so we don't have to go through the process of setting seasons each year. For the 2022-23 seasons, there are no changes to those federal frameworks for these species. And so staff are actually not recommending any changes to webless migratory game bird seasons or bag limits for the coming season. We do have one recommended change, and that pertains to KAR 115-2520, and that's a regulation for sandhill cranes. And the change that we're recommending, that's summarized in your briefing book item, has to do with clarifying the requirement of completing our online crane identification test prior to hunting versus currently, as it's stated, it's prior to purchasing your crane permit. And this change has to do with the simplification of regulations, but also with some changes with the way our workflow works for our license purchasing system and online purchasing, so that you wouldn't have to go out of the purchasing system, complete the test, come back in. So there's some complexity there that it makes more sense to rework this regulation. And it still keeps the requirement in place to have that training done prior to hunting cranes and being out in the field. So it's just you have to complete it before you hunt cranes rather than before purchasing the permit.
The way it is now, though, you can't get the license without taking the test, right?
Yeah, so the way the regulation reads is that you're required to complete the online test first, and then you can purchase your permit.
Right.
Yeah, so the wording is a little bit unclear, but in general.
But the system works that way too, doesn't it? I mean, don't I have to prove that I've taken the test before I get the?
No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a requirement there that you have to provide anything. When you complete that test, you're provided with a certificate. But I don't think there's any.
Been a few years since I've done it, but
Yeah.
I thought I took the test and then got my license. But I couldn't get my license without taking the test.
By regulation, I believe that is the case. As
But
far
not
as
by the way
like
the system
the
works.
mechanics, I'm not sure. I think Jessica's here.
I thought it was. I'm just curious if
Yeah.
if
Jason? Yeah, sorry.
I guess Jessica wants to answer.
I can't hear you.
Oh,
So it's not
the licensing system right now doesn't validate against the test.
It
And
does
so
not.
it does not.
Okay.
It does bring up a warning, I believe, that the test is required, or the certificate is required when you purchase the license, or is it the stamp or whatever it's called, but it doesn't validate. They're two separate systems right now. So the certificate and the licensing system don't talk back to each other right now.
Okay.
I have one question. How long has migratory dove season been open to November 29th?
Well, that's a good question. There's been a change to the length of the dove season. I want to say it's probably within the last 5 years, probably 4 or 5 years ago. And so that it's extended that season a little bit longer than it was previously. We do have, so dove season has framework dates similar to waterfowl, I think you're probably more familiar with. So we can make some changes to that, but September 1st is the earliest is that we can start that season. But if I remember right, it can run to the 15th, I believe it is, for January. So there can be some changes within that. And there can also be, we've had some discussions about potential splits within the season and things like that as well. But it's within the last 5 years, I think, that there's been that change, but it's probably close to 5 years now.
Mr. Chairman,
Another question for Rich.
Mr. Chairman, remember we had a split season for a while, which would.
Well, that's what I was.
Yeah,
thinking.
and that was when Mike Hayden was secretary, so that would have been prior to 2011. So we had that split season, which gave us some days in November, and then they simplified it to that, just that.
I remember the split season and I didn't remember when it was.
I think Rich is right. It's been 4 or 5 years since we went to that one season.
Yep.
On the crane test.
Yes.
Do you have to carry then a certificate or does it go into your little electronic wallet? So how is if you're checked, how is their verification you did the test?
So currently, in our current system, you're provided with a certificate that you can print off and carry with you. And I believe there is also, I would defer to law enforcement on this, but I believe there is also a procedure for they can check to see if you've completed it as well. I believe in the new system, there should be something that shows up within the app. Jason, does that make sense to you?
In the app, it will
So
show up.
identify
sorry.
yourself and.
I will.
Good.
Thanks. Jessica Mounts, Director of Licensing and Education. In the new app, that will show up that they have verified that they've taken that. And then part of a future phase, we'll be looping that, just like you said, looping that test into that workflow so that there is actual proof within that licensing system that they have verified and taken the test.
Good improvement. Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions for Rich? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you, Commission Chair, members of the commission, visiting and viewing public. Today, I'll be covering the 2022 and 2023 waterfall seasons in Kansas. When developing any potential season changes, it's good to review past seasons. While each year is unique, there is value in comparing a given year to an average of years. The briefing item contains historic season dates, past waterfall population, and harvest data. There are many factors that contribute to what can make an average, above average, or below average season. Main one is not only being waterfowl population, but also the age ratio in that population. The more young usually relates to higher harvest vulnerability. Very dry conditions across the prairie pothole region leading to poor nesting conditions in the region where most of the Kansas ducks are hatched. With the cancellation due to COVID of the 2020 and 2021 waterfowl breeding and habitat population survey, the extent of that low production was unknown. But based on field reports and climatic data, it can be assumed that duckling production was poor. This led not to only an older age cohort among the population, but also allows the birds to molt and migrate earlier. This was noted in preceding banding efforts and in many teal migrating through Kansas in August, as well as birds being in advanced nuptial plumage earlier than normal during the fall. This may have been one of the smaller fall flights that we've had in modern times. While what happens on the breeding ground is a major contributor to Kansas seasons, local conditions can be just as important. For the most part, it was a very mild fall. There's no large weather events that kind of led to a kind of trickle migration. We just never saw those big migrational pushes that we often see a few times a year that gets a hunter excited. Seasonal temperatures resumed in early January, but this is also the time we normally see freeze up. This reshuffled the ducks distribution in kind of a more typical pattern. Habitat conditions were particularly dry in western Kansas. However, there were a good number of waterfowl presence most of the fall and winter. But with that older age ratio, no weather to stir them, it was difficult to hunt, not often them residing in refuges and feeding at night. Hunting pressure remained high throughout the season. While statewide harvest will not be available to August, statewide harvest is expected to be lower, especially compared to the high harvest that we experienced in 2020, which was the third highest we've had since we've been in a 74 days in season since 1997. High hunter effort or number of hunter days may offset that low production and high harvest ratio. Harvest is expected to be lower in the early zones, particularly areas that are highly dependent on teal harvest. However, there was parts of Kansas that did expect a fair to good season. Goose harvest is expecting to remain harvest with good numbers of geese in the eastern half of Kansas, where again, hunting pressure is again increasing and likely impacting bird behavior. There are several bright spots in the states from last year's past season. While Cheyenne Bottoms experienced a lack of water, it still had above average duck numbers for its counts, particularly from October to December's freeze up.
as noted in the top left-hand graph. Similarly, McPherson Valley Wetland had a good season considering the drying conditions they had throughout the season. Neosho Wildlife Area Meridazine also had good harvests. In fact, Meridazine had its second highest harvest in among its long history and back to the 60s. Looking ahead, a lot will determine on spring precipitation across the Prairie Pothole region. So the next few weeks will be critical for what duck production may be this year. If drier conditions persist, we may inch closer to a moderate or restrictive seasons, which we have not seen since the mid-1990s. Federal frameworks for this fall season has been set, and again, we will be in a liberal package. Moving on to the day's agenda item, season dates may be of value to review the process and how staff develops their recommendations. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service develops frameworks that states establish maximum bag limit and possession limits, season lengths, earliest opening and latest closing dates. The briefing item contains how the federal frameworks are developed and how that framework limitations. States must operate within these frameworks when establishing state-specific migratory game bird seasons. At the state process, the selection of waterfowl season dates are different than our resident game, as well as our migratory species or webless game species. In fact, they are not adapted by regulation, but rather adapted by a commission consensus. This is due to the season variability and the later timeframe in which seasons are addressed. Kansas officially adopts its seasons through an annual season selection letter to the Fish and Wildlife Service. Again, the briefing item has a summary of those federal frameworks. The only change for the upcoming season is the incorporation of the merganser bag and possession limit into the overall duck possession. This change was requested by the Central Flyway as a means to simplify harvest regulation. It will mean a slightly reduction in harvest opportunity for a very minor component of our waterfowling community. The setting of seasons is a biopolitical process, balancing not only biotic factors, but also social implications. Kansas season covers a variety of species and habitats with just as diverse hunting community. In developing staff recommendations, we attempt to align season dates that allow the greatest opportunity for all Kansas hunters. Recommendations are derived with considerations of waterfowl tradition, timing migration, times of high harvest, times of high hunter participation, and incorporating hunter feedback. With stabilized frameworks for the past 25 years, Kansas Wildlife and Parks staff recommendation is striving to establish consistency and transparency in their season setting process. So since 1996, Kansas has had the 74-day seasons. And since 2006, 107 days for geese. Despite this stability in federal frameworks, again, the season dates have been a contentious process. And this might be an issue due to high divisiveness among the hunting community and in part through the regulation process. So beginning in 2021, Wildlife and Parks has been incorporating decision tools to assist in the season setting process by identifying important season date parameters for each of the Kansas waterfowl seasons. This process is to develop stability and again, reduce bias and again, add transparency to the season date selection process. So I'll go through each of how these priorities were established. Again, these are also in the briefing book item. So when a 16-day till season is permitted, like we have in the Low Plains portion of Kansas or the eastern 2/3 of the state, again, our highest priority is open this Saturday on the second Saturday of September, and then on the last Sunday of September. And vice versa, when a 9 days season is permitted, again, open on the third Saturday of September and end on the last Sunday of September. Again, spelled out on the right in the graph is kind of how the season dates would expand out for the next 7 years or for a full calendar cycle. Till seasons are pretty straightforward and have been, this is kind of consistent with what we've had for the past six till seasons. So again, for youth days, again, the priority would be to have 1 week prior of opening day of seasons for each of the respective duck zones. Those would be spelled out based on the current for those duck zones based off of this decision tool.
Due to limitations set by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, season priorities for youth is to hold in conjunction Veterans Day and active military days with them. So the late zone was, or the high plains zone was split in 1972, and since 2008 has been paired with the early zone. The top priority is to end the season on the last Sunday of January to provide some late season harvest for mallards. Particularly noted that the High Plains unit, that 23 of the 97 days must be after December 10th. Second priority is, again, would be to open the second Saturday, October, to provide hunting opportunities, particularly on the plaza in the western part of the state. Again, to have a split where the first segment closes on the Sunday on or after January 1st, and the last segment would last 10 days. This would provide the best opportunity for early seasons on many of the shallow plazas, as well as for a lot of the late season migration and for mallards in portions of that state. The Low Plains early zone was split in 1996, and again mentioned previously was paired with the High Plains opener. As the name implies, this season is aimed at the early season migrants, but with 74 days, it does offer some late season opportunities. For much of this zone, teal can comprise a good part of the harvest, and we attempt to catch the holidays as much as the holiday break is provide opportunity when many are able to go to the field. We normally see peak migration early November and a freeze up shortly after in late December. The Low Plains zone again created in 1996. The federal frameworks were altered in 2004 that allow us to extend the season past January 20th now to currently the last January 31st. Traditionally, it's been paired with the goose opener because this is the day when we have most duck hunters in the state in the field. And the split into January 1st it kind of has been the tradition for that. The southeast zones, the zone was created in 2011, and since then we've had 5 different season structures. Opens a month later than the early zone. It allows greater later season opportunities. That includes considerably expansion to January days compared to the other 3 zones. Ensuring this, the most highest priority was again to ensure that the season extends to the last Sunday of January. Now, open this season near the Saturday closest November 8th coincides with the large pulse of migration. We try to maximize holidays and weekends and other days when most hunters are filled. We hold a split when bird numbers and herbitation are historically lower than other times of the year, which tends to be the average first week of January, where we normally see a freeze up. November 11th is an important day for waterfowling, particularly in the southeast. It's kind of a good benchmark for migration, and it's also a day when we have high hunter participation. The resulting recommendation would, over the course of the 7 years or calendar span, would provide 23 hunting days in November and 20 hunting days in January. Again, since it's the inception of the southeast zone in 2011, the average opening day has been November 9th. And here's kind of how those priorities would fit out in a matrix table. Moving on to light geese and Canada goose seasons. So 107 days is the maximum allowed by the Migratory Treaty Act. The opening day is kind of paired with the late zone. Again, mentioned as that's the highest number of hunters we have in the field, and they're high interest to be able to shoot ducks and goose hunting. So it normally opens for 2 days and has a short split. Then for the most part, the season is backdated to the end of the closing frameworks. Frameworks have been consistent since 2006, and since that time, Canada goose and light goose have been paired seasons. Season dates have varied a few times with some timing and length of split. We did move the season split to back in 2016, and that was an unfavorable measure from hunter feedback. White-fronted geese, we're starting to see an increased harvest and hunter interest in that second segment. They're the earliest migrating of our goose species, often showing up in late September and in large numbers by mid to late October. It's traditionally been open with the other goose seasons with the late duck zone. Our first split usually ends with the same as the early duck closure and the late zone split around New Year's. And the second season is backdated with the end of the frameworks, and we try to overlap with the second split of the late zone duck zone. Extended falconry seasons have been consistent over the years, and dates are kind of derived with the input of falconers. So just basically backdated from March 10th and to allow 107 days for the limitation of the Migratory Treaty Act. Again, how those frameworks would look in a matrix. Moving on to this year's recommendations. So for September teals, similar to previous seasons, staff recommendation is to recommend a 9-day in the high plains beginning the 3rd Saturday of September and 16-day season for the low plains beginning the 2nd Saturday of September. The difference in days between the high plains and low plains is due to the 23 additional days during the general duck season for the high plains unit and the 107-day restriction of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Staff recommends adopting federal frameworks for daily bag limit and possession limit and shooting hours for youth, veterans, and military days. Staff recommends adopting 2 days for youth, when veterans, and active military days, and to pair them where they would open 1 week prior to the general duck zone seasons in each of the respective zones. Staff recommends adopting a 96 days in the high plains unit and 74 days in low plains zones. Staff recommends adopting federal frameworks for daily bag limit, possession limits, and shooting hours. The option A of now for mergansers has been removed due to the change in the federal frameworks. Listed there would be the season dates for this year based off of that decision matrix. Staff goose recommendations are similar to past years and to continue with a 6 Canada goose daily bag limit, which is still less than the maximum allowed by federal frameworks. The 6 goose limit is important because it's instrumental in managing our resident Canada goose populations, not only here in Kansas, but in the Central Flyway to tolerable levels. A daily bag limit of 6 Canada geese was kind of an overwhelming preference in the 2019 Kansas Waterfall Hunter Survey. And falconry, again, would recommend 15 additional hunting days in those low plains zones. With that, I'll gladly entertain any questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for Tom?
I sure got hammered the first 2 weeks of January when them guys in the southeast zone couldn't hunt ducks. My phone was blowing up every day. What happened in our duck season this year is it just got real mild between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the birds weren't moving, the birds weren't down, and they finally got here January 1st in southeast Kansas, and the season's closed.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a big misconception I heard is that the calendar predominantly dates duck. The trickle migration I talked about earlier is where we've never seen big pushes. Again, we had high duck numbers throughout the state for most of based off of our weekly surveys for the areas. I think what we never seen was until that January where we had a little weather events that reshuffled the ducks into what would be a normal pattern.
How do you, go ahead.
I guess I'm past the dates. I guess I just keep looking at, would you rather hunt a week in November or would you rather hunt a week in January? And I guess that's what I get down to. Thank you.
Yeah, that was Commissioner Ryder. That was my point as well. Once again, the length of split there in December or in January, where the longer split to me causes the biggest issue. So the Saturday closest to November 8th, is that well, seems like I read in some of your responses that we were looking at November 11th.
So yeah, so there was one email that I had a typo with November 11th. So November 11th is important to the southeast zone, and with that September or November 8th day closest November 8th, that always incorporates Veterans Day into there. Again, it's kind of a good benchmark for migration, and also it's very popular hunting day, non-weekend hunting day in the southeast, or actually throughout our zones.
I got some emails from people in the Neosho wildlife area complaining about having a split. But in a lot of that area, it's all froze up by then. And so you ask, would you rather have a week earlier in November, there's a lot of the time in the southeast zone that you can't hunt later.
So the, when the ice is melting or forming there's tremendous opportunities to hunt. But it's also a gamble, you know, that week, ice may only last 2-3 days. It may last a week. This year we timed it pretty good where we were closing right as solid freeze up occurred. And then shortly before the opening of the split, which this was a year where, well, so this year was a very early opener. Next year will be the earliest opener ever would be, then it will fall back to the latest. We timed this, the season was timed fairly well, but is that something I can predict further out is no. You may be able to go hunt during that first week in January on some years, but I know for most year, you always will be able to hunt that early part of November.
Well, Commissioner Ryder again, I would agree with you. The freeze-thaw cycle provides tremendous opportunity. I would also say that if the freeze does happen, it also provides opportunities on other bodies of water that a lot of times it's not open or doesn't congregate a lot of waterfowl, and also provides opportunity for field hunting, which can be quite exciting as well. Some of my favorite hunts have been off field hunting. One of the big problems or issues that I have is looking at the holistic view of the duck season is that if we're targeting later season, all of the other zones, of course, are closed. And so the longer we have that split in the southeast zone, the longer that we're closed across the state for ducks. And, you know, we had quite a bit of discussion earlier today about providing opportunity. And when we close that season down across the state, duck season, obviously, goose season's still going, but duck season is closed for those days, like this year or this past year, and the proposed regulation is 12 days. So that takes away, you know, some of those opportunities or we're not providing opportunities in a holistic view. So
The number of days in the split, in the southeast zone is about 10 days less than the split in the other zones.
So, yeah, I do have the list of the splits up there for them.
It's basically a week.
It varies between 5 to 12 days, depending on which way the calendar year falls.
Everybody stops hunting January 1, thereabouts.
You see it.
And the southeast starts up the middle of January, and the rest of the state opens up for just the last week of January.
So the example, the late zone's always first segment 65 days, the split's 19 days, then 9 days for the last part of the season. Then southeast zone would vary from 5 to 12. Yeah. So like when the frameworks discussions come up among the flyway, you know, I've always tried to get that extra week, and that's just something that's not going to be possible. Now you look at the drier conditions of prairies, and it's kind of how we set the seasons at 60 and 39 days. This argument gets a lot less, you know, a week of hunting here or there is not as bad as when it's going to be at 39 days of this discussion. But we've talked a lot about the opportunity to be able to hunt, you know, from opening there to somewhere in the state. Then you start picking out, all right, which zone are we gonna, you know, take it out of or put it into? You know, somebody's gonna be sacrificing those, particularly those ones that want to hunt those early days. And that's when we do see the highest number of people hunting in the southeast zone is that early November period. So now you're going to lose that part of the opportunity for maybe some type when it's frozen. And I would agree there is some tremendous opportunities of river hunting, field hunting during those times of freeze up.
Commissioner Ryder again, I would agree that probably November is the biggest influx of days where people are hunting, but I think that's, you know, you're going to see that with any type of season, you know, dove season, probably 90% of hunting is done in the first week, you know, of September, you know, or you know, those first few days of firearm season for deer, you're going to have, that's where your hunter activity is going to be the most. So I could see that, but the average hunter is going to hunt 4 to 5 times a season, and probably most of those times are going to be, for the average hunter earlier. I would agree with that.
Brad?
I defer to Commissioner Sill. She has a question first or comment.
I'm wondering if you have any current hunter surveys from particularly that southeast zone on date preferences. It seems like 3 or 4 years ago, you had some results that were really helpful in discerning where opinion was. Do you have anything current?
So the last one was done in 2019.
Okay.
And so I think we did one in 10, 12, 14, 15, and then 19, where we looked at preferences. There's been a lot of talk about, particularly this year when the ducks kind of were stale because of the warm periods and hunting pressure, about, well, why don't we have it in December with the, coinciding with the full moon. And some states do look at that, particularly for geese. But those are states that have, a 30-day goose season right now. December, we asked, when is your preferred month to go hunting? And by far, December was very high preference for hunting for the southeast zone. So
some of the, I guess maybe some of the chatter feedback that I've got is maybe a growing segment for that, the full moon phase, when a lot of ducks are, their feeding patterns, nocturnal and
one thing that kind of changes the discussion is that the duck we have here in October, November is a lot different than the duck we have here in January or late December.
Yeah.
Even if they're mallards, the wintering mallard ecology, the ones we see here in January act more like a small goose than a duck. Larger flocks, the night feeding, the field feeding behavior versus the marsh feeding, the traditional, what we think is as a duck. And you also see in our harvest composition where early zones are 40 to 60% till, then the mallards and always are at the top because they're the most numerous species. But you see as the seasons get later, it's more mallard centric.
Brad, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I'm trying to recall, it seemed to me the other side of the milder weather, easier for folks to get out earlier in the season was also higher numbers. And it seemed like when we looked at long-term duck numbers in the southeast zone, that November was a really high period in terms of migration.
Yes, so said that November 11th date is kind of a date that usually sticks out for where we see that peak or the building of that peak. A few years ago, I know that their highest number of duck numbers was around opening day. So there was an early freeze up in the Dakotas that around Halloween or shortly after Halloween, and that pushed a lot of birds down here.
Well, I guess I would refer to maybe and go back to your email that had the typo and I would recommend or propose that we look at the second Saturday or the Saturday closest to November 11th.
Just to be clear, these are staff recommendations. The commission's action on this will be at the April meeting. Same if we're not asking the commission to adopt, the season decision tool. This is something we as a migratory bird gaming derived to help our debates. Of course, we took all the hunter satisfaction data, the migration data, the harvest data to incorporate those dates. And again, like when you start thinking about it, all right, what's the most important day for the late zone? So you look at opening day, this timing of the split and late zone. Well, this is the southeast zone. So that last day of January, the Sunday closest January 1st is the top priority there. Then you start picking your second and third priorities to kind of give you where the split is.
Well, I think that does provide a lot of transparency, and I can tell for sure that you guys have done, a lot of work with that, and appreciate that.
Every year, it seems like Aaron and I are on different sides of that Saturday in November.
Well, you only have to be against them every third year now.
It's always retrospective.
Well, if to put it on the second Saturday, you will never have a complete argument from me.
Well, I understand, but I like the staff recommendations because southeast zone is maybe but there's a lot of areas, the southeast zone, that just access isn't always available at a normal freeze zone. And there's a lot of activity with particularly early migrants, not necessarily always with mallards, but I like the staff recommendation.
Well, it's apparent that a lot of work goes into that recommendation. It's not an arbitrary process, and you can't be predictive on the migration and on weather patterns. And I hope people understand that. So all you can do is base your recommendation on historical averages and then build into that where you can preferences that make sense. But this is another issue. If you talk to 2 duck hunters, you'll get 3 or 4 opinions on what the dates ought to be. So I just appreciate the fact that that you do have a lot of data behind and a lot of thought behind where these recommendations come from. And then what we have to do is kind of overlay the feedback we get and see where it makes sense.
Any other questions for Tom?
Mr. Chair.
I've got, I also like staff recommendations, but when my phone rings off the hook first 2 weeks of January, wondering why we can't shoot ducks in southeast Kansas, I guess I start thinking about what people were saying.
This counts more towards Commissioner Ryder, because I know amendments coming next month. We've been through this rodeo before, and I support you 100% more January days in Southeast. I'm from the Southeast zone. But I want your thoughts on the split during the full moon, which is going to be around December 5th this year. Split it from like the 5th through the 10th. Gives you more January days. Birds are going to be nocturnal during that week. And they're stale by then because they've been pounded all of November. What are your thoughts on that? I'm thinking outside the box here. Let's split during the full moon instead of what we're usually frozen up in January.
And you're talking southeast, so.
Southeast. I think there should be a split. The moon's everywhere across the state, so.
Well,
they go nocturnal during that time.
well, yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. It's a great point. I don't know. I would like to do that, but at the same time, some of these factors that Tom and his committee bring out are important as well. If it were just me and I was the grand wizard that made the decision, I'd probably do that. But I'm only one vote.
I'd love to take the whole state to the southeast zone dates, but it ain't never gonna happen. So you gotta kind of split the road someplace.
Any other questions for Tom?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
we've got a few from online.
Okay,
Mark Till, I'm going to unmute you now. Try to unmute you. Should be popping up on your screen, Mark, oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry about that. General question, I guess, the season dates, I'm here with a friend of mine. He wants to talk more about the season dates, so I'll let him talk about the season dates. But I've got a question concerning our refuge here in southeast Kansas most of the time. So I can't speak for Cheyenne Bottoms or Meredith Indians or the rest of it. So I personally have hunted St. Paul on and off in the Ocho since 1964. There's been a lot of changes up there, some good, some bad. But the thing that I'm noticing over the last couple of years, and I know you guys have addressed the problem earlier, can't hardly get into the parking lot. There's a number of out-of-state hunters. I've heard people talk about that as a problem. Well, I can tell you, when I drive up there, the parking lot is full, and there's one Kansas tag in that parking lot. That should be telling you something. A lot of our hunters that I talk to have quit going to St. Paul, including myself, to hunt over the last 2 years. Because of the change, a lot of these non-resident hunters. I heard an idea about giving non-resident certain days. I think that would be something to look at. The comment was made about hunting to a certain time of the day. Stressing that, I used to go up there about 9 o'clock in the morning, so I didn't have to get up at old dark 30 to go beat somebody to a spot, go in there and kill a limited duck, come out. Now, used to be before the 5 o'clock start time, you had to be up there by 2 o'clock in the morning in order to find a spot to hunt at a good spot. And that leads me to the next part of my comment. I'm not sure what the acreage is there in St. Paul. I want to say somewhere around 3,000 acres or something like that. And I heard a comment this morning. I thought they said it was like 400 and some flooded acres ground. Why isn't there more flooded ground up there to hunt? Stuff out there by the highway is just useless to the hunters. There's nothing there to hunt. We can hunt pool 1, pool 2, the other new pool 2, and 4, and the other half of 4. 6, 7, we can't even hunt it most of the time because there's no water. And I think there is some way to get water to the rest of those pools. And I think that's something to address. On the youth pool, I think the idea of the youth pool is very, very good. But here again, if there's no water in that pool, there's not going to be many ducks. We've had comments at several meetings in our area about moist soil compared to corn. And I can tell you that I can go out to a pond that I hunt. If I've got heartweed there, there'll be a few ducks. But if I go in there and plant corn, mallards, and the rest of the puddle ducks will be there a lot quicker and in more numbers. I've seen it time and time again on the rescues that are in our area. Whether it's planted corn or grain, you're going to have numbers of ducks. Why do the areas around St. Paul plant nothing but corn on the private marshes? Because they know that's where the ducks are going to go feed. So if we have more areas to hunt with more sustainable crops for the ducks to eat and more water so we can get into it, the hunting is going to be better. We can't even get a boat water up there because it's too shallow. They don't bring it up deep enough to float a boat. I could go on and on and on, but I'm not going to. I'm sure there's other people.
All right, I would like, Monty, would you?
Mr. Chairman, may I offer a suggestion?
Yes.
Since our topic agenda item is season dates, if he has questions for a specific wildlife area, that he types his number in the chat, and then someone from that wildlife area will be contacted in regards to his questions.
Did you hear that, Mark?
Yeah, I appreciate that concept. And the only last comment I'm going to make, in general, to the season dates, everything else, is listen to the hunters. They're the ones that know. They're the ones that's out there doing the hunting. Some of the managers hunt. They know when they're killing the most.
Okay, I would suggest that you type in your number and somebody from that area will get back with you.
Mark, if you just type in your number directly to me, I'll pass it along to Public Land so they can get it. And that way, no one else sees it.
Aaron has my number.
All right. Is there another hand up from the public?
Yeah, we got Mike Grant. I'm going to unmute you now. Matt Grant.
Not unusual.
Hello?
Yeah, Matt, yeah.
Yeah, Mark made part.
Try that again, Matt.
Yeah, Mark made part of my comment. And the lady commissioner, I didn't catch her name. But yes, you need to listen to the hunters. I know all your data, or 99% of your data, comes from your refuge areas. So let this be one of your surveys. I talked to Mr. Lovelace back in December, if he remembers the conversation, about how unhappy most of us in the southeast zone, and I'm specifically talking only southeast zone. I don't know anything about your season openers or endings or splits in any of the other zones. I'm a 72-year-old man. I've hunted all my life in this southeast zone. As you well know, we have strip pit area, we have rivers, we have creeks, and typically this is the main thing that you hear about why you set these season dates as you do, is because of freeze up. If you hunt late season ducks, you have to get out and work a little bit. There's other areas to hunt, as Aaron alluded to. It makes opportunities better in other areas. You know, in my over 50 years of hunting, these early November dates, you're attempting to hunt ducks in 70, 80, 90 degree weather. Folks, that's not duck hunting. Roll those dates back, open the season up when the ducks are here. In my vast experience in this area, there's hardly any ducks here in the first 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks of November. They start rolling in December. I had ducks here at my place well into February. Set the season dates. Listen to us hunters who hunt this area. You're looking at all your data from wildlife areas. I'm sure there's ducks there. But please pay attention to the hunters. Take the survey, see what we want. And I sure hope you consider this season not doing that 2-week January split again. That's our best mallard season. I only have a few more years to hunt, probably. That's all.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the public? From the television audience?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay. I think we beat this to death. We're going to have a vote next April. This coming in the April meeting. Is there any other closing comments on this subject from the commission?
I would like to ask the secretary if we proposed a 10-day public lands pass for non-residents, could it be done through the commission, or would we have to go through the legislature?
Brad Love, Secretary. So you're talking about a season change?
No, a 10-day public lands pass to hunt on public lands in Kansas.
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you were a non-resident and you came to Kansas to hunt on public lands, you would have to purchase a pass.
Oh, I got you.
Through our licensing department. And they would be limited to 10 days on public lands, and they would have to pick those 10 days. Because that's something that the commission can do, or would it have to go through legislation?
I think that would be a regulation.
It could go either way. It depends on what avenue you used to pursue it and how you named it.
I guess we've defined today that the average non-resident is only hunting 3 or 4 days. And I've identified that that's not our problem. 10% of the people are causing 90% of our problems. They're hunting more than 3 days. And maybe that's a way out of what we're faced with today is a public lands pass. And the money would go towards purchasing new property for all of us to hunt on.
So the charge of revenue would change how we would approach it. If we're creating a revenue fee, it would have to go through the legislature. If it's just an individual permit or a change in public land regulations, the commission can do it through commission action. So it's the revenue portions is what changes it.
Well, I think based on our conversation this morning, some of these ideas are going to be floated around. And we don't know what the recommendation will be, but that's something that can be taken up by that committee as to whether or not that has other deleterious facts or issues that it may develop. The subject we're on right now, though, is season dates, and I think we kind of beat that up. And I think we'll have more of the discussion on what Troy's talking about down the road.
Thank you for the time and support.
Well, I think we've moved the cabins to Perry Lake in the public hearing portion.
Right.
Not the workshop, but the public hearing.
No.
All right. That concludes the agenda for this afternoon. The meeting is going to be recessed and we'll reconvene here at 6:30. Thank you. get started.
Yeah.
I want to reconvene this meeting. And we'll start by reintroduction of commissioners and staff, starting on my right.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City. Warren Gefeller, Russell.
I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Aaron Ryder, Columbus.
Lauren Quayle Sill, Hutchison.
Troy Spore, Oakley.
Sheila Camus, Commissioner Support.
Jason Dixon, CIO.
Mike Miller, Assistant Secretary.
Dan Riley, Chief Counsel.
All right, thank you. At this time, we have general public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody that wants to make a comment on non-agenda items? Any hands up on the Zoom side?
If you're on Zoom and you want to make a comment, use the raise hand function or go ahead and directly chat with me. Doesn't look like it.
All right, well, we'll start with Stewart on public lands regulations.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity that we had this morning to have a roundtable discussion again. As you know, it's a very beneficial endeavor, and I felt, it was a year ago or the time before, and I felt like this morning's was very beneficial as well. I just wanted to thank the commission for taking the time to have those discussions again. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kind of take your direction on, would you like me to discuss the three specific public lands regulations that shouldn't take too much time and then end with the public lands reference document, or what is your recommendation?
That would be fine.
Okay. So let's start with KAR 115-823, the baiting regulation. Baiting has been prohibited on department lands and waters for several years. This is just a recommendation to change the existing language of the regulation. The existing regulation states that no person shall place, deposit, expose, or scatter bait while hunting or preparing to hunt on department lands. What we're suggesting after consultation with the law enforcement division and hearing their officers as well as public lands officers see a rise in instances where people were placing bait on public lands for quote unquote wildlife viewing or photography, and then ultimately hunting over that bait. So what we would like to recommend and have been discussing is just a change in that language that includes prohibiting baiting on department lands and waters for all activities and not just for hunting or preparing to hunt as the existing regulation states. This would also be effective on WEHA and iWEHA, and this would not apply to licensed fur harvesters as currently permitted under KAR 115-5-1. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Would you eliminate that line B then? Because that looks like there's some information in there that seems inconsistent with the new stance. That line B needs some tweaking.
Yeah, Commissioner Sill, I'm glad you brought that up. That is something that I'll get with legal staff on that and make sure we get the language and the subsections aligned appropriately.
The intent is no baiting, right?
What's that?
The intent is no baiting.
No baiting for any reason on public lands.
Do you consider putting out some type of lure for deer as a bait?
So okay, so if you look at subsection D, the very last section, for the purpose of this regulation, bait shall mean any grain, fruit, vegetable, nut, hay, salt, sorghum feed, or other food that is capable of attracting wildlife. Liquid scents and sprays shall not be considered bait.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Okay, is there any questions for Stuart on this? Well, okay.
All right, let's move on to the camping regulation, KAR 115.8-9. So I brought this up at the general discussion session. Public Lands and Law Enforcement Division has really been combating a rising problem at many of our state fishing lakes and wildlife areas with vagrant and homeless people basically living at these properties. And this has required extensive and extra enforcement and maintenance man hours to combat these rising issues. Degradation and destruction of the natural resources and the properties, is a major issue too. And so with this growing problem, there's also a lot of times associated a financial burden with staff, not only the man hours, but it's on the department to remove abandoned property or camping units, tents, things like that. And we're hearing from our public too, that our primary users of our properties just are shying away from these areas where we have these problems. So what we've been discussing as a recommendation is to reduce the number of consecutive camping days allowed on state fishing lakes and wildlife areas from 14 to 7 days. This would not affect state parks whatsoever. This is a state fishing lake and wildlife area specific regulation. Managers at the state fishing lakes and wildlife areas could extend an individual or a group's camping stay by an additional 7 days before they would have to be off the property completely for 5 days. Whether that be, an example would be Cheyenne Bottoms, where we do get a lot of duck hunters that come in and camp for more than 7 days. We could either post that campground as open for 14 days, or Jason Wagner could issue or authorize permits to those individuals requesting an additional 7-day stay. And that would go for any property. If we have a family coming into a state fishing lake for a summer vacation that wanted to stay more than 7 days, we could do that. But overall, on a statewide level, we really feel like reducing the number of consecutive days from 14 to 7 would really help department staff combat this ever-growing problem. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for Stuart?
Is there a fee associated?
No,
with this?
at our state fishing lakes and wildlife areas, there is no camping fee, no vehicle pass. It's all primitive. We don't provide amenities like electric and water. So there is no fee associated with this.
Are there certain areas that are worse than others on the homeless problem?
Yeah, Commissioner Lauber, I'd say the Northeast in this Topeka area, Region 2, operationally wise, we see a lot more issues in the Southeast. Our Western properties, not so much. That's why the language that we have proposed in this regulation still allows our staff to adjust the length of stay for groups that need to, whether it be here in the East or out West. So we have that flexibility yet to accommodate our primary users of these properties. But yes, the Northeast is the bigger area that we're combating it. And it's kind of a product of the environment. I think it's not only on our public properties, but you see it in the municipalities in this area as well, that they're combating the same issues. And what we've seen is sometimes those municipalities kick them out of the cities and tell them to come to our properties. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle.
Okay. Are there any other questions? If not.
Okay, moving on. So this would be a recommendation to enact a new public lands regulation. This would be KAR 115.8-25, trail or game cameras and other devices on public lands. So to give you a little bit of background on this, there is no current regulation specifically addressing the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters, nor is there really any regulation, current related regulation that would cover the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters. Department staff have been discussing this for quite some time. Before COVID hit, we would gather annually with the Midwest Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Public Lands Working Group, and this was kind of the hot topic, or one of the hot topics of discussion for that Midwest group. So it wasn't just a Kansas discussion, but we've had this internal discussion for quite some time. And when we started getting more and more complaints of, not only our public wildlife areas, but walk-in hunting areas, iWehaw being inundated with trail cameras, the misuse of shifting from the cameras being placed to view wildlife to now being used to monitor who else is out there and who else is hunting my piece of public property. We continued and heightened the conversation, if you will. Part of those conversations, staff really considered the North American model of wildlife conservation and the concept of fair chase, specifically the use of new or evolving technology and related practices that provide hunters with an unfair or improper advantage. Other related discussion points, conflicts amongst other users in the field. Again, the growing number of trail cameras on the landscape, monopolizing areas because they set up 10 or 12 trail cams, then other people not wanting to use them. And the potential disturbance that exists or could exist for disturbance of wildlife and people going in and out of these properties constantly to check cameras. We did do a little bit of research on other states that have existing trail cam regulations on the books already. Arizona, Nevada, and Utah have trail camera bans both on the private land and public land side of things. And I think those were fairly recent regulations imposed in those states. Other states that we found, Montana, New Hampshire, and Alaska, have partial bans, and a lot of those relate back to wireless or cameras that could be picked up on a cell phone and immediate real-time video being played. So with all that, the current discussion is our recommendation is that we enact this new regulation prohibiting trail cameras on all department lands and waters. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for Stuart on that issue?
Can you address drone use and how that may need to be included with this, with using some force? I know there's some limitations now, but do we need to include that in this, being proactive?
Well,
it's a similar technology in some ways.
Right. Commissioner Sill, I appreciate that question. We currently do have in regulation that drones are not allowed on public wildlife areas.
Period.
They're allowed in state parks with permission of the manager. But if you'll notice too, and I didn't bring this up, but kind of back, it relates to what you were asking. This subsection 1B1, no person shall use images of wildlife produced or transmitted from a satellite for the purpose of taking or aiding in the take of wildlife, or locating wildlife for the purpose of taking or aiding in the take of wildlife on department lands and waters. Some of the states we found are already being proactive in the potential technology that's already coming out, whether that be satellite imagery that bounces off their phone to see where wildlife is at in real time. So based on what I found in my research that other states were being proactive and leaning towards, I decided to go ahead and include that language in this regulation. And to go on, again, this trail cam regulation would apply to WEHA and iWeHA. The subsection that I just described with the satellite imagery, it does not prohibit the use of mapping systems or programs like Onyx, things like that. Again, that would be applied to WEHA and iWeHA as well. But nothing in this regulation for prohibiting trail cams on department lands would prohibit department staff or department-owned trail cameras to be used on department property for research, enforcement, things like that.
You'd be breaking your own rule.
All right, any questions on this one? Okay.
All right, let's move on to KR 115.8.1 subsection E, Department of Lands and Waters. And this is our public lands special use restriction reference document. So I'm just going to start off going down section by section, and then I'll stop and ask for questions after each section. So the first section under access restrictions, initially, and Jason Wagner touched on this morning, staff there at the bottoms to include Jason Wagner, Tom Nadrowski, Brian Hanslick, the game warden, and Manuel Torres, the regional public land supervisor, discussed implementing a similar access restrictions that we did last year for Neosho with the 5 a.m. Launch time, if you will. And they really, after several meetings and in-depth discussions, they came to the conclusion that they really didn't feel like conditions warranted right now to propose any changes based on the fact that the property is under construction. We had whooping cranes present. One of the pools that we wanted to implement, the 1 p.m. non-motorized vessels, it was dry. So there were several environmental and property specific factors that really staff determined that this was not an appropriate time to recommend any type of access restrictions at the bottoms based on that criteria. The next subsection, refuge area close to all activities year round. We've been able to pick up additional tracts of land down at Cherokee Lowlands Wildlife Area in Cherokee and Labette counties from TNC and DU donations. And so the manager down there, like we do at all of our other public wildlife areas, wants to designate refuge area on Cherokee Lowlands Wildlife Area. Basically, it's hard to describe which tracks, but in further workshop sessions, we'll try to more clearly define which specific tracks those will be. Okay, and then the daily hunt permit section for ice sportsmen. This has kind of been a big one for us and something that we've had extensive conversations on is, we have, and you'll notice in the briefing item that we did list all of the current properties that are part of our ice sportsman program. We've kind of held off for several years, not adding additional properties to ice sportsman because we were in the conversations of going to a different licensing system. So now that we are, and that's scheduled to go live, in May, we thought now might be the appropriate time to go ahead and include all of our public properties in the new e-check-in system with the new licensing vendor. As you all know, the data that we collect and can gather from iSportsman has just pretty much been invaluable to a lot of conversations that we have, in particular here recently, the non-resident waterfowl pressure issue. It's hard for me to stand up here and anecdotally say what's going on. It's a lot easier and it carries more weight if I have some data from my staff to support what we're proposing, what we're saying we're seeing on the landscape. So, and we really feel like now is the time to go statewide with this, but this to start off with, since we are going into a new licensing system to make sure things transition smoothly, like the existing properties, that we would just require this for hunting only on these properties at this time. That's not to say we couldn't include additional activities in the future, but as long as we have the approval and in regulation that it's going to be a statewide program, then we can work with Brandt in implementing different things in phases as we transition into that new licensing system. So basically, it would be required statewide for hunting activity, excluding 2 properties specifically like Big Basin Preserved, where we have a herd of bison where no hunting is allowed, and also Maxwell Wildlife Refuge, where we also manage a larger bison herd. So along with that too, we've been having some internal discussions with the increase in non-motorized vessel use across the state. And everybody kind of knows how popular kayaks have really become over the last several years. But as a department, we really don't have a good handle on what that number of users is and what the projections could be. So we've been having internal discussions on selecting certain state-owned properties with river access to also be included in this electronic check-in. That would probably be under the last subsection there where, it wouldn't be under the hunting subsection, it would be for all activities, or we created a new subsection for river access, however we labeled it, but that is something that we have been discussing internally. So with that, I'd take any questions.
Would ice sportsmen include walk-in?
We have the IWEHA properties that the Wildlife Division manages, and they are the ones that determine which of those properties are basically a part of that system. So yes, IWEHA would still be carried over into the new brand.
Just regular walk-in?
No, unless the Wildlife Division changes their protocol, regular walk-in would not be, e-check-in would not be required.
Public lands.
Yes. And I was just going to mention, Commissioner Ryder, that then we'd have rabbit data for mine lands.
That would be good. I got a couple of guys down there. That.
Any other questions for Stuart on this? Okay, go on.
So the last thing I wanted to discuss then under the reference document relates to the conversation this morning and the roundtable discussion on the non-resident waterfowl pressure issue. We've taken to heart everything that was discussed and a lot of things proposed and talked about. And so the things that we're going to continue to look into and discuss internally are things that were recommended this morning, like access issues, whether that be through new acquisitions or, as the secretary mentioned too, easements or even potential new enrollment in WEHA properties that have some wetland potential, waterfowl potentials. That's one thing we're going to continue to pursue. Are there area-specific regulations that we can look further into that maybe will alter hunter behavior and activity like we have done with the access restrictions at Neosho and the boating regulations at the bottoms? Is there more that we could do there to help change things? And I'm relying on my staff. If staff really feels like there's a problem, they have good recommendations, and we're going to bring those forward. Like I said earlier, with the committee there, the local group at Cheyenne Bottoms, and not having any current recommendations to implement access restrictions like the 5 a.m. rule at Neosho, they really don't feel like, because of the current conditions with the hooping cranes that they had and the lack of water and all that they really don't have a good handle and pulse on what that regulation change could do in the future. So we'd still like to monitor that for next year and see where things go. And as the secretary alluded to too, the bigger conversation of the guides and outfitters that he continues to have with those entities, I think is a huge part of this equation too. And lastly, one thing that I did not bring up this morning, because I really didn't pop into my brain until I was eating lunch, but maybe one thing we can consider and look into is having public waterfowl meetings where our staff have a chance to interact like we do with you in these roundtable sessions, where we can have that open, honest dialogue. They can come with suggested recommendations and we can take a look at that and just have a general discussion to try to maybe help us navigate in a positive manner through this hot topic. So that's something that I think we can look into more as a department, and having these public waterfowl nights. We've had them in the past when it came back down to zone and the season discussions. Tom went around the state to a few different locations and had those. The key here would be participation. We would really try to publicize this and really get interest, because without participation, it's not going to do anybody any good. So I think with the new facilities we have at Cheyenne Bottoms, we would have space available to have a large size public meeting there. I think the same could be said at Neosho. So from my standpoint, and with administration's approval, I think that's something that we'd definitely like to pursue to help further this conversation and get that one-on-one with our constituents. So with that, I'd stand for any last questions.
Mr. Chair. If, Stuart, one thing that was discussed this morning, I wonder if you'd be willing to put on your list is special opportunities for residents. As a something to discuss internally and then with the commission in the future.
Define that, Brad.
Just, we talked about opening days or things reserved for residents, that kind of idea. And I know we didn't get a chance to hear from a lot of our managers this morning on that, but I'd love to see what they come up with and then see how that plays with the commission in the future.
Yep, well, I had kind of put that in the blanket statement of special area specific regulations, but yes, that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
That's on public land.
Correct. Yeah, I don't want to dictate anything statewide on private lands at this point, so.
Any other questions for Stuart?
Thank you.
Thank you. Levi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, staff and members of the public. The first thing I have tonight is KR 115-25-9A, which is the deer seasons bag limits on our military facilities in Kansas. We handle this regulation separately from the regular deer regulations to provide more time to adjust if those properties have to adjust depending on what their missions and training requirements are. And so these are largely driven by the needs for those properties, but to still provide that opportunity for deer hunting on those properties. So first, I will address Smoky Hill, who, as they have done for the last couple of years, have requested that they be the same as the statewide seasons. And then also to be able to use up to 5 antlerless white-tailed deer permits on their unit 4A. Fort Riley would be covered next. They are asking for their additional archery days for individuals that they authorize on the fort. Typically, those individuals would be troops or other military personnel that are either going to be deployed or have returned from a deployment that to give them some opportunity to hunt if they'd like to. And so those days that they request are September 1st through September 11th, and then from January 1st through January 31st. And then the additional days for designated persons, which are youth and people with disabilities, for October 8th through October 10th, which would then replace the pre-rut antlerless season on the base. So they would not have that season for antlerless whitetail firearm, and it would just become that firearm hunt for youth and people with disabilities. And then their firearm season dates, they're requesting November 25th through November 27th, December 17th through December 23rd, and December 26th through December 27th. That gives them the same number of days
as the regular statewide firearm season, but it just shifts around when they occur. So that fits better for their schedule, and then also can provide some additional firearms hunting opportunity for other folks that access that facility. And then they do not want to have or be included in the extended January antlerless season. And they will allow only one antlerless white-tailed deer permit on Fort Riley. That then brings us to Fort Leavenworth. They have requested that the firearm season be November 12th through November 13th, November 19th through November 20th, November 24th through November 27th, December 3rd through December 4th, and December 10th through December 11th. Again, it's not any extra days beyond the standard statewide firearm season, but just shifts those dates around. And then they would be included in the extended season in January for antlerless white-tailed deer from January 1st through January 22nd of 2023. And then also in the extended archery season from January 23rd through January 31st. And then on Fort Leavenworth, a deer hunter could use up to 5 antlerless whitetail permits in their subunit 10A. And so these are the proposed dates. These are typically voted on at the in public hearing in June meeting. With that, I'll take questions if there are.
Any questions on that? Okay, go on.
All right, the next item is the big game permanent regulations, KR 115-4, specifically 4-6, which are the firearm management units. And here, just updating changes from road names over time. So the first item is the boundary between management unit 5 and 6. A small portion of that highway K14 was rerouted. And so this change from 14 to be listed as Sego Road, just to keep that boundary name correct on the map and match what we've historically done there. And then one other addition to this unit, this was brought to our attention that when we updated the boundary of unit 10, we did not update the boundary of unit 11, so to match the road name change. And so when we did that, we have the junction of I-35 and Highway Kansas 150, which is now not Kansas 150, it's only Johnson County 135th Street. And so just to make the correction in the boundary of unit 11 to change that name. And so that is the recommended changes for 115-4-6. The next item under 115-4 is -11, which is the big game and wild turkey permit application. And so we are proposing to change. Currently, pronghorn hunters can apply or purchase apply for a limited draw permit or purchase a preference point. And if they're unsuccessful in the draw, they would get a preference point. And then they could also purchase or get a archery permit. And what we're proposing is that they would have to choose to either not draw and get a permit or get a preference point or purchase a preference point, or they have to give up those points at that point if they wish to get an archery permit to help limit some of that
some of the additional pressure that we're now seeing, also to try to address some of the point creep where we continue to need more and more points to draw that permit. Because typically in other cases, if you get the permit, you don't get the point or you lose points. This will affect about, so last year there was 135 hunters that had an archery permit that also got a preference point, and 273 over the last 3 years. It's about 35% of the archery permit holders have a archery permit and get a preference point. And so to just try to reduce that, spread the opportunity around, also get it so that folks can hopefully get a permit more often if they choose to. And so we're recommending that they must either get an archery permit or apply for the limited draw. They would not be able to apply for the firearm or muzzleloader permit or buy a preference point and purchase an archery permit during the same season. And you can see that over time, we've just seen an increase in those applications and an increase in the number of archery permits that are being bought. And that concludes the changes recommended in 115-4-13 or permanent regulations.
Anybody have any questions on Levi regarding this? Okay, is that it on your workshop discussion?
I have the Deer 25 series workshop tonight. The Deer 25 series regulations set the recommended season dates, also addresses some of the permit use on some of our wildlife areas. And so with this, with some changes in deer population and reduction in crop damage complaints bordering those wildlife areas, specifically in western and north central Kansas. Several of those wildlife areas were listed as an exception to the statewide regulation that only the first antlerless permit can be used on public lands or our public wildlife areas. And with those changes, they'd like to be brought back under that statewide regulation. And so those areas that are specifically mentioned, Glen Elder, Canopolis, Lovewell, Norton, Webster, Wilson Wildlife Areas, and then also Kerwin National Wildlife Refuge are the areas that would like to go back under the statewide regulation of one antlerless permit to be used per hunter. And then that would then bring me to the proposed season dates for our statewide deer season. Youth and disability would be September 3rd through September 11th. Early muzzleloader would be September 12th through September 25th. Archery is September 12th through December 31st. The pre-rut whitetail antlerless only season would be October 8th through October 10th. The regular firearm season would be starting on the traditional Wednesday after Thanksgiving, November 30th through December 11th. The first extended whitetail antlerless only season would be January 1st through January 8th of 2023. The second would be January 1st through January 15th of 2023. And the third would be January 1st through January 22nd of 2023. And the extended archery season, which is only in management unit 19, is January 23rd through January 31st. And so that is the recommendation on season dates and antlerless use on public wildlife areas.
Any questions for Levi on this? Well, hearing no questions, you want to go on with the secretary's orders? I think that would be next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in Secretary's orders, we set the quotas for resident any deer permits and non-resident quota for all permits, all non-resident, general non-resident deer permits. And then also the unit specific number of whitetail antlerless only permits that are permitted. And so with this, under the statewide archery, that'll be open availability. The any season whitetail permit is also open. Hunt your own land is open availability. For residents, the any deer permit, the firearms, any deer, which allows take of muzzle or mule deer or whitetail in the western unit, the allocation would be 1,257, which is a decrease of 140 permits from 2021. And then the eastern zone for firearms is the allocation is 80, which is a decrease of 11 permits. And then in both the west and east zones, the muzzleloader permits are available over the counter. That would then bring me to the antlerless deer permits. There are no changes from last year. So units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 19 will be open to a total of 5 whitetail antlers permits. And then units 6, 8, 9, 10, 17 will be open to 1 only, and then unit 18 will remain closed and no antlers permits allocated for that unit. This then brings me to the non-resident quotas. And so starting with unit 1, the allocation is 662 non-resident whitetail either sex permits, which is a decrease of 102 permits for that unit. The mule deer stamps for that unit, which allows a non-resident to then have hold an any deer permit, so the take of a whitetail or a mule deer. The allocation is 40, which is a decrease of 7. The Smoky Hill unit, which is unit 2, the allocation is 419, which is a decrease of 23 permits from 2021. And then the mule deer stamps allocated are 30, which is a decrease from 36. Unit 3, the allocation is 952, which is a decrease of 26 permits. The mule deer stamps are 5, which is a decrease of 2 from 2021. Unit 4, the allocation is 724, which is an increase of 12. Mule deer stamps will be 1, which is the same from the previous year. Unit 5 is 724, increase of 12 and 1. The Arkansas unit, unit 6, is 528 permits, which is an increase of 2. There are no mule deer stamps in that unit. Unit 7 has 1,649 permits allocated, which is a decrease of 23, and no mule deer permits allocated or stamps allocated in that unit, which is the same as 2021. Unit 8, there are 1,948 permits allocated which is an increase of 9. No mule deer stamps in that unit. Unit 9 has 1,045 permits, which is an increase of 59. No mule deer stamps in that as it's an eastern unit. Unit 10 is 1,270, which is an increase of 8. Unit 11 is 3,360 permits, which is an increase of 64. Unit 12 then is 2,262 permits, which is an increase of 47. Unit 13 is 562 permits, which is a decrease of 33. Unit 14 is 1,951 permits, which is an increase of 27. Unit 15 is 1,519 permits, which is an increase of 63. Unit 16 is 1,848 permits, which is an increase of 8. And there will be no mule deer stamps allocated in Unit 16, which is the same as 2021. In 17, 656 permits, which is an increase of 35, and 50 mule deer stamps allocated, which is a decline of 4 from the previous year. And then in Unit 18 is 258 permits, which is an increase of 12, and 20 mule deer stamps, which is the same as the previous year. That brings the overall total to 22,134 permits, with the difference of an increase of 108 and the same number of overall of mule deer. And then the non-resident antlerless permits are the same as the resident antlerless permits. Several of the changes, specifically the declines in Northwest Kansas and permit numbers, are related to a declining population in that area, and some of the and also a decline in some of the demand up in that relative to demand in more eastern parts of the state. And several of the increases in eastern Kansas are coming about from an increasing deer population in some units, and then also detecting CWD in some of those units, then also triggers an increase to try to get ahead of that and bump harvest of specific segment of the population that is the best management practice for dealing with chronic wasting disease. And so that is the 2022 Secretary's orders.
Okay, thank you. And we don't vote on that. So, any questions for Levi?
If part of this is a response to CWD and wanting increased harvest, are attempts being made to let residents know, hey, you guys need to get out and hunt? Or, I mean, there's a little bit of a feel of, well, let's go to the non-residents, bump their permits to, they'll help us with this versus increasing our resident take. Can you help address that just a little bit so I understand that better?
Yes, we certainly want residents to get out and hunt more and take some deer. And we are working with our public affairs office with our chronic wasting disease campaign. And we'll be having some discussion about targeted messaging, I think, to those areas. But as most of the resident permits are over the counter, it's really hard to have a lever to pull to increase those specifically. And so with non-residents, that's where we have kind of that ability to bump the tag numbers and get a few more pucks out. In all honesty, those group folks are targeting that specific section of the population that at this stage we want to go after. And that's what they're coming for. So can we use them initially here to help us get to a better place, so that we can, have that goal to try to shoot for with that healthy herd and not having similar issues that we might be having in other parts of the state with prevalence rates of chronic wasting disease that are beyond some of these changes. We can make the minor changes now when we can be ahead of it versus having to be more drastic if we wait till later.
I know you get phone calls from folks saying, I want more permits for my non-resident clients and friends. Do you get phone calls from residents anymore saying, unit 16, that if somebody does the math on antlered bucks and 16 non-residents take home 58% of the bucks. And in unit 12, it's 48%. So the non-residents have a really high success rate with the bucks in those areas anyway. And yet in those units and the adjacent units, we've increased permits there. I'm just worried, back to our resident, non-resident tensions, that when the non-residents are already taking that high of a percentage of the bucks, that the residents are going to say, and you're giving them more? Any thoughts or reactions?
It can be that some of that can be that with that, the non-residents tend to hunt more days than our residents often, and they focus on deer hunting during that time versus our residents who are, they live their life in those areas. And that's whereas a non-resident, when they come to hunt, they're here to hunt. And so they spend that time. And so that, that's a lot of the success rate is time in the woods.
Part of the problem with unit 16 is the common man has no place to live. It's probably got the greatest percentage of land leased up of any management unit. And it doesn't make any difference what we did. The resident hunter is frozen out of unit 16.
And I don't have any numbers specifically on unit 16, but leasing is a complaint across the state. We're also still dealing with something that was put in place when we switched to our current system with the current non-resident draw, that unit 16 had to be increased by at least 100% for tag numbers too. We addressed that a little bit a few years ago when we took a lot of the permits that were being sold as leftovers and tried to spread those to other units so that we could keep that total number of permits very similar without major increases to address changes in demand that way. But we're back to the point now that in the last 3 years, every permit's gone out during the draw. There's been no leftovers. And so demand is again creeping up all over the place.
I don't think there's anything else you can do. We can't pull any levers to get more resident buck hunters. It's the bucks we want to try to target from a CWD perspective. And there'd be squawking to beat the band if you lowered the number in unit 16. I think we just have to go with what you presented. Plus, it's not our call anyway.
So school me a little bit. So I go to the counter and I buy a whitetail only tag. and I have to designate what unit I'm gonna hunt?
As a resident, you do not. If you're a resident, you buy
So
an
I'm-
any season whitetail, that's a statewide permit.
But if I'm non-resident,
You have to designate a unit that you want to hunt in, and then by statute, you get to designate an adjacent unit. It has to share a boundary that you could
So-
also hunt in.
and you reach, and by sales, when you reach that number, your computer stops selling permits.
So with the draw, it takes all the applicants, puts them in order. Hunters that have preference points go first, and then once that order is set up, and it's then random between folks that have either the same number of preference points or no preference points. And then the computer will look at their first choice on their application. They can have up to 4 applications or 4 choices on their application, I mean. And it'll look at that first choice and then see if there's a permit available in that unit. If there is, it issues them that permit. If not, it'll go to their second choice and work all the way through their fourth choice. And if they can't get them a tag, it'll go to the next person. But if on their second choice, that unit has a permit available, it'll issue that permit to that person.
So
And so once
non-resident,
it's,
non-resident deer tags is by draw only.
unless you are a non-resident landowner or tenant,
Okay.
or have a qualify for a special hunt on land of a Kansas resident that owns land here, at least 80 acres, and then you can get that one over the counter.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Levi? Thanks.
Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and visiting public. We have 4 new cabins that have been placed at Perry State Park. They're not online yet. We're still putting the utilities to them. They are cabins that were built by Neosho Community College, which is a partnership we have. And it took us some time to get the 4 in, but they're in. And I want to get the prices in the system, so when we're ready to go this summer, we can start renting them. And what we've done is we want to do the same pricing that you voted on for Cheney State Park cabins, which were new a couple years ago, $125 per night, and on the weekends, $150. And Perry does have 3 other cabins. They're one of the highest occupancy rates in the state, but they are very, very small. And so I think they're pretty excited about having these 4. They're larger. They're 2 sleeping sides, a couple bedrooms. Really nice cabin. So we're excited to get them going. And I do think Sheila, do we vote on that, or we just do it as a secretary's order? I think that's what we do. In the past, we would just present it and tell you if we make any changes, we'll come back and ask for a vote. But that's where we're going to start them at. They're not online yet, but soon.
It's okay with me. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Brad Lovelace, what I'll promise you is we will check just to confirm this is the appropriate protocol. If it's not, you'll hear about it in April. But if it is, we'll then move ahead with, based on this conversation.
Okay. They won't be online in April, so we're good. Thank you. They're not in the same area as it's up by the Turkey Run area. So it's not in the same area where our old cabins are. And it's a great partnership just that we went into with Neosho Community College. We did that several years ago. The secretary was good enough to let us continue students, and they have an accomplishment and they can come out and see them, and we'll do some ribbon cuttings once they are ready to open. Thank you.
Okay. That concludes the business on the agenda. I was talking to Sheila. I don't know. I'm kind of proposing maybe September 8th. Is that too early in the month for our next meeting that we haven't got scheduled yet?
It works for me.
And I'm going to suggest that we consider Chanute. And part of the reason I'm going to suggest that is that I would like to see if during that visit, we could have some sort of a tour or of the southeast zone or the Osho wildlife area. We talk a lot about the southeast zone, and as Sheila and I were talking, a lot of people have never really been there too much. And we could maybe have a tour, maybe the afternoon before, or the morning of, or something like that to give us exposure and kind of go over that area.
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry.
There was a discussion with some of Stewart's guys, and I don't know if they discussed it with Stewart, that maybe November would be better if you want to see ducks.
The only reason I didn't think about November is usually we have the November meeting pretty close to the geographical area of the governor's pheasant hunt.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And
Let's,
it makes no difference to me when they
Okay.
have it.
but that is a convenient nexus. You're right, with the governor's hunt. How about if we take your suggestion, talk about logistics? We definitely do want to show off the Osho Wildlife Area. It's a great place, terrific improvements, and we'd love to show that off to the commission.
Chanute is about as close, really place that would be able to accommodate it with hotels and such.
Okay. How about we'll talk about that. That'll be the top of our list. We'll talk about that and then loop back with you to confirm that.
Yeah, we've got time. We just had to pick those dates, and I don't have a problem with the November date either.
Right. I mean, we could choose if we go the November in Chanute, we could change the date to be away from that pheasant hunt so that somebody going to that.
Still time to
could-
get there.
You'd go, it would be a different week,
Right.
so we could accommodate that.
Good point.
That governor's is always going to be that weekend after the opening weekend.
Right.
So it'd
So,
be 2 weeks
We
away.
wouldn't have to go that week
We
with
could go a
with the
week
commission
earlier
meeting
for that
then. We could
matter.
go a week earlier or something, so they're away from that date to accommodate both of those things, if that's what they decide.
We'll dig into that and get back to it and plan.
Okay, that's all I have. And Stuart?
Either way, Mr. Chairman, we'd be delighted to take you on a tour of the Osho in the southeast zone, whatever date you come up with.
Well, I appreciate that.
We're in next month.
Next month, we're in Beloit.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to throw another plug in if you can swing it to make it down to Ringneck Ranch the night before. It's worth it to see the ranch, to eat the food. He's going to have some sponsored meals. He's going to have some programs that morning before the commission meeting on his facility. He's shot everybody a decent rate for rooms there, and it is a top of the line controlled shooting area facility in the state. And Keith he's good people. So I highly recommend everybody that can try to make that.
Well, I was talking to Sheila. I'd like to go. Unfortunately, I received a subpoena in the mail for the 20th. And unless that case settles, I can't go. I'll just rush out the next morning.
Mr. Chair, we can put up your bail if that's needed.
It's not exactly that time. I'll bear that in mind.
So just, I'm assuming Sheila, because she's always 2 steps ahead of me, is going to provide information to you all if she hadn't already about Ringneck. Yeah,
Yes.
great opportunity. Thank you.
She's been on it a week ago.
Okay, so that date is April 21st in Beloit, the Rolling Hills Electric Company, and with that tour. June 23rd in Lawrence at that Douglas County 4-H building where we met a few years back. August 4th in Hutchinson at the Dillon Nature Center. And now September 8th, up in the air, maybe Chanute. November, we haven't picked a date because it'll depend on whether we go in September or November. So we'll leave that open.
All right. Anybody else have anything for the good of the order? Meeting adjourned.
21st. April 21st.